Chapter 152. Miss Tong, do you want to use the whip in your hand to teach Su Li a lesson now? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Tong Li with a spurious smile. The voice that entered her ears caused Tong Li to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream. When she slightly turned her head around, she noticed that the person at the same table as Su Li was precisely the violet-clothed youth that had given her over 10 slaps in the restaurant in the outer city 3 months ago. Instantly, her face went ghastly pale. It's you. She never would have imagined that she would encounter this violet-clothed youth here. As far as she was concerned, this youth was a devil. Perhaps normally, she wished for nothing more than to kill this youth as soon as possible. However, when the youth really appeared before her eyes, her heart couldn't help but tremble. The scene in the restaurant 3 months ago had already left a shadow in her heart. What? Is Miss Tong very surprised? Duan Lingtian grinned as if he was greeting an acquaintance. You know her? Su Li's brows raised as he glanced at Duan Lingtian with a slightly strange gaze. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun and Tian, who also looked at Duan Lingtian. They noticed as well. When this Tong Li saw Duan Lingtian, she was like a mouse that saw a cat. They faintly guessed that something that they didn't know of must have happened between Duan Lingtian and Tong Li. Tong Li took a deep breath, and only now did she realize that this was Paladin Academy, and she was very safe. Instantly, her eyes went cold as she stared at Duan Lingtian. This miss has been looking for you for 3 months, but I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me. Let's see where you'll hide this time. You're dead. I'll get my cousin to catch you, and I'll personally tear you into 1,000 pieces, burn your bones and scatter your ashes. What? Could it be that Miss Tong thinks that I don't dare touch you in Paladin Academy? Hearing Tong Li's threat, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into a line, and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. So what if I do? Tong Li coldly snorted as killing intent flickered in her eyes. She would never forget what happened 3 months ago. Only if this purple-robed youth died in front of her would she be able to vent the hatred in her heart. Whoosh! Purple light flashed past. Pa! At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had left his seat, returned to his seat. Since the other party wanted to tear him into pieces and grind his bones to dust, there was no need for him to be courteous. Tong Li, who had a palm print on her face, had an icy cold gaze. This purple-clothed youth had actually hit her again, and in front of so many Paladin Academy students. How could she continue to maintain her foothold in Paladin Academy? Her eyes were completely shrouded in anger and hatred, and the hand holding the black whip began to tremble. But she didn't dare to make a move, because she knew that once she made a move, she would suffer even more terrifying revenge. Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others were stunned. They also realized that between Duan Lingtian and this red-clothed girl, there seemed to be a deep and irreconcilable hatred that was difficult to resolve. They had also heard the red-clothed girl's ruthless words earlier. She actually hated Duan Lingtian to such an extent. The girl behind Tong Li didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would dare hit Tong Li. After staring blankly for a moment, her expression changed, and she looked at Duan Lingtian as she fiercely shouted, "You're dead! Do you know who she is? That's right, you're dead. You even dared to hit Miss Li." The wretched-looking young man also looked at Duan Lingtian, as if he had seen something inconceivable. Who is she? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then looked at Tong Li again. Isn't she the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, the cousin of the 5th prince? Miss Tong, am I right? The daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? The cousin of the 5th prince? The Paladin Academy students present probably didn't care much about the first identity. But the second identity was sufficient to cause the expressions of everyone besides Duan Lingtian to change. The 5th prince was a member of the imperial family, the son of the current emperor. The nobility of his status was something that not many people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. The expressions of Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who greatly changed. They never imagined that this red-clothed girl would have such an identity. She was actually the cousin of the 5th prince. Su Li's brows raised, and his eyes were suffused with a trace of coldness. You know this young lady's identity, yet you still dare hit this young lady? Tong Li stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if she was looking at a madman. If I didn't hit you earlier, would you let me off? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. How could that be possible? This young lady will surely return the gift you gave me that day 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even a 10,000-fold. Wanting this young lady to let you off is simply the ravings of a fool. Tong Li sneered, feeling that Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. In her eyes, Duan Lingtian was no different than a dead person. Isn't that fine? If I didn't hit you, you wouldn't let me off. Then why should I be afraid of you? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. Whoosh! His figure moved once more. Slap! 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 Slap after slap sounded out clearly. Before long, Tong Li's face had once again turned into a pig's head like 3 months ago. You? A burning pain came from her face, causing Tong Li to be almost numb. But she seemed to be unable to feel the pain now. She only felt incomparably ashamed, and her eyes were filled with malice. I what? Duan Lingtian sneered, and his eyes squinted with awe-inspiring killing intent. This Tong Li had a high and mighty appearance at that time, as if everyone was only an ant before her later on. When he taught Tong Li a lesson, he originally thought that she would repent, but the facts proved that his education of Tong Li at that time was a failure. Otherwise, Tong Li wouldn't have come before him and threatened to tear him into pieces, burn his bones, and scatter his ashes. As far as he was concerned, since Tong Li had long since hated him to the bone, and what was done couldn't be undone, then what harm was there in teaching her another lesson? In any case, he'd never thought that Tong Li would be able to shake hands and make peace with him. Why not be more carefree and do whatever you want? If you can't stand the sight of it, then beat you. Beat you until you don't dare be complacent. Beat you until you don't dare be arrogant. Beat you until you don't dare talk back. Tong Li took a deep breath, yet didn't dare say another word. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared speak again, this violet-clothed young man would not hesitate to make a move against her. She chose to endure. When she noticed the strange gazes that were looking at her from the surroundings, her heart was trembling and warping. The hatred in her eyes had practically reached the limit. In this lifetime, if she existed, then this violet-clothed young man wouldn't exist. And if this violet-clothed young man existed, then she wouldn't exist. You'll regret it. Tong Li finally couldn't help but leave behind these vicious words. And then she turned around and left, not daring to look back. The young woman who was originally following behind Tong Li and had been scared silly since long ago finally reacted. She glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear, and then chased after the direction Tong Li left. In the spacious cafeteria, the corner Duan Lingtian was at was deathly silent. All the people who didn't recognize Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with terror. This violet-clothed young man was actually not even afraid of the fifth prince. Who the hell was he? Being stared at by so many people, Duan Lingtian frowned and swept his cold gaze over. Instantly, these people withdrew their gazes and didn't dare look at Duan Lingtian again. The shock in their hearts was difficult to calm down for a long time. Only then did Duan Lingtian return to his seat. Duan Lingtian, you? Xiao Yu had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant, actually daring to beat up the cousin of the fifth prince, and even to such an extent. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Duan Lingtian, you're too impulsive. Xiao Sun frowned. He was a member of the Xiao clan and had a rather good understanding of the fifth prince. He knew that the fifth prince was an ambitious and ruthless person, and not a simple figure. It was even to the extent that the fifth prince might become the next emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian, you and that Tong Li had an irreconcilable enmity from before? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian. This was also the question that Xiao Yu and the others had in their hearts. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke of the conflict between him and Tong Li from 3 months ago. So that's how it is. Looks like even if you didn't beat her today, she wouldn't let you off. Tian, who came to a sudden understanding. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun came to an understanding as well. So it turned out that Duan Lingtian and Tong Li were like fire and water. In this way, it wasn't a big deal for Duan Lingtian to teach Tong Li a lesson today. In this way, it was she who came looking for a beating this time. Su Li's eyes were suffused with coldness. You can say that. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a face full of indifference. Alright, let's not talk about her anymore. Talking about her too much is bad luck. However, even though he didn't care, it didn't mean that Xiao Yu and the others didn't care. Duan Lingtian, why don't you stay overnight with me and Su Li from today onwards? Even though that fifth prince has a respected status in Paladin Academy, he doesn't dare act rashly. Tian Hu suggested. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, I think Tian Hu is right. You stay overnight. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun spoke to Duan Lingtian as well. Su Li also looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could notice that Su Li's cold eyes revealed a rare trace of concern, causing him to feel warm in his heart. I know you guys have good intentions, but I have my own plans. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His eyes congealed and a fierce light flashed within. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, a black bolt of lightning flashed out from under Duan Lingtian's long sleeve and directly leaped onto the table. It was precisely the little black python that Duan Lingtian carried with him at all times. The little python stuck its head out and sucked the soup from a plate of meat dishes with great relish. This is. The gazes of Xiao Yu and the others were all attracted by the little python. What a peculiar snake. The golden veined patterns on its body seemed to be ancient characters, and there's even a single horn on its head. What breed is this? I've never seen or heard of it. Xiao Sun's gaze fell upon the little python as he exclaimed in a low voice. Duan Lingtian, this is your pet? Tian Hu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even he was able to realize that this little python wasn't simple. Not to mention anything else. Just the speed at which the little python scuttled out just now was something he couldn't catch in the slightest. He only felt a black bolt of lightning flash past and the little python appeared out of thin air. Yes, Duan Lingtian didn't deny it. He also didn't expect that this mischievous little fellow would run out. He swung his palm over and scooped it back into his long sleeve. Hiss hiss, the little python swiftly flicked its tongue, as if it was protesting Duan Lingtian's actions. But unfortunately, its protest was ineffective. After the little python's disturbance, the atmosphere at Duan Lingtian's table eased up a bit, but Xiao Yu and the others were still very worried about Duan Lingtian. Chapter 153. After sleeping for an entire afternoon, Duan Lingtian yawned and walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After separating from the two of them, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and a trace of a bright light flashed past his muddy eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Shrugging, Duan Lingtian didn't directly return home, but instead walked towards a remote street on the other side and entered a small alley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Practically at the instant Duan Lingtian walked into the small alley, two extremely swift figures flashed out from behind him, and they blocked his path one after the other. When did members of the Duan clan start to be the lackeys of branch clan disciples? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, seeming to not be the slightest bit surprised by the appearance of these two people. When he just walked out of Paladin Academy's entrance, he noticed a gloomy gaze watching him from afar. He only glanced slightly before noticing Duan Rong, who was concealed at the side. Beside Duan Rong were two other people. Relying on the anti-tracking experience from his previous life's weapon specialist, the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and his current spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, Duan Lingtian roughly sensed the cultivations of the two people beside Duan Rong after a short moment, and they ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Now, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, it caused the faces of the two middle-aged men to sink. They never imagined that this youth would actually guess their identities. A bad premonition suddenly arose within their hearts. This youth is actually still able to be so composed at a time like this. Could it be that he has something to rely on? Or perhaps he has an expert protecting him? The two middle-aged men subconsciously observed the surroundings for a while. According to their knowledge, this youth seemed to only have a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist protecting him. Moreover, that 7th-level origin core stage martial artist didn't seem to be present today. After not noticing any clues, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Are all members of the Duan clan so cowardly? The cold smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth became even more brilliant, and his words were filled with ridicule. Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The eyes of the middle-aged man behind him turned cold, and he said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, he looked at the other middle-aged man and nodded. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time, the bodies of the two middle-aged men shook, as if they had turned into two extremely fast lightning, and rushed towards Duan Lingtian. Above them, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared respectively. Two 9th-level origin core martial artists? That Duan Ru-Lei really thinks highly of me. When faced with the pincer attack of two 9th-level origin core stage martial artists, Duan Lingtian seemed to not care in the slightest. He stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and his voice was incomparably calm. Although the two middle-aged men felt that the young man's reaction was a little strange, they had no way to back down now. Die! The two people's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Their fists and palms bloomed with essence force, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Originally, I had no intention of becoming enemies with the other members of the Duan clan, out of respect for my deadbeat father. However, since all of you are assisting the tyrant in his evil deeds, then go to hell. Then go to hell. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's speed of speech sped up. In the next moment he raised his hand. Whoosh! A black flowing light flashed out from beneath his sleeve, swift like a bolt of lightning, like a death god's scythe that whistled out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian's feet shook, and he instantly dodged to the side. Bang! Along with the black-colored lightning passing through their chests, the origin energy on the bodies of the two middle-aged men that attacked Duan Lingtian from the front and back completely dispersed, and the inertia brought their bodies to collide together, fiercely falling to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. Whoosh! The black-colored lightning flashed to descend onto Duan Lingtian's shoulder. Hiss hiss! The little black snake flicked its tongue as it licked Duan Lingtian's face, and its pair of small eyes spun about, incomparably quick-witted. Duan Lingtian squatted down and searched the two corpses for a while. So poor, the two of them added up to only a little over 500,000 silver. Forget it, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, every bit counts. After putting away the stack of silver into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake from his shoulder and held it in his palm as he lightly smiled. You little fellow, you've done well. When we return, I'll get someone to make something delicious for you. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it lightly nodded as its quick-witted body swayed, and it was extremely happy. As expected, nascent soul stage ferocious beasts are already able to understand human language to a certain extent. However, Little Black and Little White have only just reached the nascent soul stage after all, and they still need some guidance before they can completely understand human language. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he continued forward, and after turning a few corners, he returned to his own courtyard house. Within the spacious courtyard house, Duan Rong sat with his legs crossed as he enjoyed the massage of the servant girl, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he chewed on an apple. When he thought of how he wouldn't be able to see that violet-clothed youth again from tomorrow onwards, he couldn't help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Who asked you to offend this young master? I reckon you won't even know who asked them to kill you until you die, right? The more Duan Rong thought about it, the happier he felt in his heart. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to be happy for long. That night, an unexpected guest arrived at his courtyard house. Duan Lingxing, cousin brother, why have you come? Duan Rong was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingxing arrive, but his eyes were filled with a smile that didn't stop. You seem to be rather happy. Duan Lingxing slowly spoke. Of course, when I think of how I won't be able to see that arrogant kid again tomorrow, I feel a burst of joy in my heart. Right, cousin brother? Why have you come looking for me so late at night? Because the light was dim, Duan Rong didn't notice Duan Lingxing's slightly gloomy face. I'm afraid this matter won't go according to your wishes. Duan Lingxing's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Cousin brother, what do you mean by this? Duan Rong finally felt that something was wrong, and his heart jerked as the smile on his face completely froze. Could it be that something went wrong? It shouldn't be. That violet-clothed youth was by himself when he left Paladin Academy today, and even if he wasn't by himself, the masked middle-aged man by his side was only a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist. Under the hands of 2 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists, he ought to be dead for sure. The 2 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists my father sent to you didn't return to the Duan clan estate to report the results to my father until dark. So my father sent another group to search for a while, but who would have thought that their corpses would actually be found near Paladin Academy? Duan Lingxing's expression was incomparably gloomy. Who exactly did this cousin brother of his offend? No. Impossible. Impossible. Duan Rong hurriedly shook his head with an expression of disbelief, unwilling to believe that all this was true. Didn't you say that he only had a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist by his side? Duan Lingxing frowned as he spoke in a low voice. I don't know either. At that time, there was indeed only a 7th-level Origin Core Stage martial artist by his side. This was something that our branch family's 8th elder saw with his own 2 eyes. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. Humph, looks like the background of this enemy of yours isn't so simple. The 2 9th-level Origin Core Stage martial artists my father sent to you were both killed with a single strike by a sharp weapon that pierced through their hearts. The person who killed them acted decisively. I can almost be sure that it was surely a nascent soul stage martial artist who did it. In other words, the person you want to kill has a nascent soul stage martial artist protecting him. Duan Lingxing grunted coldly, then looked at Duan Rong. You better not expose yourself in this matter. Otherwise, if he finds out that it was you who did it, your life will be difficult to protect. Duan Rong was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale when he heard Duan Lingxing. He never imagined that the violet-clothed youth actually had a nascent soul stage martial artist by his side. After all, even in the Duan clan branch family he was in, there were only 2 supreme elders that were existences at the nascent soul stage. Cousin brother, how has uncle decided to deal with this matter? I feel that person will suspect me sooner or later. Why don't I return to the Duan clan estate with you for a period of time? Duan Rong's voice slightly trembled. He was afraid. Don't worry, no matter who he is, since he dares to kill a member of our Duan clan, he will surely die. Duan Lingxing's gaze was suffused with a trace of coldness. Duan Rong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what Duan Rong said. You better keep a low profile during this period of time and don't cause trouble for me. Understand? Duan Lingxing glared at Duan Rong, causing the latter to hurriedly nod without daring to hesitate. Within the room, Duan Lingtian spread out most of the materials Xiong Quan gathered today, and his brows raised. I never imagined that Xiong Quan would be able to gather more than half of the materials I need in only a day. It's enough to inscribe 2 inscriptions. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then raised his hand and withdrew the violet myrtle flexible sword. At the same time, he removed the spatial ring on his hand. The offensive inscription he planned to inscribe was called the Bone Corrosion Inscription. Once the Bone Corrosion Inscription was activated, it would emit bone corrosion energy. Unless it was an expert at the half-step void stage or above, it would be impossible to dodge or neutralize it. Once struck, the bones in one's body would be corroded into ashes in an instant, and only flesh and blood would remain. One would be deader than dead. Although a person struck by the bone corrosion inscription would die in an instant, at the instant of death, the person would have to endure extreme pain. It was pain that penetrated the heart, pain that penetrated the marrow. A pain that was impossible for an ordinary person to imagine. It wasn't until late at night that Duan Lingtian finally completed the 2 bone corrosion inscriptions, inscribing them onto the violet myrtle flexible sword and the spatial ring. After all, it was a high-grade inscription. Besides being able to be inscribed onto the spatial ring, it could even perfectly exist with the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. After completing these two inscriptions, Duan Lingtian's strained spiritual force relaxed, and exhaustion instantly swept over him, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he still felt extremely exhausted, and his complexion was slightly poor. "Tian, are you all right?" Li Ro had a face full of worry when she saw her son's complexion. "Scoundrel! What did you do last night?" "Yeah, young master, why is your complexion so poor?" Li Fei and Kerr had faces full of worry as well, and their hearts ached endlessly. "I'm fine. I only inscribed 2 inscriptions. Don't worry. I'll be able to recover when I return from the academy today." Chapter 154. In the classroom, Sima Changfeng stood at the lectern and slowly spoke about the Tao of Xiang. Below the lectern, the violet-clothed youth was snoring on the table, forming a sharp contrast with the other 17 students who were listening attentively. "Duan Lingtian, this fellow, didn't sleep last night? He slept for the entire afternoon yesterday. Even if he really didn't sleep last night, it shouldn't be so exaggerated, right?" Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian, who was deeply asleep, with astonishment. "All right, all of you carefully think about what I said earlier," Sima Changfeng said to the other students, then walked to Duan Lingtian's table and lightly knocked on the table. "Duan Lingtian, come out with me for a moment." Duan Lingtian raised his head and rubbed his dry eyes. After seeing Sima Changfeng, he smiled embarrassedly and obediently followed him out. Duan Lingtian originally thought that Sima Changfeng called him out because of him sleeping in class unexpectedly. "You're an inscription master?" Sima Changfeng's eyes were suffused with wisdom as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and with a quiver, he instantly sobered up. He deeply glanced at Sima Changfeng. "Teacher Sima, why do you say that?" Sima Changfeng lightly smiled. "I've studied the Tao of inscriptions quite a bit. According to what I know, the exhaustion of essence, energy, and spirit is divided into many types, and your exhaustion is obviously caused by the exhaustion of your spiritual force. Only an inscription master would have such a situation." Sima Changfeng spoke as if he was very familiar with it. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted. Although Sima Changfeng only said that he had studied the Tao of inscriptions quite a bit, Duan Lingtian knew that he was being modest. Not to mention anything else, just what he said now was something that an ordinary inscription master wouldn't be able to say. Obviously, this teacher Sima was an experienced inscription master as well. "I never expected that teacher would be an inscription master as well." Duan Lingtian smiled, but he did not deny the fact that he was an inscription master. Since Sima Changfeng could see that he had used up too much of his spiritual force, it was obvious that he had already confirmed that he was an inscription master. Even if he didn't admit it, Sima Changfeng wouldn't believe him. "I can be considered to have dabbled a little in the Tao of inscriptions. You're only at the core formation stage, so your spiritual force is limited. There's no need to spend too much time on the inscription technique. Once your cultivation increases, your spiritual force will naturally increase as well. You can spend more time on the inscription technique in the future. That's the right way to go." Sima Changfeng's expression became serious as he patiently guided him. Obviously, he thought that Duan Lingtian had studied the art of inscriptions for too long, and that was why his spiritual energy was exhausted. "Yes, teacher." Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. He knew that Sima Changfeng had good intentions, so he didn't explain further. "At your age, concentrating on improving your cultivation is the right way to go. In the future, if you're really interested in the inscription technique, even though the inscriptions I possess are limited, I can still guide you slightly and allow you to take fewer detours," Sima Changfeng continued. Sima Changfeng continued. Obviously, he took great care of his student, Duan Lingtian. "Guide me?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He possessed the lifetime worth of memories of the Reincarnation Emperor Wu, and the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's inscription technique could absolutely be said to be unparalleled in the world. Not to mention this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom, even if it was in the entire Cloud Continent, there might not be anyone who could compete with the reincarnation Emperor Wu in the inscription technique. Thank you, teacher. However, Duan Lingtian still thanked Sima Chongfeng. No matter what, Sima Chongfeng had good intentions. Although with the inscription arts he mastered, it was more than enough to be Sima Chongfeng's ancestor. Let's go back. Under Sima Chongfeng's call, Duan Lingtian followed him back to the classroom. Before long, the morning class ended. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun moved closer to Duan Lingtian, and their eyes revealed an ambiguous look that all men understood. Duan Lingtian, you're still young. There are some things that should be done in moderation, so as to avoid harming your body. F***K. What are you two talking about? Duan Lingtian glared at the two of them. How could he not know what these two filthy fellows were thinking? Look at you, you're angry from embarrassment, right? We're all adults. Isn't it normal for us to have sex? Xiao Sun laughed. Exactly. Otherwise, why would you be so sleepy today, and even be called out by Teacher Sima for a lecture? Xiao Yu nodded in agreement, as what he said was reasonable and well-founded. I can't be bothered with you two. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at the two of them before heading directly to the cafeteria. When the three of them arrived at the cafeteria, they noticed that Su Li and Tian Hu had already occupied a table. Su Li, Tian Hu, the two of you are actually earlier than us today. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That fellow Niu Mang seemed to have something to do today and left early. Tian Hu smiled, then his expression became slightly serious. Duan Lingtian, that fifth prince didn't look for trouble with you, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even if the fifth prince really wanted to look for trouble with him, he probably wouldn't make a move so quickly. A person like the fifth prince who grew up in the deceit and deception of the imperial family was undoubtedly the most sensitive. Based on his attitude towards Tongli yesterday, so long as the fifth prince didn't completely investigate his background, he would surely not touch him. After all, the attitude he displayed yesterday seemed to have something to rely on, and he wasn't afraid of the fifth prince in the slightest. This was something that many people had seen at that time. It's that Duan Rong again. Tian Hu's gaze looked towards one of the two people that were walking over from afar. Duan Lingtian, this Duan Rong seems to be slightly different today. Why do I feel that the gaze he looks at you with is completely different from yesterday? It's more like he's afraid of you. Did you do something to him? As Xiao Yu spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face filled with bewilderment. But he noticed. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze was fierce like lightning, and traces of dense bloody killing intent even extended out from his body. Although the killing intent wasn't targeted at him, it still caused his heart to tremble. The faces of Su Li, Xiao Sun, and Tian Hu went pale as well. As they were all affected by Duan Lingtian's killing intent, their gazes simultaneously descended onto the young man beside Duan Rong in the distance. It's him. Xiao Sun recognized the young man with a glance. The son of the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would actually meet Duan Lingxing, this person that he hated to the bone, in Paladin Academy. His heart trembled. The scene of Duan Lingxing flaunting his prowess and heavily injuring him, and Li Xian was still vivid before his eyes. Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's voice revealed boundless coldness, and his hand had already touched the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist. Now, as long as he willed it, he would swing out his sword and kill Duan Lingxing. Suddenly being enveloped by Duan Lingtian's bloody killing intent caused Duan Rong's face to go pale and his legs to tremble. At this moment, he felt as if he was a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, with the danger of capsizing at any moment. This feeling was too unbearable, almost to the point of suffocation. He knows cousin? Duan Rong took a deep breath and forcefully resisted this bloodthirsty killing intent. His face was ghastly pale as he stared at the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He noticed that the violet-clothed youth that he hated to the bone seemed to hate his cousin to the bone as well. What's going on? Who can tell him? The instant Duan Lingxing was enveloped by the bloody killing intent, he felt that this killing intent was slightly familiar. at the same time that he circulated his origin energy and forcefully resisted this killing intent. He looked towards the source of the killing intent, and his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. 2 years had passed, and the violet-clothed youth from before had obviously matured a lot. But he still recognized him with a single glance. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted, and his eyes emitted a dense killing intent that was difficult to suppress. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually appear in Paladin Academy. To be able to appear in Paladin Academy, there was only one possibility, and that was that Duan Lingtian had become a student of Paladin Academy. If he didn't guess wrongly, this Duan Lingtian seemed to be only 18 years old today. At the age of 18, he passed the entrance exam of Paladin Academy in the 18 counties and entered Paladin Academy. Such natural talent was even more monstrous than the Duan Rufeng from all those years ago. There was only one thought left in his heart. This Duan Lingtian must die. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian didn't die, then he would surely be a great calamity in the future. Duan Lingtian, I'm really surprised. Not only did you inherit your short-lived father's natural talent, you even surpassed him. You entered Paladin Academy at the mere age of 18. Duan Lingxing arrived before Duan Lingtian's table, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I'm also very surprised. The son of a cripple is actually in Paladin Academy as well. If I'm not wrong, you ought to have obtained the recommendation of the Duan clan to be able to enter Paladin Academy, right? The son of a cripple is trash as expected, needing to go through the back door to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he confronted Duan Lingtian. A shapeless aura shot out from the two of them, ceaselessly colliding with each other. Everyone else present could feel the tension in the air. You dare humiliate my father? Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and the dense killing intent in his eyes couldn't be any stronger as he spoke in an incomparably low voice. Did I say something wrong? Duan Lingtian sneered fearlessly. The surrounding group of Paladin Academy students, including Su Li, Xiao Yu, and the others, were all dumbstruck. They'd also noticed that since the moment Duan Lingxing appeared, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a completely different person. That gaze was as if he'd seen his life's greatest enemy, and wished for nothing more than to pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. And when Duan Lingxing saw Duan Lingtian, he similarly seemed to be filled with bloodthirsty hatred. These two people seemed as if they were born to be mortal enemies. Cousin, who is he? Duan Rong hid behind Duan Lingxing and barely avoided the killing intent that swept towards him from the front as he asked with difficulty. Duan Lingtian, could it be that this violet-clothed youth is a member of the Duan clan as well? Chapter 155. Short-lived Ghost? Duan Lingtian's gaze became even more icy cold. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was his father after all, and also the husband of his most respected mother. How could he allow this Duan Lingxing to blaspheme? Duan Rong was stunned. Duan Rufeng? He'd heard of this name before. Duan Rufeng, the former peerless genius of the imperial city's Duan clan, a figure that rose like a comet. Ever since he went missing 18 years ago, there had been no news of him. Even so, there were still many people who deeply remembered him. If Duan Rufeng hadn't gone missing, then he would be the third master of the Duan clan. No, if Duan Rufeng hadn't gone missing, then so long as he was willing, the position of patriarch of this generation of the Duan clan would be his. Duan Rong never imagined this. This violet-clothed young man that he hated to the bone was actually the son of Duan Rufeng. At the same time that Duan Rong was stunned, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Duan Lingtian, especially Xiao Sun, whose pupils couldn't help but constrict. Duan Lingtian was actually really a member of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was the son of Duan Rufeng, the publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Xiao Yu and Tian, who had more or less heard of Duan Rufeng. They never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such an identity, and he was even a direct descendant of the imperial city's Duan clan. Duan Rufeng? Su Li's eyes shone with a strand of a surprised flowing light as he deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian. This youth is actually the son of Duan Ruffing. I never imagined that Duan Ruffing still had a descendant alive. This youth was obviously not recommended by the Duan clan. To be able to pass the entrance exam of the 18 counties at such an age and enter our Paladin Academy. His natural talent is truly monstrous. Some of the Paladin Academy students whispered to each other. Duan Lingxing, the reason I came to the Imperial City and entered Paladin Academy was to kill you and return the gift you gave me 2 years ago. Now I officially challenge you to a battle of life and death. Do you dare accept? Duan Lingtian suddenly sat up from his seat. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his voice was extremely cold, as if it came from an ice cave. He couldn't wait to kill Duan Lingxing. However, he also understood that, with his current situation, he couldn't be impulsive. He had to kill Duan Lingxing in an open and above-board manner, so that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Roulé, could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Duan Lingtian's words stunned the people present on the scene. Is this Duan Lingtian an idiot? Duan Lingxing is a grade 4 student. Supposedly, he's already stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if this Duan Lingtian's natural talent isn't bad, he's only around 18 after all. Moreover, he's only a grade 1 student. Many of the Paladin Academy students were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, don't be rash. Xiao Sun's face went grim as he hurriedly dissuaded Duan Lingtian. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was strong and believed that Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass Duan Lingxing in the future. But now, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly still slightly inferior to Duan Lingxing. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength before. Although it wasn't bad, it was only slightly stronger than Su Li and could be said to be invincible amongst the 7th level of the core formation stage. But if he were to encounter an 8th level core formation stage martial artist, it would be strenuous, not to mention that this Duan Lingxing was in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Xiao Yu and Tian, who also found out about Duan Lingxing's cultivation from the surrounding discussions, and their faces went grim as they tried to dissuade him. Only Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian, whose eyes flickered with a cold light and the corners of his mouth curled into an arc. He seemed to be lost in thought and didn't try to dissuade him. You challenge me? Or a battle of life and death? Duan Lingxing felt it was slightly inconceivable when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The moment he laid eyes on Duan Lingtian, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, this was Paladin Academy, and the consequences of killing someone for no reason was something that even he, the son of the Duan clan's second master, couldn't bear. But if a battle of life and death was set up, then it would be a different story. If a battle of life and death was set up, then even if he killed his opponent, Paladin Academy wouldn't interfere. What? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian sneered. Just when Duan Lingxing was about to open his mouth and agree, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Cousin. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and his eyes emitted a trace of fear as he said in a low voice, This Duan Lingtian is the violet-clothed youth that injured me 2 months ago. Didn't you say last night that we can't act rashly and that we should first clearly investigate his background before asking Uncle to send people to deal with him? What? He's the violet-clothed youth you spoke of? Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. The reason he came to the cafeteria with his cousin, Duan Rong, was to meet his cousin's enemy. He never would have thought that his cousin's enemy would be Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Rong nodded and said with a face full of fear, Cousin. This Duan Lingtian took the initiative to issue a challenge. This matter is strange. You must not agree. When he heard that Duan Lingtian was the son of Duan Ruffing, he was afraid. Although Duan Ruffing had been missing for almost 20 years, no one had ever been able to confirm that he was dead. It was even to the extent that some people said that it was very likely that Duan Ruffing was still alive. If Duan Ruffing was really alive, this Duan Lingtian would have a great backer that no one in the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. Humph, I have my own plans. Duan Lingxing's eyes narrowed. Would he refuse Duan Lingtian's challenge? The answer was no. when he heard what his cousin, Duan Rong, said. His killing intent towards Duan Lingtian in his heart increased even more. This Duan Lingtian actually had the protection of a nascent soul martial artist by his side. He had a feeling that if he missed this opportunity, then wanting to kill Duan Lingtian in the future would be even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Ha 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 ha. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rong and Duan Lingxing whispering for a long time. Then he couldn't help but laugh loudly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and unruliness. Duan Lingxing, as expected of the son of the Duan clan's trash second master. You don't even dare accept the life and death challenge of an 18-year-old youth. Coward. Coward. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the gazes that the Paladin Academy students present looked at Duan Lingxing with became strange. Duan Lingxing wouldn't really dare accept Duan Lingtian's life and death challenge, right? Is he a man in the end? A senior year 4 student wouldn't dare accept the life and death challenge of a new year 1 student. Moreover, the latter is only a youth. This Duan Lingxing probably won't be able to hold his head up high in Paladin Academy or even the Imperial City in the future. Some students spoke out one after another, as they wished for the world to be in chaos. When these voices entered into Duan Lingxing's ears, they were like needles piercing into his heart. His gaze went cold and his face was covered in frost as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're simply even more arrogant than your father all those years ago. Since you want to seek death, then I'll send you on your way. I accept your life and death challenge. Duan Lingxing replied very straightforwardly. Cousin. Duan Rong's face went pale. He kept having the feeling that something was wrong, and he was slightly flustered in his heart. Shut up. But after being glared at by Duan Lingxing, Duan Rong instantly didn't dare make another sound. He knew that what this cousin of his had decided on wasn't something he could interfere with. Meanwhile, the people at the corner of the cafeteria where Duan Lingtian was at grew more and more. Suddenly, I never imagined that I would encounter such an interesting matter while eating. Since you all want a life and death challenge, then this old fellow will join in the fun and bear witness for all of you. An aged voice sounded out from above the cafeteria pavilion. The cafeteria pavilion wasn't open to Paladin Academy students. At this moment, a gray-robed old man slowly walked down from the pavilion. Vice Dean! Vice Dean! Instantly, all the students respectfully greeted the old man one by one. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. The gray-robed old man had a thin figure and an ordinary appearance. Although he was old, he seemed to be in high spirits, and his eyes even flowed with a bright light. This was a powerhouse. At least to the current Duan Lingtian, the old man was an expert. Vice Dean. Even the arrogant and unruly Duan Lingxing respectfully bowed when he saw the old man. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to the old man as well. You all want a life and death challenge, right? The old man's brows raised, and a trace of a smile of anticipation appeared on the corners of his mouth. Then I'll be your witness. But, do you want to notify your elders to come? This matter is no small matter, and you may die at the slightest move. No need. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Notify the elders to come? He could imagine that if his mother came, she would surely not agree to his life and death challenge with Duan Lingxing. What about you? The old man looked at Duan Lingxing and asked. Duan Lingxing's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he slowly said, I don't need it either, since the one who dies won't be me anyway. Duan Lingxing's words were filled with confidence. Let's go to the martial arts practice grounds. The old man nodded, and with a flash of his body, he seemed to have vanished on the spot, and when he appeared again, he was already more than 10 meters away. What a swift speed! Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and he had a face full of surprise. The old man's speed was much faster than Xiongquan's, and it could even be said that they weren't on the same level. Of course, this was also because Xiongquan hadn't recovered his strength. Once he stepped into the Origin Core stage and refined a Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill for Xiongquan to consume, Xiongquan's strength would surely recover to the Void Prying stage. At that time, the Crimson Sky Kingdom would give birth to the 4th True Void Stage expert. The group of students in the cafeteria, no matter if they were eating or waiting for their food to be served, all gushed out of the cafeteria and followed up. A life and death challenge. Such a bustle didn't happen every day. They could skip the meal, but they couldn't not watch the show. He's called Duan Lingtian? A red-clothed woman with a long black whip in her hand followed him, escorted by another woman. Her eyes flickered with an eerie chill. It was precisely Tong Li, Miss Li, that Duan Lingtian, a new student, actually dared to challenge a grade 4 student, and it's even a life and death challenge. He's dead for sure this time. This time, there's someone helping you vent your anger. The woman following behind Tong Li lightly smiled. Humph, but unfortunately, he can't die in my hands. But, even if he's killed, I won't let his corpse go. Since I said I'll tear him into pieces, then I'll do as I say. Tong Li's voice was filled with bone-piercing coldness. Chapter 156. Under the lead of the old man, the group of Paladin Academy students majestically walked towards the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Xiao Yu walked beside Duan Lingtian as he asked in a low voice. Xiao Sun and Tian who looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Now, what was done couldn't be undone, and they understood that they couldn't change anything. They only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive this life and death battle. Have a little confidence in me, okay? At the critical moment, it's still Su Li who supports me the most. Duan Lingtian shook his head and lightly smiled. He had a calm appearance that didn't seem like a person who was about to undergo a life and death battle. Xiao Yu's group of 3 looked at Su Li, and only now did they notice that Su Li was as calm as Duan Lingtian. They heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Sun's eyes revealed a trace of suspicion. Could it be that Duan Lingtian still concealed his strength during the battle with Su Li last time? In the distance, Duan Rong walked beside Duan Lingxing. His gaze occasionally flashed past Duan Lingtian and noticed the indifference on Duan Lingtian's face. His heart jerked, and he felt even more uneasy in his heart. Cousin, I think that Duan Lingtian seems to be very confident. You. Duan Rong looked at Duan Lingxing with a face full of worry. Humph. Duan Lingxing coldly snorted and interrupted Duan Rong. He's called confident? That's called insolence. This Duan Lingtian is just like his short-lived father, arrogant to the point of being out of control. Today, I'll let his blood dye Paladin Academy. In this way, not only can I take revenge for you, I can also solve a great problem for my family. Actually, the reason why Duan Lingxing was in such a hurry to kill Duan Lingtian, besides hating Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, for crippling his father all those years ago, the most important reason was because he was worried that Duan Lingtian would return to the Duan clan. Although Duan Lingtian had left the Duan clan that year, his name remained in the Duan clan's direct line of descent, and he was still a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. If the other members of the Duan clan were to discover Duan Lingtian's natural talent, they would surely bring Duan Lingtian back to the Duan clan. That was the last thing he wanted to see. Therefore, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian and get rid of all future troubles. Duan Rong was silent. In fact, he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's finger attack had almost crippled one of his hands, making it difficult for him to recover. Before long, the spacious martial arts practice grounds was filled with people in a formidable array. The gray-robed old man stood in the middle of the crowd as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing. Then he raised his hand and withdrew a piece of paper from his spatial ring. This was Paladin Academy's life and death contract. If the students of Paladin Academy had irreconcilable enmity that would only be resolved by death, they could sign a life and death contract. In this way, Paladin Academy wouldn't pursue the death of any one of them. Press your fingerprints onto it. The old man raised his hand and casually tossed the life and death contract away. A gentle force guided the life and death contract to descend before Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingxing stretched out his hand and directly received it. Then he bit open his thumb and pressed it onto it. After that, he snorted coldly and tossed the life and death contract to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian pressed his fingerprints onto it as well. Life and death contract formed. The old man took back the life and death contract and his eyes focused as he said in a low voice, "Since the two of you have signed the life and death contract, the following battle will be a battle to the death. The two of you can rely on spirit weapons during the battle, but you can't use other external forces such as inscriptions." Can't use inscriptions? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered, but he didn't plan on using inscriptions. Ninth level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingxing wasn't surprised that Duan Lingtian had such a cultivation. We can use spirit weapons? I heard that Duan Lingxing has a spirit weapon, gold silk gloves, and it's a grade 8 spirit weapon. Can't be, right? This Duan Lingxing has a grade 8 spirit weapon. Actually, it's not strange. Duan Lingxing's father is the second master of the Duan clan, so getting a grade 8 spirit weapon for him isn't a difficult matter. That's true. However, this way, Duan Lingtian will be in even more danger. Even if Duan Lingxing doesn't have a grade 8 spirit weapon, do you think Duan Lingtian has any hope of surviving? Not many of the Paladin Academy students that were watching the show looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose faces all went grim. Damn it, if I knew there would be this life and death battle earlier, I would have borrowed my brother's grade 8 spirit weapon this morning. Xiao Sun's face sank. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian's flexible sword is a grade 8 spirit weapon as well. Right at this moment, Su Li spoke. Huh? Xiao Yu's group of 3 couldn't help but be surprised. How did you know? A few days ago, a few notches were cut into my sword by his sword. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched, and he felt slight heartache. Xiao Yu's group of 3 came to a sudden realization. Su Li's sword was a grade 9 spirit weapon, and since Duan Lingtian's sword was able to cut into Su Li's sword, it ought to be a grade 8 spirit weapon without a doubt. Looks like he didn't display the full might of a grade 8 spirit weapon that day. Tian, who gasped as he spoke in astonishment. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun deeply agreed. Only Su Li's brows raised, but he didn't comment. That day, he suspected that Duan Lingtian might not have utilized the strength of a spirit weapon. Today, Duan Lingtian took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingxing, and even more so revealed his strong confidence. He realized that his suspicions weren't wrong. Remember what I said earlier. If any of you utilize external forces other than a spirit weapon, I will directly make a move and kill you. The voice of the gray-robed old man, who was also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, abruptly went cold, then returned to normal as he said in a clear voice, "Begin!" As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated to the side. Duan Lingtian, I'll send you to hell right now and let you chase after the footsteps of that short-lived father of yours. Duan Lingxing had already put on the gold thread gloves, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile as a cold light shot out from his eyes. Do all trash like to talk big? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as he sneered. You're courting death. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him trash again, Duan Lingxing went completely berserk, and his figure flashed before pouncing towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Whoosh! Duan Lingxing's figure flashed out with a swift speed, as if transforming into a gust of wind, and he instantly arrived near Duan Lingtian. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He used his full strength the moment he attacked. Bang! Duan Lingxing's palm tore through the sky, and his origin energy skyrocketed as it descended with a bang, enveloping Duan Lingtian. This palm strike seemed to be able to suppress everything. Above Duan Lingxing's head, the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths was added, and this was the amplification of strength from a grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingxing's palm strike contains the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The gazes of some of the spectating Paladin Academy students focused, and their hearts couldn't help but rise to their throats, as if the person facing this palm strike wasn't Duan Lingtian, but them. Facing Duan Lingxing's palm strike, Duan Lingtian didn't dare underestimate it. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he followed suit. He took a step forward. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a flexible spirit serpent, barely dodging Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 9th level of the core formation stage? Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. He never would have thought that Duan Lingtian was also a 9th level core formation martial artist. He suddenly had a feeling that he was tricked. How could this be possible? This little bastard is only 18 years old. How could he be a 9th level core formation martial artist? No, impossible. Duan Lingxing's heart was in chaos, unwilling to believe that all this was true. And right at this instant, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students were stunned. This scene was simply unbelievable. This Duan Lingtian, a mere 18-year-old youth, a grade 1 student. He was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. What natural talent was this? Didn't that mean that he had a chance of stepping into the origin core stage before the age of 20? Such natural talent surpasses his father, Duan Ruffing. A trace of a bright light flashed within the Vice Dean's eyes at this moment. A trace of regret arose within his heart. If he had known earlier that Duan Lingtian was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, he would surely have stopped this life and death duel. But unfortunately, what was done couldn't be undone. Now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to survive, as he wasn't willing to see such a genius fall. Duan Lingtian is at the 9th level of the core formation stage. And at almost the same time, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who were shocked as well. As expected, Su Li's eyes focused and a trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian had obviously concealed most of his strength when he battled with him the day before yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for Duan Lingtian. Impossible. How could this be possible? Tong Li had a face full of disbelief when she saw this scene. This youth that she hated to the bone was actually a 9th level core formation martial artist. Cousin. Duan Rong's face was ghastly pale. He suddenly realized that the worry in his heart wasn't without reason. Everyone's reaction happened in the blink of an eye, on the martial arts practice grounds. Even if you're at the 9th level of the core formation stage, do you think you can dodge my palm strike like this? Duan Lingxing's voice revealed boundless iciness. At the same time that Duan Lingtian dodged, the palm strike that descended with a bang actually suddenly changed directions and continued to envelop Duan Lingtian, as if it wouldn't stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingxing, this sword strike is for Li Xian. Right at this moment, Duan Lingxing, whose figure flashed and was about to be caught up by Duan Lingtian, suddenly spoke. His voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell. Within the iciness, it was filled with killing intent that shook the mind. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand flashed past his waist as he drew his sword. Sword drawing arts. The sword drawing technique was all about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flashed out, and in an instant, 2 more ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. The strength of the sword strike was equal to the strength of Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Both of them contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian's spirit weapon is also a grade 8 spirit weapon. The surrounding crowd of spectators emitted a wave of continuous exclamations of surprise. Do you think this sword strike of yours will be able to injure me? Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw Duan Lingxing's sword strike, that seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that flashed over. He twisted his hand. Chapter 157. When he saw Duan Lingxing actually wanted to block his violet myrtle flexible sword, Duan Lingtian sneered. He spun the violet myrtle flexible sword and used its blade to intercept Duan Lingxing's palm strike. Duan Lingxing's face went grim. He dared to slap down the body of the sword with his palm, but even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare slap down the blade of the sword. Although he wore the grade 8 spirit weapon gold silk gloves on his hand, it was impossible for him to go head-to-head with a sword that was similarly a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you think this will work? With a flash of light, Duan Lingxing sneered, but he didn't stop and continued slapping out with his palm while circulating his defensive martial skill at the same time. A high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill at the perfection stage. Instantly, a layer of defensive chi suffused the surface of his gold silk gloves. His large hand descended, opened and closed, and actually directly grabbed onto the violet myrtle flexible sword that Duan Lingtian swung out. The gold silk gloves were already extremely tough and durable, and it was difficult for ordinary swords and blades to damage them. Now with the addition of the defensive qi, Duan Lingxing relied on the strength of 14 ancient mammoths to forcefully block Duan Lingtian's sword strike that contained the strength of 14 ancient mammoths. The strength of the two cancelled each other out. Right when the corners of Duan Lingxing's mouth revealed a savage smile, and he intended to use this opportunity to launch an attack at Duan Lingtian. An icy cold voice entered into his ears. "Do you think I only have this little ability?" In the next moment, Duan Lingxing's pupils constricted. "Oh my God! What did I see?" Another ancient mammoth silhouette appeared above Duan Lingtian, and adding the 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes from before, a total of 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared. The strength of 15 ancient mammoths. No, impossible. How could he possibly possess a grade 7 spirit weapon? How could this be possible? Duan Lingxing's face went ghastly pale, and his voice contained boundless terror. His first thought now was that the spirit weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand wasn't a grade 8 spirit weapon, but a grade 7 spirit weapon. After all, if a 9th level core formation martial artist wanted to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, they could only rely on a grade 7 spirit weapon to achieve it. A 7th grade spirit artifact could increase one's strength by nearly 30%. How could he possibly know? The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was utterly not a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form, and after completing the tempering of his fleshly body at the 4th level of the core formation stage, it allowed Duan Lingtian to possess the strength of 12 ancient mammoths that were comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. Yesterday morning, Duan Lingtian broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage and gained the strength of an ancient mammoth. Now, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian was still able to exert the strength of 13 ancient mammoths. Once he used a spirit weapon, the strength of 15 ancient mammoths would be at his fingertips. And at the same instant, the crowd of spectating Paladin Academy students were all stunned. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Oh my God! Duan Lingtian actually has a grade 7 spirit weapon. Even the Duan clan probably doesn't have many grade 7 spirit weapons. Where did this Duan Lingtian get it? Their thoughts were the same as Duan Lingxing's. They all thought that Duan Lingtian was relying on a grade 7 spirit weapon to be able to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Grade 7 spirit weapon? The corners of Xiaoyu, Xiaosun, and Tian, whose mouths twitched as they revealed bitter smiles. They all felt that Duan Lingtian concealed his strength too deeply. Even Su Li's gaze slightly flickered and was slightly surprised. How could he possibly have a grade 7 spirit weapon? Tong Li's expression was incomparably unsightly, and the hand that held onto the black whip tightened. Cousin! A wisp of distress appeared on Duan Rong's face when he saw this scene. On the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingxing's body trembled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something terrifying, and his gaze descended onto his right hand that held onto Duan Lingtian's violet myrtle flexible sword. His pupils constricted and his heart trembled. He was instantly terrified and wanted to withdraw his hand. What? Regretting extending your hand to grab my sword? How could Duan Lingtian not know what Duan Lingxing was thinking when he saw Duan Lingxing's expression? Duan Lingtian sneered as the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand moved along with Duan Lingxing's movements. Whoosh! The strength of 15 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Duan Lingxing's strength of 14 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingxing's defensive qi barrier was torn apart by Duan Lingtian's sword strike. The gold silk glove shattered in response. At practically the exact same moment, accompanied by Duan Lingxing's shrill cry, Duan Lingxing's palm was forcefully split into two, and the other half of his palm crashed onto the ground, dyeing the ground red with blood. Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and when he looked at Duan Lingtian once more, his eyes were filled with terror. That sword strike from before was for Li Xian. Li Xian, you ought to remember him, right? The little fatty that used his body to block your palm strike for me 2 years ago and saved my life. Duan Lingtian's icy-cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingxing. At that time, if it wasn't for little fatty Li Xian blocking that palm strike for him, he would have already been killed by Duan Lingxing, and it would be impossible for him to stand here. He'd once sworn that he would definitely take revenge for Li Xian. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and as if transforming into a spirit serpent, he approached Duan Lingxing and struck out with his sword once more. How could Duan Lingxing, who didn't have a spirit weapon and was injured, dodge this incomparably swift sword strike of Duan Lingtian's? Instantly, Duan Lingxing let out another shrill cry. One of his legs was forcefully chopped off by Duan Lingtian, and his entire body lost its support and crashed onto the ground. His body violently trembled as he struggled, and his eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, how he wished that everything before his eyes was a dream. But unfortunately, intense pain unceasingly came, causing him to realize that this wasn't a dream, but reality. This sword strike was for Kerr. Do you still remember Kerr? That young girl that was injured by you when you wanted to kill me and brandished her sword at you. Duan Lingtian walked step by step towards Duan Lingxing, and his tone contained a breathtaking coldness mixed within. The scenes of the past appeared vividly before his eyes. That time, he was almost killed by Duan Lingxing. The vice dean of Paladin Academy, the gray-robed old man, looked at the bloody scene before him, yet he didn't have the slightest intention of interfering. A life-and-death battle that was signed with a life-and-death contract would only end when one party died. As a witness, he had to set an example. Moreover, he discerned that Duan Lingxing had actually made a move to kill Duan Lingtian in the past. He came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Duan Lingtian hated Duan Lingxing so much. So it turned out that there was a life-and-death enmity between them. So it turns out that this Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingxing had already formed an irreconcilable enmity in the past. No wonder they fought to the death the moment they met. They're both direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan, but the gap between the two is too great. Duan Lingtian is only around 18 years old, whereas Duan Lingxing seems to be already 23 years old this year. Duan Lingtian defeated a direct descendant disciple of the same clan that's 5 years older than him. His natural talent can be said to be heaven-defying, as expected of the son of Duan Ruffing. Compared to him, this Duan Lingxing is simply worse than trash. At this moment, not a single one of the Paladin Academy students present took pity on Duan Lingxing. Smiles appeared on the faces of Xiao Yu and the others. Duan Lingtian had won. Duan Rong's body trembled violently as he watched the scene before him, and his face went ghastly pale. Duan Lingtian, I'll surely make you die. Tong Li glanced at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with an icy-cold gaze. Then she turned around and left. On the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingxing barely managed to use his origin energy to stop the blood from gushing out from his wounds, and his face was completely devoid of blood and was ghastly pale. As he gazed at Duan Lingtian, who held the blood-stained flexible sword and walked towards him step by step, Duan Lingxing's body trembled, and terror and despair appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, you can't kill me. I'm your clan brother. We're all direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan. You can't kill me. Duan Lingxing was stunned when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. Then he started laughing. Clan brother? A mocking smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 2 years ago, when you intended to kill me at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? Not to mention 2 years ago, just now, when you intended to kill me, did you ever think that I was your clan brother? Now, when you see that your advantage is gone and you're at death's door, you consider yourself my clan brother and want me to let you live. Don't you think it's laughable? The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was still dripping blood onto the ground. Everywhere he passed, blood flowed onto the ground. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian arrived before Duan Lingxing, and the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand was slightly raised. Duan Lingxing seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian wouldn't fall for his trick, and his expression instantly changed as he roared in a stern voice. Duan Lingtian, if you dare kill me, my parents will absolutely not let you off. You're dead for sure. That cripple? Duan Lingtian laughed and didn't mind. The strength my father controls far exceeds your imagination. If you're sensible, then you won't kill me. Duan Lingxing made his final struggle. However, Duan Lingtian remained unmoved. This sword is for myself. Under Duan Lingxing's despairing gaze, the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand whistled down and swept past Duan Lingxing's throat. Hua! Instantly, blood gushed out. Duan Lingxing stared with a pair of despairing eyes as he collapsed weakly onto the ground with a bang. It turned out that the wound that he used his origin energy to stop the bleeding had also started to spurt out fresh blood. Duan Lingxing, dead. Clang. Duan Lingtian put away the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the corners of his mouth held a trace of a smile. This was a smile of relief from a heavy burden. During these 2 years, there wasn't a moment when he wasn't thinking of killing Duan Lingxing to take revenge for the enmity of the past. Now everything had ended. Ha 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 ha. Feeling a wave of satisfaction in his heart, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh loudly, and his laughter spread throughout the deathly silent martial practice grounds. Besides the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy and Xiao Yu's group, the other Paladin Academy students looked at the nearby violet-clothed youth with a trace of fear in their eyes. This youth was too terrifying. He was already like this at the mere age of 18, and when he grew up in the future, who knew how heaven-defying he would be? Come, let's go eat. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his excited mood, then walked towards Xiao Yu's group with a brilliant smile on his face. The others were speechless. They glanced at Duan Lingxing's corpse on the martial practice grounds, and their hearts trembled. Now, this Duan Lingtian still had the appetite to eat. Chapter 158. Paladin Academy, Cafeteria. Duan Lingtian and the others sat in a circle. Duan Lingtian ate with big mouthfuls of food, as if what happened earlier didn't affect him in the slightest. On the other hand, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who were somewhat unable to eat. The bloody scene from before was still vivid in their minds, and it was difficult for them to get rid of it for a long time. Only Su Li was the same as Duan Lingtian and wasn't affected in the slightest. Duan Lingtian, you're really good at hiding your strength. 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. If it wasn't for the life and death battle between you and Duan Lingxing, we probably would have been kept in the dark by you. Tian, who shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile on his face. In front of Duan Lingtian, the natural talent in the martial Dao that he took pride in his clan was simply inferior to trash. But he knew that he couldn't compare with this freak, or else he would only be looking for a blow to himself. Exactly. All along, even I've been deceived by you. Xiao Yu's eyes focused and his gaze was extremely complicated. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian was only gradually getting further away, and that on the path of the martial Dao, he could still see Duan Lingtian's back. But who knew that Duan Lingtian's true strength had already left him far behind, causing him to be unable to catch up? What I didn't expect the most was your identity. You're actually Duan Rufing's son, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes focused as he was slightly surprised. It's true that I'm Duan Rufing's son, but I have no connection with the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he spoke indifferently. He was extremely disdainful of the Duan clan and wasn't willing to admit that he was a member of the Duan clan. Xiao Sun was stunned and glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, but didn't say anything further. He discerned that Duan Lingtian didn't have a good impression of the Duan clan. While Duan Lingtian was eating and drinking, Duan Rong had already brought Duan Lingxing's body back to the Duan clan's residence. In the spacious courtyard, Duan Lingxing was lying there. The blood on his body had dried up. Xing-er! The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. The fat woman, who weighed more than 150 kilograms, threw herself forward. She cried bitterly and her small eyes were red. She was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. Son! Outside the courtyard, a figure moved as fast as lightning as he walked in. His voice was like a clap of thunder. This was a middle-aged man with a dignified look on his face. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time. Now he came to the side of the corpse in the courtyard. His eyes were also red, and a deep hatred was taking root and sprouting in his heart. No matter who it is, as long as they kill my son, I will grind their bones to dust. Duan Ru Lei's voice was filled with ruthlessness. Second brother, I heard that Ling Xing he... Another figure ran into the courtyard. Looking at the corpse on the ground, he was dumbstruck. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ru Hong. Before long, 3 old men slowly walked into the courtyard under the lead of a middle-aged man in a white robe that was inlaid with gold. This middle-aged man had a firm expression and an extraordinary temperament. Every move he made revealed a domineering dignity. His identity was obvious. The Duan clan's current patriarch, Duan Ru Hua. Second brother, sister-in-law, my condolences. Duan Ru Hua looked at Duan Ru Lei and his wife and sighed. Second brother, what actually happened? Duan Ru Hong's face was grim, and his tone was suppressed. It carried dense rage. I just returned as well. Duan Ru Lei looked at the fat woman beside him. The fat woman's crimson-red eyes condensed a gaze that descended onto Duan Rong. It was Rong who brought Xinger back. Rong, who actually killed your cousin? As the fat woman finished speaking, her voice trembled and her eyes revealed a vicious expression. Instantly, the gazes of everyone in the courtyard descended onto Duan Rong. Duan Rong became the center of attention. His body trembled and his eyes were crimson red as he said in a low voice, Aunt, it was Duan Lingtian. It was that Duan Lingtian who did it. Duan Lingtian. The fat woman was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. What did you say? The Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ru Hong's face went pale as he looked at Duan Rong with a burning gaze. Which Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian. This name wasn't unfamiliar to him. The son of his third brother, Duan Rufeng, was also called Duan Lingtian. 2 years ago, when he brought Duan Lingxing out on a business trip, he passed by Fresh Breeze Town and met him once. It's Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian. Duan Rong gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Duan Lingtian besides Duan Ru Hong, this name was something that the people present were unable to react to in a short period of time. But Duan Rufeng. Instead, it caused the people present to instantly sober up. Impossible! Duan Ru Hong coldly said, 2 years ago, I saw Ling Tian once. At that time, he was only a body-tempering martial artist. It has only been 2 years. How could he possibly have the strength to kill Ling Xing? Moreover, it's impossible for him to be in the imperial city now. Duan Ru Hong obviously didn't believe it. It's true. Duan Rong's gaze towards the people present became suspicious as he hurriedly explained that Duan Lingtian should be around 18 years old now, and he's currently at Paladin Academy. Just a moment ago, Duan Rong's eyes were crimson red as he slowly finished explaining the sequence of events with an excited expression. Duan Lingtian, 18 years old, 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Rong's words caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. Even Duan Ru Hong's pupils couldn't help but constrict. That youth who was only at the body tempering stage 2 years ago was already in existence at the 9th level of the core formation stage now? Now, after confirming that the person who killed Duan Lingxing was Duan Lingtian, a trace of helplessness and bitterness arose within his heart. Both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh and blood. So it was that little bastard. The fat woman's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, icy cold and piercing to the bone. Life and death contract? Why didn't you persuade Ling Xing at that time? Patriarch Duan Ru Hua's eyes focused as he looked at Duan Rong and asked in a low voice. Duan Rong laughed bitterly. I did persuade him at that time, but cousin didn't listen to me at all. Moreover, I didn't know that Duan Lingtian's strength was so strong. It really was Ru Feng's son. Ru Feng's son stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the mere age of 18. His natural talent is even greater than Ru Feng's. Patriarch, since Ling Xing was killed after signing a life and death contract, Ling Xing can only be blamed for being arrogant. Besides that, Duan Lingtian is Ru Feng's son, a direct descendant of our Duan clan. He ought to be allowed to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. The three old men behind Duan Ruhua, who were also elders of the Duan clan, spoke out one after another. Their eyes contained a trace of excitement mixed within. Since Duan Lingxing had signed a life and death contract, not to mention that he died at the hands of Duan Lingtian, even if he died at the hands of an outsider, the Duan clan had no reason to interfere. Now, their thoughts were completely placed on Duan Lingxing, the Duan Lingtian who killed Duan Lingtian. The natural talent in the martial Tao that Duan Lingtian revealed caused them to feel a wave of excitement. That year, the Duan clan members all believed that Duan Ruffing had a chance to become a true void stage expert and lead the Duan clan to glory and compete with the imperial family. But unfortunately, Duan Ruffing went missing. Yet now, many years later, Duan Rufing's son had appeared, and his natural talent was even greater than Duan Rufing's, allowing them to once again see hope. To them, to the Duan clan, Duan Lingtian was their hope. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian had signed a life and death contract with Duan Lingxing. Even if they didn't sign a life and death contract, for the sake of the Duan clan's future, they wouldn't blame Duan Lingtian for killing Duan Lingxing. Duan Lingtian's value was something that 100 Duan Lingxings couldn't compare to. In this world where the strong were respected, this was reality, an ironclad reality. This was the cruelty of a large clan. If you were able to bring benefits to the clan, then you were a treasure. Conversely, you were grass. Elders, what do all of you mean by this? Hearing what the three old men said, the fat woman's small eyes flickered as she said sorrowfully, Ling Xing is a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Even if he signed a life and death contract in a moment of carelessness, that little bastard still shouldn't have killed him. Ling Xing is his clan brother. Such a vicious and merciless little bastard should be killed. If he were allowed to enter the Duan clan, who knows what chaos would occur? If the clan isn't willing to interfere in this matter, then I, Yun Ping, will deal with it myself. As the fat woman finished speaking, her voice was filled with bone-piercing coldness. The three old men's faces went grim. A woman dared to refute them? Even the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua's face couldn't help but sink at this moment, and he shouted in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, you're too presumptuous." At this moment, Duan Ruhua's thoughts were the same as the three elders. He was the Duan clan's patriarch and had to make plans for the Duan clan. Slap! Suddenly, a slap sounded out. It was Duan Rulei who gave the fat woman, his wife Yun Ping, a slap. You hit me?" Yun Ping was stunned. Her son was dead, and she'd only spoken words from the bottom of her heart. Yet her husband actually hit her? "Yes, I hit you, ignorant woman." Duan Rulei raised his hand and gave Yun Ping another slap, and only then did he look respectfully at Duan Ruhua and the three old men. "Patriarch, three elders. My son brought this upon himself, and can't blame others. Duan Rulei knows what to do and what not to do. Patriarch, three elders, please be at ease." Not bad. It's rare for Rulei to see the big picture. The three Duan clan elders nodded in satisfaction. Only Patriarch Duan Ruhua's eyes squinted as he glanced deeply at Duan Rulei. "Second brother, I hope you'll do as you say. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed, and the clan will be disappointed as well." Duan Rulei's body trembled as he repeatedly said, "Yes, Patriarch. Fourth brother, you'll be responsible for bringing that child, Ling Tian, back to the clan. He's suffered too much outside, and the Duan clan will properly compensate him." Duan Ruhua looked at the nearby Duan Ruhong as he slowly spoke. "Yes, Patriarch." Duan Ruhong hurriedly received his orders, and he sighed in his heart, as he knew that Duan Lingxing had died for nothing this time. Duan Rong was completely dumbstruck as he watched the Duan clan's patriarch and elders leave successively. This matter is over just like this? Second brother, second sister-in-law, the matter has already been decided. Please restrain your grief. Duan Ruhong consoled Duan Rulei and his wife before leaving with large strides. You really won't take revenge for your son? Chapter 159. Ignorant Woman. Duan Lei coldly swept the fat woman with his gaze, then glanced at Duan Rong. Rong, you go back first. Remember, don't provoke that Duan Lingtian no matter what. Yes, uncle. Duan Rong had a bitter expression as he answered and left. Duan Lei, I'm telling you, if you don't take revenge for your son, I'll return to my mother's family today. The fat woman's small eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness as she coldly spoke, although her mother's family was inferior to the Duan clan. As far as she was concerned, it was more than enough to kill a Duan Lingtian. Humph! Do you think Xing is only your son? The hatred in my heart isn't any less than yours when Xing was killed. You saw the attitude of the patriarch and the 3 elders earlier. If I was blinded by hatred like you, then I can imagine that, in order to protect Duan Lingtian, the clan would surely think of a way to take back my authority. Duan Lei's voice was cold and revealed a dense coldness. I hit you earlier only to put on a show in front of the patriarch and the 3 elders, to make them lower their guard against me. Only in this way can I make them feel at ease. In this way, I'll have the chance to secretly think of a way to kill that little bastard. The fat woman's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she revealed a guilty expression. That year, that Duan Ruffing crippled my Dantian and made me wish I was dead. Now his son killed my son. I'll settle the old and new debts together. I'll surely burn that Duan Lingtian's bones and scatter his ashes. Duan Lei's voice contained extreme coldness that shook one's mind. Starting from noon, Paladin Academy was bustling with activity for the entire afternoon. The life and death duel that happened this afternoon was spread everywhere. The Duan clan's peerless genius of the past, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, displayed a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and annihilated Duan Lingxing, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian, a new grade 1 student, easily killed a grade 4 student. The entire Paladin Academy was alarmed. The news gradually spread out from Paladin Academy. It probably wouldn't be long before the entire inner city of the Imperial City, and even the entire outer city of the Imperial City, would know of this shocking news. Another peerless genius had appeared in the Duan clan. As for the person involved, Duan Lingtian, he was currently lying lazily on a big tree at the side of the training field. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the sunlight that shone on his body through the branches and leaves. Not far away, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were discussing the martial Dao and sparring with others. Some of the new students who were members of the Star Mastermind department like Duan Lingtian would occasionally look at Duan Lingtian with traces of fear in their eyes. Although he knew that the young man wasn't simple, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Moreover, his identity was also shocking. Teacher Sima. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing a silk headband and holding a feather fan arrived at the corner of the training field where the first years of the Star Mastermind department were. A group of students bowed respectfully. Teacher. Duan Lingtian had just reacted when he discovered that Sima Chongfeng had come over. Whoosh! Sima Chongfeng's feet moved, and a gentle force supported him to descend onto the tree trunk beside Duan Lingtian. The tree trunk only slightly moved before it stopped swaying. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Obviously, the strength of this first-year teacher of the Star Mastermind department was extraordinary. Moreover, Duan Lingtian noticed that Sima Chongfeng's aura was extremely restrained. Even if it was him, relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his formidable spiritual force, he was still unable to see through Sima Chongfeng's cultivation. Why did you say you weren't a member of the Duan clan the last time? Sima Chongfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Obviously, he'd heard of what happened at noon today. I only found out about my origins 2 years ago. I only know that since I was sensible, I've been relying on my mother for survival. I don't know anything about the Duan clan, nor have I received any favor from the Duan clan. I've never thought of myself as a member of the Duan clan. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. So what I said was the truth. Sima Chongfeng shook his head. After all, the blood of the Duan clan flows in your body. So what? Duan Lingtian declined to comment. I can't change my birth, but the path I'll walk in the future is controlled by my own hands. No one can stop my footsteps. Teacher, I wonder what your relationship with the Duan clan is to actually be their lobbyist. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Sima Changfeng. His gaze of wisdom was something a youth shouldn't have. You little fellow, you're really a little fox. Sima Changfeng wasn't angry that Duan Lingtian had seen through him. I don't have any relationship with the Duan clan. However, the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong, is my good friend, and I was entrusted by him. Duan clan's fourth master. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and he couldn't help but recall the time when he was at the Fresh Breeze Townsley clan. The middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. At that time, his mother asked him to address that person as fourth uncle. He's Duan Ruhong? After a short moment, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and looked at Sima Changfeng. Teacher, then please help me tell that Duan Ruhong. Duan Lingtian, was no longer a member of the Duan clan from the moment I left the Duan clan with my mother all those years ago. Sima Changfeng was slightly moved. Duan Lingtian, this matter can be big or small, you have to carefully consider it. Teacher, are you worried that the Duan clan will pursue the matter of Duan Lingxing after I refuse? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. You signed a life and death contract with Duan Lingxing, and the Duan clan has absolutely no reason to interfere. However, your decision is undoubtedly placing yourself in danger. That Duan Lingxing's father, the second master of the Duan clan, Duan Rulei, isn't a simple figure. If you return to the Duan clan, it's equivalent to having an additional layer of protection, and Duan Rulei wouldn't dare act rashly. Sima Changfeng spoke frankly with assurance, hitting the nail on the head. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but I've already made up my mind. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He could feel Sima Changfeng's concern from the bottom of his heart, and his heart warmed. However, a mere Duan Rulei was unable to force him to return to the Duan clan. It would be fine if Duan Rulei didn't come looking for trouble, but if he did, Duan Lingtian wouldn't mind turning that cripple into a dead man. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a strand of a cold light that could devour a person. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Sima Changfeng nodded. He was an intelligent person, and knew that if he were to continue speaking, it would only make Duan Lingtian feel disgusted. Very quickly, as if he'd thought of something, Sima Changfeng changed the topic. There's one more thing. The situation at the northwest border has been unstable recently, and it's very likely that a war between the two countries will break out. At that time, once the war breaks out, our Paladin Academy will also send students over as reinforcements, especially students from our Star Mastermind department. If it really comes to that time, would you be interested in going? Once you perform meritorious military service, you'll be able to obtain a title conferred by the imperial family and soar into the sky. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he nodded. If there's really a chance, I'd like to go experience it. As a Special Forces soldier who transmigrated from his previous life's Earth, Duan Lingtian's bones were filled with hot blood. What he yearned for the most was the kind of war that used cold weapons to fight in the ancient times of his previous life. A single achievement could lead to the destruction of 10,000 years. That was the battlefield that belonged to iron-blooded men. The wind blows, the clouds fly, and the brave warriors leave, never to return. What lofty sentiments and lofty aspirations. It's good that you're interested. Sima Changfeng nodded with a smile, then flew down from the large tree, fanned his feather fan, and left in a carefree manner. After Sima Changfeng left, Duan Lingtian sat up. He closed his eyes and started cultivating. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. The origin energy of the 5th level of the core formation stage within his body ceaselessly gushed out and converged at every part of his body, tempering his fleshly body and strengthening his vital energy and blood. An afternoon passed, and his progress was negligible. If this continues, when Kerr and Little Fei step into the origin core stage, I might still be stuck at the core formation stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Sometimes, the slow advancement of the raging python form caused him to have a headache. Although his current strength was considered to be outstanding amongst his peers. But the potential threat he faced now didn't come from his peers. Although he had the inscription to rely on, it wasn't his own strength after all. Occasionally using it was fine, but if he really used it frequently, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he sold his entire fortune. Although I can refine the dragon blood pill in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, and the other materials are ordinary, but where am I supposed to find the main material, dragon blood? Duan Lingtian was extremely vexed. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, if he had the assistance of the dragon blood pill when cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's raging python form, then he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Once he consumed the dragon blood pill, the medicinal strength of the dragon blood pill would be able to instantly help him complete the tempering of his fleshly body at every level. In other words, if he had the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian would be able to be like an ordinary core formation martial artist and directly charge his cultivation level without having to care about tempering his fleshly body. The medicinal strength of the dragon blood pill would help him complete the tempering of his fleshly body in an instant. In this way, his cultivation speed would be able to obtain an extremely great increase. After all, he would be able to skip the step of tempering his fleshly body. At that time, with his natural talent and cultivation level, it wouldn't be difficult for him to catch up to Li Fei and Kerr. Dragon blood pill. Dragon blood. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, even the weakest flood dragon is a void-prying stage demon beast. Even if I really encountered one, how would I obtain its blood? Duan Lingtian felt a slight headache. Right at this moment. Hiss hiss, under Duan Lingtian's sleeve. The little black snake stuck out its small head and stared at Duan Lingtian, flicking its forked tongue as its small eyes moved about. Why did you come out? You're not a dragon. Duan Lingtian glared angrily at the little black snake. Chapter 160. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, dragons were evolved from flood dragons. The flood dragon, on the other hand, evolved from the python. Once a python grew a bump on its head, it meant that it had already started to evolve into a flood dragon. When the bump bloomed and a dragon horn appeared, it would take the form of a flood dragon. Although a flood dragon was still far from a real dragon, it already had the blood of half a dragon flowing in its body. Half a dragon's blood was still dragon's blood. It met the requirements to refine the dragon blood pill. This little fellow used to have a bump on its head, and it bloomed later on to form this sharp golden horn. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, this little fellow is no longer a pure python, but a flood dragon. Duan Lingtian stared at the little black snake with a burning gaze, wishing that he could bleed it right now. Hiss hiss. The little black snake seemed to have realized danger from Duan Lingtian's gaze, and it flicked its tongue a few times before transforming into a bolt of lightning and scuttling back into Duan Lingtian's long sleeve. Little black, don't even think about running. I've decided. I'll bleed you tonight. If your blood can really refine the dragon blood pill, I'll definitely make something delicious for you. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and grabbed the little black snake, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an evil smile. Hiss hiss. The little black snake struggled unceasingly. In the evening, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy together. After parting ways, he directly returned home. After instructing Xiong Quan to buy the other medicinal ingredients needed for the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake that wanted to escape. Scoundrel, what did you do to little black? Why is it so afraid of you? Li Fei was stunned when she saw this scene. Kerr also looked at Duan Lingtian. She noticed that the little white snake that was holding her hand seemed to have noticed something, and its body started to slightly tremble. I'll tell you later. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously and dragged the little black snake back to his room. Duan Lingtian grabbed the little black snake with one hand and pulled out the crepe myrtle flexible sword from his waist with the other. It was as if they were sharpening their swords against pigs and sheep. Hiss hiss. Fear appeared in the little black snake's eyes. "Little Black, listen to me. I just want some of your blood." Duan Lingtian comforted him softly. Under Duan Lingtian's comforting, the restless little black snake finally calmed down. At this time, the crepe myrtle soft sword in Duan Lingtian's hand turned into a sword light and swept towards the little python's body. Clang! Who would have thought that it wouldn't leave a single mark on the little black snake's body? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He didn't expect the little black snake's defense to be so terrifying. Duan Lingtian gradually increased his strength. In the end, he noticed to his astonishment that even if he utilized the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, he was actually unable to tear open Little Black's defense. He gave up. "You're really a little freak. Your defense is so strong. How am I supposed to bleed you?" Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Just when he was thinking if he should ask Duan Lingtian for help, Little Black's eyes swiveled to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze. Then it lightly nodded and bit onto its own tail. Instantly, drop after drop of golden blood dripped down. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate and hurriedly passed over the small bottle he'd prepared earlier, collecting all the golden blood within. After collecting around 10 drops of golden blood, Duan Lingtian noticed that Little Black's eyes that were brimming with vigor had slightly dimmed down. Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly stretched out his hand to press on Little Black's wound, then sent an 8th-grade gold injury pill into Little Black's mouth. After a short moment, Little Black's wound healed, as if it had never been injured. However, Little Black's spirit seemed to be extremely exhausted, and it fell asleep immediately. "Did I put in too much?" Shaking the golden blood in the small bottle, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, and he felt somewhat guilty in his heart. "I hope it's useful. Otherwise, Little Black would have suffered for nothing this time." Duan Lingtian sighed, took out the medicinal cauldron, and started refining the dragon blood pill. The dragon blood pill wasn't difficult to refine. The first step was to completely refine all the other ordinary medicinal ingredients. This step only required an hour. An hour later, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed some anticipation. He took out a drop of golden blood from the small bottle and dripped it into the medicinal cauldron. Duan Lingtian watched without blinking. Bang! Suddenly, the medicinal cauldron emitted a loud sound and started to tremble. Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and he stretched out his hand, fiercely pressing down on the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal cauldron trembled non-stop, and only stopped after a full 10 minutes. "What's going on?" Duan Lingtian was slightly perturbed. Now, he didn't know if the dragon blood pill was successful. Whoosh! A light howl of the wind entered his ears. Duan Lingtian's eyes and hands were swift, and he directly caught a medicinal pill that flew out from the medicinal cauldron. He opened his hand to take a look. This was a medicinal pill that flickered with a golden sheen, and it looked extraordinary. "This is the dragon blood pill?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon blood pill. In almost an instant, Duan Lingtian noticed. When the dragon blood pill entered his body, it actually divided into 2 strands of medicinal strength. One strand of medicinal strength concealed itself within his dantian, whereas the other strand of medicinal strength guided the origin energy within his dantian to whistle out and fuse into every part of his body. When the medicinal strength vanished, he could clearly feel that the tempering of his fleshly body at the 5th level of the core formation stage had been completed. He lightly clenched his fist. Whoosh! Above Duan Lingtian, 14 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Compared to before, there was an extra ancient mammoth strength. "It's done. In the future, I can finally cultivate like a normal core formation martial artist." Why is the other strand of medicinal strength that the dragon blood pill divided into still within my dantian? Duan Lingtian looked into his dantian and noticed that the strand of medicinal strength was like gangrene that had attached itself to the bone, and it stopped within his dantian and didn't leave. In the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, there was no mention of such a situation occurring. Could it be that there's something wrong with the little black snake's golden blood? Forget it, there's no movement anyway, so I'll just ignore it. Duan Lingtian frowned, then relaxed his brows and paid no further attention to it. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes once again and continued cultivating the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, charging towards the 6th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian didn't know that at this moment, the news of him killing Duan Lingxing and his origins had already spread throughout the entire imperial city. No matter if it was the restaurants in the outer city or the inner city, they were all filled with discussions about him. Tian. Li Ro's voice sounded from outside the door, causing Duan Lingtian to be startled awake from his cultivation. "Mom, is something the matter?" Duan Lingtian opened the door as he spoke. He saw his mother, Li Ro, who was standing at the door, had a trace of anger faintly mixed within her peerlessly beautiful face. "Mom, what's wrong?" Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. "Is the news that's spreading outside true? You killed your second uncle's son?" Li Ro's tone was slightly gloomy, as she intentionally suppressed her anger. If it wasn't for her hearing the discussion of the two servant girls in the house, she, who had closed her door and never left the house, would simply not know of the matter that was spreading like wildfire outside. The son of the Duan clan's Duan Rufeng, Duan Lingtian, killed his clan brother Duan Lingxing. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and didn't intend to conceal it. "Why?" Li Ro's voice was filled with anger. "That's your second uncle's son, your clan brother. Mom, come in and have a seat first." Duan Lingtian welcomed his mother into the room, and after letting her sit down, he slowly said, "Mom, no matter how angry you are about this matter, I don't regret it. Could it be that you've forgotten that Li Xian was almost killed by him? At that time, Li Xian blocked that palm strike for me. If it wasn't for Li Xian, I would have been killed by Duan Lingxing. And this time, if it wasn't for him wanting to kill me, he wouldn't have signed a life and death contract. He felt that he would win without a doubt, so he agreed to my life and death challenge. He wanted to kill me. Could it be that I can't kill him?" Duan Lingtian's tone was resolute. After hearing what Duan Lingtian said, Li Ro's expression started to ease up, and she sighed. "Even if he did something wrong, what harm is there in letting him live for your father's sake? That year, your father crippled his father's dantian after all, causing his father to be unable to condense origin energy for his entire lifetime. Mom, you're extremely clear about what happened that year. If it wasn't for that Duan Ru Lei being overbearing, how could Dad have accidentally crippled his dantian? Moreover, that Duan Ru Lei isn't a good person. For the sake of his nephew, he even sent 2 9th-level Origin Core martial artists to kill me yesterday." As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold intent. "What?" Li Ro's face went ghastly pale. "That Duan Ru Lei sent people to kill you?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and spoke of the conflict between him and Duan Rong, as well as what happened after that. "Mom, I know you've always felt guilty for Dad, but that Duan Ru Lei didn't think so. Their entire family wished for nothing more than to tear me into pieces, and I only struck first to gain the initiative." Never mind, never mind." Li Ro shook her head and sighed. "Mom wrongly blamed you for today's matter. However, you must be careful in the future. Also, that second aunt of yours isn't easy to deal with." Li Ro still remembered that after her husband went missing that year, those people that targeted her were practically all instigated by Duan Ru Lei's wife, Yun Ping. Later on, it was precisely because she was worried that Yun Ping would harm Duan Lingtian that she left the Duan clan. "Mom, don't worry." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. "When have you ever seen me do something that I'm not confident in?" Li Ro extended her hand to stroke Duan Lingtian's face, and her clear eyes contained a complicated expression. "Since that time when you were heavily injured by Li Xian, Mom noticed that you've changed a lot. Sometimes, Mom even feels that you've become unfamiliar. However, no matter what you've become, you're still Mom's son in the end. Your filial piety towards Mom hasn't changed at all. Mom is very gratified." When Li Ro spoke halfway, Duan Lingtian's heart jerked, and he only heaved a sigh of relief when Li Ro finished speaking. "Mom, no matter when, I'll always be your son. A son that you can be proud of." Duan Lingtian spoke with a serious expression. "Mom believes you." Chapter 161. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian went to Paladin Academy as usual. Everything seemed to be very calm. But Duan Lingtian knew that all of this was only the calm before the storm. Right now, who knew how many undercurrents were surging in the dark against him? At noon, Duan Lingtian ate with Xiao Yu and the others in the cafeteria as usual. Suddenly, in the distance, a senior student walked over in large strides and passed an invitation to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the third prince, will hold a banquet in the estate in 10 days, inviting the young talents of the imperial city. This is the invitation he asked me to pass to you. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Duan Lingtian's reply before putting down the invitation and turning around to leave. Third prince? Duan Lingtian opened the invitation, and on it were some polite words. The signature was Chu Yang. Duan Lingtian had heard that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family had the surname Chu. Haha! Duan Lingtian, the third prince, is famous for his thirst for talent. The young talents that are invited by him are all dragons amongst men. I'm afraid he's taken a fancy to you this time. Xiao Sun laughed heartily. What kind of person is this third prince? Duan Lingtian put away the invitation and was slightly curious. The invitation was personally written by the third prince, Chu Yang, and his words were extremely casual. There wasn't the slightest trace of a condescending tone, and it was more like he was treating Duan Lingtian with an equal attitude. This was extremely rare in Duan Lingtian's opinion. The third prince is famous in the imperial city for being easy to talk to, and he's also one of the few crown princes with the most support. Xiao Sun slowly said. In recent years, the emperor has aged and is bedridden all year round. It's the time for the throne to change. Including the third prince, the few crown princes are even secretly competing against each other. Duan Lingtian, you have to carefully consider the banquet set up by the third prince in 10 days. Once you go, it means you'll become a thorn in the side of the other princes. Among them is the fifth prince. The fifth prince is also a popular candidate for the next successor to the throne. If you lean towards the third prince's side, even if he knows that you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'm afraid he'll shed all pretense of cordiality with you. After all, your natural talent is too shocking. It's very likely that he'll take you as a potential threat and strangle you in the cradle. Xiao Sun finished speaking in one breath. According to him, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would find an excuse to not attend the banquet. Sometimes there were some things that could not be touched. Once touched, it would lead to disaster. Even the three great clans of the imperial city would generally not allow their direct descendants to be involved in the dispute for the throne. Fifth prince? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. I'm just going to attend a banquet, and he wants to strangle me in the cradle? Duan Lingtian, are you really going to attend the banquet? You have to think carefully. Xiao Sun originally thought that Duan Lingtian would accept his suggestion and not attend the banquet, but now it seemed that Duan Lingtian really intended to attend the banquet. Why wouldn't I go? It's only a meal. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. A meal? The corners of Xiao Sun's mouth twitched, and he gave Xiao Yu a signal with his eyes. But unfortunately, even if Xiao Yu spoke out to persuade him, Duan Lingtian only laughed it off and didn't take this matter seriously. In the afternoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, consumed an origin-increasing pill, and silently cultivated. Now, as long as he had free time, he practically used it all on cultivating. What he wanted to do now was to allow his cultivation to break through to the origin core stage as soon as possible. Once he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to become a grade 8 alchemist and refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, which would allow Xiong Quan's cultivation to recover to the void prying stage. At that time, many of the problems he faced would be easily solved. Unknowingly, dusk arrived. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and leaped down from the large tree, then walked out of Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. It's the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage. Xiao Sun's eyes were sharp as he recognized the carriage that was parked outside Paladin Academy's entrance. Now, besides the carriage driver, there were two other people that each rode a Fergana horse and stood there. A middle-aged soldier that wore light armor, and beside him was a young man that wore casual clothes. The young man was around 20 years old and had the Paladin Academy student token on his waist. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian walk out of Paladin Academy, he said to the middle-aged soldier, "Father, that violet-clothed youth is Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian had just walked out when he noticed the two people beside the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage galloping forward on their horses and walking towards him. After a short moment, the two people dismounted their horses. The middle-aged soldier nodded to Duan Lingtian and asked politely, "May I ask if you're young Master Lingtian?" "You are?" Duan Lingtian had a bewildered expression, as he didn't know this person. "I'm Pang Wu, the Deputy General under Grand General Nye, and this is my son, Pang Rue. I came here today on the orders of the Grand General to invite young Master Lingtian to the Divine Might Marquis Estate for a gathering." Pang Wu spoke respectfully, and he didn't look down on Duan Lingtian in the slightest because Duan Lingtian was only a youth. "The Grand General you speak of is the current Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan?" Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised as he asked curiously. "Exactly." Pang Wu hurriedly nodded. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked. Could it be that the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, knows of my true identity? That's not right. Logically speaking, his disguise technique should be flawless. Then why is it here? Duan Lingtian carried a trace of bewilderment as he bid farewell to Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu, then boarded the Divine Might Marquis Estate's carriage. "Deputy General Pang, do you know why the Divine Might Marquis is looking for me?" Duan Lingtian pulled open the carriage's curtains and asked Pang Wu, who was outside. But unfortunately, Pang Wu didn't know either, as he was only under orders to receive Duan Lingtian. Once again arriving at the Divine Might Marquis Estate, Duan Lingtian had a different feeling. This time, he came to the Divine Might Marquis Estate with his true appearance. Within the Divine Might Marquis Estate's audience hall, Duan Lingtian once again saw the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan. You're the son of my brother Ru Feng, Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian noticed that when Nye Yuan saw him, he was extremely excited. As he thought of what Nye Yuan said, his heart shook. Could it be that the relationship between this Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, and his deadbeat father wasn't ordinary? "Greetings, Marquis." Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to Nye Yuan, which could be considered as a greeting. Nye Yuan didn't mind Duan Lingtian's lack of manners in the slightest. He arrived before Duan Lingtian in a few steps, then extended his hand to grab onto Duan Lingtian's shoulders and patted him, then laughed heartily. "Ru Feng has a good son. Ru Feng has a good son." Nye Yuan's laughter was filled with gratification and wasn't fake in the slightest. Duan Lingtian's heart felt warm. Looks like the relationship between his deadbeat father and this Divine Might Marquis isn't shallow. "Marquis, you're friends with my father?" Duan Lingtian had a bewildered expression as he asked. "Come, sit down first. I'll tell you slowly." After Nye Yuan invited Duan Lingtian to sit down at the side, he had a face full of smiles as he told Duan Lingtian about the past between him and Duan Ruffing. As he spoke, Nye Yuan's eyebrows fluttered, and he seemed to have become younger by a few years. Gradually, Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. It turned out that his deadbeat father was good friends with Nye Yuan. That year, the two of them were students that entered Paladin Academy in the same batch. From the beginning, they got to know each other through a fight, but in the end, they became good friends and good brothers. That year, if it wasn't for me going on an expedition, I wouldn't have let you and your mother go far away. Speaking of this matter, it's all my fault. I've let brother Ru Feng down." Nye Yuan said guiltily. "Marquis, all of this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to blame yourself." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he shook his head. He was able to sense that Nye Yuan was really concerned about him. "Little Tian, you don't have to be courteous before me. That year, when your father was still here, I addressed him as my brother. In the future, you can call me Uncle Nye," Nye Yuan said. In his eyes, there was a doting expression. "Uncle Nye." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile, and he admired Nye Yuan from the bottom of his heart. His deadbeat father had been missing for so many years, yet Nye Yuan was still able to love him to this extent. It was truly rare. "Father, I heard Ling Tian has come?" Right at this moment, a young man slowly walked in from outside the audience hall, and his voice contained slight pleasant surprise mixed within. It was precisely Nye Yuan's son. Nyefun. Little Tian, this is my son, Nyefun. Now that I speak of it, he even carried you when you were still in swaddling clothes all those years ago. Nye Yuan introduced, as expected of the child of Uncle Ru Feng and Aunt Ro. His appearance is handsome and extraordinary, and he's even slightly similar to Uncle Ru Feng all those years ago. Nyefun couldn't help but praise as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Big brother Nye, you're too kind. Even if Duan Lingtian's skin was thick, he still couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Nyefun smiled. Little Tian, you don't know, but when he heard the news about you yesterday, my father still didn't dare believe it, until it was confirmed. Then he immediately asked Uncle Pang to go get you. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration towards Duan Lingtian's actions at Paladin Academy yesterday. A youth that was only 18 years old actually had a cultivation that had stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. As for the matter of Duan Lingtian killing Duan Lingxing, he didn't think much of it. In his eyes, Duan Lingxing was nothing. If Ru Feng knew that he had a son like you, he would surely be gratified. Nye Yuan, this dignified Grand General, vividly displayed the amiability of a senior before Duan Lingtian. I heard the voices of you father and son from far away. This is Ru Feng's son? Suddenly, an aged figure walked in from outside the audience hall. Duan Lingtian glanced over, and the person that entered was precisely the senior marquis. When the senior marquis saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, he was stunned. You? A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He knew that the old man had already recognized him. Accurately speaking, the old man had recognized him as the Lingtian that refined the antidote that day. Although the origin energy in the old man's body was suppressed by the dark nether mink's poison, the spiritual force of a void-prying stage expert still remained. Relying on his acute perception, he was naturally able to detect that Duan Lingtian's aura was similar to Ling Tian's from that day. Father, what's this? Chapter 162. Nyefun looked at his grandfather as well, as he noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right. Are you going to say it yourself, or should I? The old man glanced at Duan Lingtian with a deep meaning, and the corners of his mouth held a smile, as if everything was within his control. Nye Yuan and Nyefun were even more curious, as they didn't know what riddle the old man and Duan Lingtian were talking about. Senior Marquis, it's better if you say it. Duan Lingtian was slightly embarrassed, as he was rather helpless when facing an old fox like this. If it wasn't for my perception that far surpassed an ordinary person, I'm afraid I wouldn't have noticed. Needless to say, your disguise technique is indeed brilliant, Brother Lingtian. The old man's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled, as if he'd said something unimportant. Brother Lingtian. Disguise? Nye Yuan and Nyefun weren't stupid, and they instantly reacted. There seemed to be only one youth that could make the old man call him brother, and it was precisely that mysterious youth, Lingtian, that came to the Divine Might Marquis estate over 2 months ago and refined the antidote medicinal pill for the old man. Little Tian. The brother Lingtian from that day was actually you. Nye Yuan noticed as well that the build and voice of this nephew of his was exactly the same as the violet-clothed youth with an ordinary appearance from that day. In an instant, his face was filled with shock. It's really Brother Lingtian? Nyefun was stunned as well, and he slightly didn't dare believe it. Uncle Nye, big brother Nye, it's me. That day, I didn't know that Uncle Nye and my father had that layer of relationship, so I hope you can forgive me for offending you. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but smile apologetically when he recalled the incident from that day. It was really, as the saying goes, a family that doesn't recognize a family. Brother Lingtian, what are you saying? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid this old life of mine wouldn't be able to live for long. The old man shook his head and sighed, and his gaze was complicated. Never had he imagined that the youth that refined the antidote medicinal pill for him would actually be the son of his son's good friend, Duan Ruffing. Senior Marquis, please don't call me brother. I don't dare to accept it. Duan Lingtian had a bitter smile on his face. It was fine that he didn't acknowledge Nie Yuan back then, but now that he knew of the relationship between the Divine Might Marquis, Nie Yuan, and his cheapskate father, he didn't dare be presumptuous anymore. If his mother found out about this, she would definitely not let him off. Yes, father. Little Tian is right. Nie Yuan also came back to his senses. He looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed heartily. The shock that this nephew of his had brought to him came wave after wave, one after another. An 18-year-old 9th-level core formation martial artist. An 18-year-old 9th-grade alchemist. Any one of these halos was sufficient to shake the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom and make everyone admire them. And now, these two halos had appeared on the youth in front of him at the same time. Ru Feng, if you were still alive, I'm afraid you would wake up laughing in your sleep, right? Nie Yuan sighed inwardly. Then I'll call you Little Tian from now on, and you can call me Grandpa Nie. How does that sound? The old man smiled at Duan Lingtian. Grandpa Nie. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at the old man. Niefan stood at the side and looked at Duan Lingtian. Up until now, he still hadn't recovered from his shock. The shock that Duan Lingtian gave him was too great. Under the invitation of the Divine Might Marquis Estate's grandfather and grandson, Duan Lingtian stayed at the Divine Might Marquis Estate for a meal. Little Tian, is your mother in the Imperial City as well? Nie Yuan asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Have you returned to the Duan clan? Nie Yuan seemed to have thought of something and asked. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then you... Nie Yuan was dazed. I bought a courtyard house in the inner city, and my family lives there. Duan Lingtian smiled. You killed that Duan Lingxing this time and revealed a strength at the 9th level of the core formation stage. With your current natural talent, the Duan clan ought to have sent someone to invite you back, right? Nie Yuan's eyes flickered. He was extremely clear about the matters of those great clans. The natural talent that Duan Lingtian revealed now was sufficient for the Duan clan to put down their pride and rope him in. Uncle Nie has godlike foresight. The Duan clan did indeed send someone to persuade me, but I refused. Duan Lingtian spoke extremely casually, and when he spoke of refusing to return to the Duan clan, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It's good that you refused. The Duan clan actually forced you and your mother to leave that year. Now let them regret it. Nie Yuan didn't have any good impression of the Duan clan. My Divine Might Marquis estate isn't small. Why don't you and your mother move in? There aren't many people in the Imperial City who dare be presumptuous here. As he finished speaking, Nie Yuan had a face full of confidence. Uncle Nie, we're already used to our own courtyard house, so we won't trouble you. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile as he declined Nie Yuan's good intentions. Little Tian, you killed Duan Lingxing. That Duan Ru probably won't let the matter go. Is it safe for you and your mother to live in that courtyard house? Do you need me to send someone to protect you? Nie Yuan was slightly worried. Don't worry, Uncle Nie. They don't have the ability to find that place. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had eaten his fill and stood up. Uncle Nie. Thank you for the dinner. I ought to return now, otherwise my mother will be worried. I'll send you off. Nie Yuan stood up as well, and together with Niefan, they sent Duan Lingtian out of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Meanwhile, the pupils of the few guards at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate couldn't help but constrict. Who the heck is this youth? He's actually able to make the Marquis father and son personally send him off. Uncle Nie, big brother Nie, I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Nie Yuan and Niefan. Then his figure flashed, as if transforming into a spirit serpent as he scuttled to the end of the street and vanished. Father, I truly never imagined that Uncle Ru Feng's son would be even more heaven-defying than him all those years ago. Only when Duan Lingtian's figure vanished before his eyes did Niefan react and sigh with emotion. An 18-year-old 9th-level core formation martial artist, a grade 9 alchemist. Moreover, the tenacity of his disposition is even greater than brother Ru Feng all those years ago. Most importantly, after he found out about the relationship between me and his father, He even intentionally avoided arousing suspicion and wasn't willing to let me help him, as if he was afraid he would owe me a favor. Nye Yuan laughed bitterly. It's really been hard on this child these past few years. A favor? Nye Fun's expression froze. He helped grandfather cure the poison, so it seems that we owe him even more. Duan Lingtian circled around the inner city a few times and only returned home after he noticed that no one was following him. He still sighed with emotion when he recalled what happened today. The Divine Might Marquis estate. In the past, he still had the intention of using it. But now, after he found out about the relationship between the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, and his deadbeat father, he instead dispelled the thought of using the Divine Might Marquis estate. Although, if he had the Divine Might Marquis estate to rely on, then most of the problems he faced now would be easily solved. However, he wasn't willing to do so. His gaze wasn't limited to this tiny Crimson Sky Kingdom. In the future, he would walk out of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and head to an even vaster world. At that time, it would be impossible for him to have an existence similar to the Divine Might Marquis estate to rely on. So now, he'd taken the problems he faced as his touchstone. Everything would be solved by himself, and not by relying on others. Only when he was strong himself would he be truly strong. Of course, Duan Lingtian wasn't a stubborn person. If he really needed to use his trump card, the Divine Might Marquis estate, he would use it appropriately. Duan Lingtian had just returned home. The three beauties in his home came up to greet him with faces full of worry. His mother, Li Ro, was the first to ask, "Tian, why did you return so late today?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Mom, I was invited to dinner by Uncle Nye." "Uncle Nye?" Li Ro wasn't able to react for a moment. The Divine Might Marquis estate's Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan. Duan Lingtian said, "Big brother Nye Yuan?" Li Ro was shocked. Then a light smile appeared on her face. So many years have passed, and he has already inherited the title of Divine Might Marquis. It's rare that he still has the heart to invite you over as soon as he heard of you. Li Ro knew as well that this son of hers was now famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. Could be said that there was no one who didn't know of him. The following 10 days were calm and tranquil. Besides the Duan clan sending people to wait at the entrance of Paladin Academy to persuade Duan Lingtian and make numerous promises that were successively rejected by Duan Lingtian. During these 10 days, Duan Lingtian didn't encounter anything special. The Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, and the imperial family's fifth prince seemed to have completely vanished without a trace overnight. At dusk, after Duan Lingtian separated from Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, he didn't return home but instead headed towards the third prince's estate. The invitation the third prince ordered someone to give him was withdrawn from his spatial ring and stuffed into his pocket. They passed by a secluded alley. Suddenly, hiss hiss, hiss hiss, two small heads popped out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve. A little black snake and a little white snake were currently flicking their tongues as they moved their eyes to stare at Duan Lingtian, and the gold and silver horns on their heads flickered with a faint sheen. "You two little fellows, behave yourselves." Duan Lingtian put away the two little pythons into his sleeve before continuing forward. For safety's sake, he intentionally brought the little white snake along with him when he left today. It was equivalent to having two fourth-level nascent soul stage bodyguards. Moreover, with the little white snake and little black snake speed and body size that were almost negligible, even a fifth-level origin core stage martial artist might die at their hands if he was slightly careless. Although the third prince's estate was spacious, it looked simple and unadorned from the outside. The third prince's estate was not far away. "Go!" A shout sounded out from afar, followed by a wave of deafening sounds of horse hooves. Duan Lingtian glanced over. He saw a blue-clothed young man spurring a Fergana horse over, and his target was the third prince's estate as well. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Chapter 163. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he faced the charging Fergana horse. He clenched his right fist tightly and his muscles bulged. If the other party really drove his horse over, he wouldn't mind sending the other party and his horse flying. The Fergana horse was only a few meters away from Duan Lingtian. Nay, the young man on the Fergana horse instantly tightened his grip on the reins, and the Fergana horse stopped 1 meter away from Duan Lingtian. The young man arrogantly glanced at Duan Lingtian and said in a condescending tone, "Kid, you've got guts. You're lucky. If this wasn't the entrance of the third prince's mansion, you would have already been sent flying by my crimson blood. You'd be dead for sure." Crimson blood was what the young man called his Fergana horse. The meaning behind the young man's words was that he had some misgivings at the entrance of the third prince's mansion. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have already been knocked to death by him. Duan Lingtian calmly looked at the young man, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. "Your luck isn't bad either." As the young man revealed a puzzled expression, Duan Lingtian turned around and walked towards the entrance of the third prince's mansion. Just as he said, the young man's luck was indeed not bad. If the young man hadn't stopped just now, he would have already been sent flying along with his horse. Duan Lingtian still had this bit of confidence. "Lowly commoner." The young man coldly snorted and overtook Duan Lingtian, arriving at the entrance of the third prince's mansion before him. The young man dismounted and handed the reins to a servant of the third prince's mansion. He then handed over an invitation to a middle-aged man who looked like a manager. Under the orders of the middle-aged manager, another servant and the young man walked into the mansion and led the way for the young man. "Guest, please show your invitation." At this time, Duan Lingtian had also arrived at the entrance of the third prince's mansion. The middle-aged manager had a smile on his face, and he didn't dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. The young man that had already entered the estate turned around, and when he saw it was that violet-clothed youth again, he couldn't help but sneer. "Kid, not just anyone has the qualifications to enter the third prince's estate. If you don't have an invitation, then hurry up and go home to drink milk." Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. This person had provoked him time and time again. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? Looking at the back of the young man swaggering away before his eyes, Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. He reached into his bosom and took out the invitation. "Duan Lingtian? So you are young Master Lingtian." After reading the invitation, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up. His face was filled with humility and reverence. The third prince had instructed that if this young man came, he must receive him with the highest level of respect. He did not dare to be negligent. "Young Master Lingtian, this way please." The middle-aged manager took a deep breath and personally led the way for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian indifferently nodded, then followed behind the middle-aged manager and walked into the third prince's estate. "He's Duan Lingtian?" Only that Duan Lingtian, who recently rose to fame in the imperial city, is able to make the manager personally lead the way. The young man that entered before seems to be the #1 disciple of the Su clan's branch family. Su Lan, right? He seemed to be mocking Duan Lingtian earlier. Although that Su Lan's strength isn't low, in terms of natural talent, he can't compare to Duan Lingtian. A few servants whispered to each other. Along the way, Duan Lingtian noticed that this third prince should be a person who knew how to live. Such a large estate was filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs. There were even some rare medicinal herbs. Under the middle-aged manager's lead, Duan Lingtian quickly arrived at a spacious artificial lake in the inner courtyard. Currently, the sky was gradually darkening, but a building that stood in the center of the artificial lake was brightly lit. Occasionally, laughter could be heard, and it was extremely lively. The Su clan's young master Su Lan has arrived. Before long, a sonorous voice sounded from the front. "Su Lan." Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised. The young man that provoked him earlier was actually a member of the Su clan? No wonder he was so arrogant. However, Shao Sun seemed to have said that the 3 great clans of the imperial city had always prohibited direct descendant disciples from participating in the struggle for imperial power. In this case, this Su Lan shouldn't be a direct descendant of the Su clan. Greetings to the third prince and princess by Yao. Under the middle-aged manager's lead, Duan Lingtian had just walked onto the wooden bridge that led to the building in the center of the lake when he heard Su Lan's humble and respectful voice. Princess Bai Yao? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Presently, he had already been in the imperial city for a few months and knew many things about the imperial city in detail. Princess Bai Yao was the current emperor's most beloved daughter. She was also publicly acknowledged as the #1 beauty in the imperial city. The #1 beauty in the imperial city. I wonder how she compares to my family's Ke and little Fei? Curiosity arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. No matter if it was Ke or Li Fei, they were both top-notch beauties he'd seen since arriving in this world. Among the women he'd seen, only the Shao clan's Shao Lan, Shao Yu's little sister that was as beautiful as a celestial maiden, could compare to them. Besides her, he'd never seen another woman that could be mentioned in the same breath as these two women. Your Highness, young Master Ling Tian has arrived. The middle-aged manager's footsteps were steady as he brought Duan Ling Tian to the building in the center of the lake and spoke respectfully. Instantly, the gaze of the young man that sat at the head of the building in the center of the lake abruptly lit up. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian walked into the building in the center of the lake as well. With a single glance, an amiable-looking young man in a golden robe sat at the head of the table. The young man was around 26 or 27 years old and had a dignified expression between his brows. He'd inherited the dignity of a member of the imperial family. Third Prince. Duan Lingtian guessed the identity of this person and lightly nodded with a smile, which could be considered as a greeting. Audacious! Right at this moment, the old man that stood behind the golden-robed young man frowned and shouted in a stern voice. The terrifying voice was condensed from origin energy, and it directly pierced into Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Duan Lingtian's formidable spiritual force instantly dispelled this voice. His expression didn't change as he calmly swept the old man with his gaze before looking at the young girl that sat on the right side of the third prince. The young girl's age was similar to his, around the age of 18. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and an extraordinary bearing. Beautiful hair that draped over her shoulders fell behind her like a waterfall. Her pretty cheeks caused one to be unable to refrain from feeling pity with a single glance. Her small mouth that was like a cherry even caused one to have the desire to kiss and suck on it. In terms of appearance, this young girl wasn't inferior to Ke and Li Fei. As expected of the #1 beauty in the imperial city. She's comparable to my family's Ke and little Fei. Duan Lingtian quickly recovered from his shock and lightly smiled to the young girl. Princess Bai Yao. From Duan Lingtian greeting the third prince to being fiercely shouted at by the old man to bowing to Princess Bai Yao, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The old man's eyes emitted surprise and bewilderment. A mere 9th-level core formation martial artist was actually able to block his origin energy condensed from origin energy. This caused him to feel slight disbelief. Haha! The third prince laughed heartily. I've long since heard of Brother Ling Tian's great name. Now that I've met you today, you really do deserve your reputation. I originally thought that Brother Ling Tian might not pay attention to my invitation, but I never imagined that Brother Ling Tian would really come. You've truly given me a pleasant surprise. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Third Prince is too kind. I'm only an ordinary person, and being able to be invited by Third Prince is my honor. Brother Lingtian is so young, yet so neither servile nor overbearing. It's truly hard to come by. Brother Lingtian, please sit. The Third Prince abruptly stood up and invited Duan Lingtian to the seat on the left side of the head seat. This seat was obviously intentionally left empty. Thank you, Third Prince. Duan Lingtian wasn't courteous and directly sat down. At this moment, numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian from the seats below. The owners of these gazes were basically all young men between the ages of 20 to 25. All of them revealed arrogant gazes, and looking at their clothes and temperaments, they were obviously people of extraordinary birth. They were originally curious about who the third prince intentionally prepared a seat on the side of the head seat was actually left for. Now, they came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that it was left for this youth whose reputation had recently risen in the imperial city. On one side of the third prince's head seat was Princess Bai Yao, and on the other side was Duan Lingtian. No one would say anything if Princess Bai Yao sat there. But Duan Lingtian. Presently, many of the young geniuses present had unswerving gazes. Of course, they didn't dare to make things difficult for the third prince. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and they were extremely unfriendly. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed these gazes, but he didn't mind. His gaze landed on Su Lan in the distance. At this moment, Su Lan's gaze was slightly unnatural. He never would have thought that the violet-clothed youth he met outside the third prince's estate was actually the Duan Lingtian that had recently given rise to much discussion in the imperial city. However, when he recalled a matter he heard 2 days ago, he calmed down in his heart. His gaze was fierce and without the slightest trace of fear. He looked straight at Duan Lingtian. "So you're that Duan Lingtian. I heard that the Duan clan has repeatedly invited you back, but you've always refused. No wonder you don't even have a decent horse and can only walk to the third prince's estate." Su Lan looked at Duan Lingtian and his brows raised as he spoke indifferently, and his words were filled with ridicule. The third prince attaching so much importance to Duan Lingtian caused him to feel a wave of displeasure in his heart. Now it was as if he'd found a vent. "I've heard of this matter as well. I was wondering why a direct descendant of the Duan clan would attend the third prince's banquet. So it turns out that he's already taken the initiative to leave the Duan clan. Brother Lingtian, what courage!" A blue-clothed youth that sat across from Su Lan narrowed his eyes into a line. Although he addressed Duan Lingtian as a brother, the ridicule within his words was something that anyone present could discern. The deeds of Duan Lingtian had recently given rise to much discussion in the imperial city, and all the young geniuses present had more or less heard of it. If Duan Lingtian was still a direct descendant of the Duan clan, they might be somewhat fearful of him. However, Duan Lingtian refused to return to the Duan clan. Without the support of the Duan clan, even if his natural talent was strong, even if he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18, so what? The Crimson Sky Kingdom never lacked geniuses. Chapter 164. Princess Bai Yao gazed at Duan Lingtian. Her clear eyes that were like water were incomparably calm when Duan Lingtian had just appeared. But now, traces of ripples had appeared within them. This youth was completely different from the people she usually saw. Now, when faced with the mockery and ridicule of others, he was still able to stay out of it and remain indifferent. It was difficult to imagine that a youth would actually have such terrifying mental fortitude. "Young Master Duan, Bai Yao has heard of your deeds since long ago, and I admire you greatly in my heart. Bai Yao uses tea as wine to toast you." Finally, Princess Bai Yao spoke, and her voice that was like a silver bell suppressed the mockery and ridicule of the crowd of young geniuses towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. He was able to discern that this Princess Bai Yao was helping him. Now, even the host, the third prince, was watching coldly from the sidelines and didn't speak. This Princess Bai Yao is really pure. Being able to stay true to herself in the scheming and deceitful imperial family is hard to come by. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Then he picked up his wine cup and nodded to Princess Bai Yao. Downing the wine in the cup in one gulp, he laughed heartily. "I've long since heard that Princess Bai Yao is the #1 beauty in the imperial city. Now that I've met you today, your reputation is well-deserved. I wonder who has the fortune of marrying Princess Bai Yao as his wife in the future. It would absolutely be that person's good fortune accumulated from 3 lifetimes. Young Master Duan must be joking." Even though Princess Bai Yao was used to hearing flattery, she couldn't help but blush at this moment, and her heartbeat slightly sped up as well. Seeing Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao chatting happily as if there was no one there, the jealous gazes of the young geniuses present when they looked at Duan Lingtian deepened by a bit. "Today, I'm indebted to everyone for coming to this banquet. Let me toast everyone." The third prince, who'd been silently waiting for the situation to develop, noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right. and he raised his wine cup to break this atmosphere that was filled with sour jealousy. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc. This third prince is really not a simple figure. Right now, he even had some suspicions that the third prince had intentionally been testing him from the moment he had sat in this seat. However, he couldn't figure it out. If the third prince was really testing him, what was the point of him doing this? Gently shaking his head, Duan Lingtian stopped thinking about it. In any case, he was here to eat and drink for free today. What did other things have to do with him? As long as these people didn't cross the line, he would just treat them as a bunch of mad dogs barking. If he went too far, he was not someone to be trifled with. When he thought up to here, a strand of dense cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's calm eyes. During the banquet, most of the young geniuses present were trying to strike up a conversation with Princess Biao. Perhaps, in their opinion, if they were able to embrace this beauty, they would be able to achieve a meteoric rise and soar into the heavens. After all, Princess Biao was the emperor's most beloved daughter. If he could become the emperor's son-in-law, it would mean that he could save 30 years of hard work. Only Duan Lingtian continued to drink and eat. In his eyes, the pretentiousness of a group of young talents was no different from a monkey show. The surprise in the third prince's eyes was even greater. He discovered that this Duan Lingtian was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. He originally thought that even if a mere youth had a high natural talent in the martial Tao, he was still inexperienced and could be made use of. However, at this moment, he instead realized that the youth's wisdom surpassed any of the young geniuses he'd invited. Even he was somewhat unable to see through this youth. He suddenly felt that if he wanted to control this youth, it was practically impossible. Brother Lingtian, the third prince, suddenly spoke. A wise light flashed within his eyes. As soon as the third prince spoke, the building at the center of the lake became completely silent. Even the group of young talents that were displaying their elegance in front of Princess Biao had now restrained themselves. Their gazes once again descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian originally thought that he would be able to eat and drink in peace, then leave without a care in the world. But now, when he noticed the trace of a smile on the corners of the third prince's mouth, his heart jolted as he suddenly had an ominous premonition. As expected, the third prince looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Speaking of which, this sister of mine has now reached the age of marriage. The person she admires the most in her life is your father, Duan Ruffeng, the peerless genius whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the past. She even took him to be her idol. She even once boasted that if she were to marry in this lifetime, she would surely marry a figure that was as outstanding as Duan Ruffeng. In my opinion, the elegance that Brother Lingtian has displayed now surpasses your father's in the past. The third prince's words seemed to have a hidden meaning, and he glanced ambiguously at Duan Lingtian. Third brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Princess Biao's beautiful face froze, and she was completely stunned. When did she say something like this? In next to no time, she noticed. The gazes that all the young talents present looked at Duan Lingtian now seemed to contain a sense of hostility. The intelligent her understood her third brother's intentions at the first possible moment. She was slightly enraged in her heart, but in the end, due to their sibling relationship, she didn't expose it in the end. When she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her with a puzzled expression, the corners of her mouth curled into a bitter smile, and she lightly shook her head. When Duan Lingtian looked at Princess Biao, he saw the innocence in Princess Biao's eyes, and at the same time, he felt Princess Biao's helplessness. In an instant, he understood the third prince's intentions. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Is this third prince so amiable and easy to get along with? For the first time, a trace of disgust arose in his heart towards the third prince. However, he didn't expose it, as he wasn't the slightest bit afraid of the gazes of jealousy and hatred that descended onto him. He looked at the third prince and lightly smiled. If it's like this, then I hope third prince can slightly grant me and your sister's wish, and allow me to accompany her for a stroll around this lake. How about it? The third prince's expression froze. Never had he imagined that this Duan Lingtian's face would be so thick, to actually take advantage of the situation, just when he was slightly at a loss for words. Duan Lingtian, who do you think you are, actually daring to be so presumptuous in front of the third prince? Su Lan's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice, as if he wanted to be in the limelight in front of the third prince and Princess Biao. You're called Su Lan, right? Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and his gaze descended onto Su Lan as he asked indifferently. That's right. I'm Su Lan. Su Lan raised his head with an arrogant expression. Su Lan? Who do you think I am? But I wonder who you are? I'm talking to the third prince, and the third prince hasn't even opened his mouth. Yet you've already seized the limelight. Looks like you completely don't place the third prince in your eyes. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an evil smile, and his voice gradually became louder. As he finished speaking, he was imposing and awe-inspiring. Instantly, Su Lan was terrified to the point his face went ghastly pale. Third prince, I didn't mean it that way. Su Lan looked at the third prince and hurriedly explained, and it was simply as if he was trying to hide something. The third prince glanced at Su Lan, and within his calm gaze was a trace of displeasure mixed within, but he quickly recovered his amiable and approachable appearance. Duan Lingtian became vigilant. This third prince was simply a smiling tiger. This kind of person was extremely terrifying. Their words were honey-mouthed and their hearts were filled with daggers. Brother Lingtian, I naturally have no objections to what you said. The third prince slowly spoke. When Princess Biao heard what the third prince said, her heartbeat abruptly sped up, and she secretly glanced at Duan Lingtian as a wisp of crimson appeared on her beautiful face. Do I really want to tour the lake with him? However, the gaze Duan Lingtian looked at the third prince didn't change from the beginning until the end, because he discerned from the third prince's gaze that it was impossible for the third prince to agree so readily. As expected, the third prince's gaze then descended onto the other young geniuses present. But, in this way, it would be slightly unfair to everyone present. In this way, in Cloud Continent, the strong are respected, and most of the young geniuses present are first-rate figures at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Brother Ling Tian, if you're able to defeat them and make them wholeheartedly convinced, I presume they wouldn't have any objections. Everyone, what do all of you think? The third prince's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian for a moment before moving onto the group of people present. Third prince is wise. Exactly. Instantly, all the young geniuses rubbed their palms together, seeming as if they wanted to show off in front of the third prince and Princess Biao. Third prince, although we're all at the 9th level of the core formation stage like Duan Lingtian, he has a grade 7 spirit weapon after all. If he were to rely on the might of his spirit weapon, it would seem to be slightly unfair. A few astute people couldn't help but speak out. It was widely rumored that the reason Duan Lingtian was able to kill Duan Lingxing, who was at the same cultivation level as him, was because of the grade 7 spirit weapon in his possession. This point wasn't a secret within the imperial city. Noticing the third prince looking over, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Then I won't use a spirit weapon. Brother Lingtian is straightforward as expected. Then it's like this. Those who compete with Brother Lingtian are not allowed to use any external strength. The third prince laughed heartily, and a trace of a scheming light flashed within his eyes. Everyone present, including him, didn't think that after Duan Lingtian lost his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would still be able to firmly suppress other 9th level core formation martial artists. Normally speaking, when martial artists of the same cultivation level battle, their strength would be the same. The only difference was the martial skill level. Only with a high martial skill level would one be able to gain the upper hand. Now, the group of young geniuses he invited were practically all genius martial artists between the ages of 20 and 25, and had cultivated martial skills for many years. In terms of martial skills, they weren't inferior to Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Third brother, Princess Biao had been enduring since the beginning, but now, when she saw Duan Lingtian become the public enemy of the young geniuses present under the third prince's deliberate guidance, she was angered to the point her beautiful face flushed red, and she couldn't help but speak out. Her patience had reached its limit. Biao, Don't worry, it's only a spar. Your sweetheart will be fine. The third prince lightly smiled, and as he finished speaking, he intentionally emphasized his tone. The expressions of the young geniuses present went grim when they heard this. Chapter 165. Sweetheart? Princess Bai Yao's beautiful face went pale. Princess, it's just as third prince said. It's only a spar. You don't have to worry. Just when Princess Bai Yao was about to refute, Duan Lingtian spoke first and stopped her. Princess Bai Yao's beautiful face froze, and her pair of watery eyes spun with flowing lights that converged onto Duan Lingtian's body with a trace of bewilderment mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded to Princess Bai Yao, then opened his mouth and mouthed, "Don't worry." This was what Duan Lingtian mouthed. Princess Bai Yao's expression eased up slightly when she saw this, and she once again sat back down. She was extremely curious. Where did this youth that was similar in age to her get such strong confidence from? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was very straightforward, and his figure flashed to descend onto an empty space in the building at the center of the lake. Who's going to be the first? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze swept past the young geniuses present. Presently, these people were eager to give it a try, as if every single one of them wanted to step on him to get to the top. "I'll do it!" Accompanied by a light shout, an azure-clothed young man descended onto the arena and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The person that entered the arena was none other than Su Lan, third prince. Meanwhile, Su Lan looked at third prince and said respectfully, "As the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes. I'm both at the 9th level of the core formation stage as Duan Lingtian, and only by fighting with all our strength can we determine a victor. At that time, if there's a casualty, then it's something that can't be avoided." Third prince's eyes focused as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, what do you think?" Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. "Of course." Princess Bai Yao's face went pale once more when she heard third prince. Just when she wanted to speak, she noticed that Duan Lingtian gave her a reassuring gaze. Although she didn't speak again, there was still a trace of worry in her eyes. When she first saw Duan Lingtian, although Duan Lingtian was extraordinarily handsome, she did not have any reaction. She had seen too many handsome men. When she saw Duan Lingtian still maintain a calm and composed smile when facing the ridicule of the group of young geniuses, she realized that Duan Lingtian's smile had affected her, as if it had tugged at the string in her heart. He had never had such a feeling before. Now that she saw that Duan Lingtian was in danger, she broke out in cold sweat for the Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I will kill you." The corners of Su Lan's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He opened his mouth, and although he didn't make a sound, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly see the shape of his mouth. "You want me to die?" Duan Lingtian didn't mind. In this world, there were many people that wanted him dead. But wasn't he still alive and well? One must know one's limits. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as a trace of a bright light flashed within his eyes as he spoke indifferently. What he said was extremely sudden. Amongst the people present, only Su Lan was able to understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Su Lan's face sank as he burst into rage. "You're courting death." Instantly, Su Lan's eyes went cold, and his figure moved as if transforming into a cheetah as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Everywhere he passed, the curtains at the side of the buildings at the center of the lake rustled as if they were being blown by a strong wind. 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Lan. He exerted his full strength the moment he attacked. The movement technique Su Lan executed now was obviously a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the perfection stage, and his speed almost reached the limit of the 9th level of the core formation stage, of course. This was only relative to an ordinary 9th level core formation stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian wasn't within this category. The third prince sat at the head seat as he watched this scene with a smile on his face, and a strand of dense cold light flickered within the depths of his eyes. Even though it was the first time he'd met Duan Lingtian. However, he felt a trace of threat from Duan Lingtian. He had a sudden premonition that Duan Lingtian's existence would very likely become an obstacle to his ascension to the throne. So now, he wished for nothing more than for Su Lan to kill Duan Lingtian. Princess Baiyao clenched her fists tightly, not daring to close her eyes as her heart rose to her throat. At this moment, only the violet-clothed youth that stood there without moving like a mountain remained in her eyes. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Su Lan arrived before Duan Lingtian, and when he saw Duan Lingtian not moving in the slightest, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Great net palm. High-grade, profound rank martial skill. Opening his hand, his origin energy skyrocketed, and palm images that covered the sky howled as they descended, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Su Lan's attack was about to descend onto Duan Lingtian. No! Princess Baiyao exclaimed in surprise as she abruptly stood up. This Duan Lingtian is truly arrogant. The same thought arose within the hearts of the remaining group of young geniuses, and the corners of their mouths curled into cold smiles. They all thought that Duan Lingtian would die for sure. A smile bloomed on the third prince's face as well. Su Lan's eyes emitted madness. As far as he was concerned, once his palm descended, this youth that caused him to be envious would completely vanish from this world. Instantly, a trace of delight appeared on the corners of his mouth. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's body lightly trembled, and the strength of nearly 13 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Above him, only 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Greater teleportation. The defensive martial skill was circulated. At the instant Su Lan's palm descended, a layer of defensive chi appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! Su Lan's palm descended, and it just happened to slap onto Duan Lingtian's defensive chi. Ah! In almost an instant, Su Lan emitted a shrill cry, and his right hand that struck out with his palm was forcefully torn apart at the shoulder by the force of the teleportation. His hand flew far away, and with a plop, it fell into the artificial lake. At this moment, the defensive chi on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body shook and shattered into pieces. Duan Lingtian's face flushed red. Although he had the defensive chi protecting his body, Su Lan's palm strike that relied on the strength of 12 ancient mammoths wasn't so easy to withstand, and there was still a portion of it that affected his body. Fortunately, the strength of his fleshly body's vital energy and blood far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. Otherwise, when Su Lan's palm descended, even if he exerted the strength of nearly 13 ancient mammoths and derived a defensive chi, his internal organs would surely be shaken and injured. A defensive martial skill was able to completely offset an offensive martial skill of the same cultivation level, but it was only relative to a lower-level martial artist. At the 9th level of the core formation stage, the existence of a defensive chi barrier that easily possessed the strength of over 10 ancient mammoths was no longer so exaggerated. Star transposition. Everyone present, including the third prince and the old man behind him, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They were able to discern that the defensive martial skill Duan Lingtian executed was precisely the Shao clan's strongest defensive martial skill, star transposition. They were slightly absent-minded. How could Duan Lingtian know star transposition that the Shao clan didn't pass down to outsiders? Su Lan's body shook as his arm was severed. He was barely able to stand firm, but he was in an extremely sorry state. No! In the next moment, Su Lan's pupils constricted, and his face went ghastly pale as he let out a shrill cry. He saw that Duan Lingtian had moved. Currently, his most important right arm was crippled, and he was utterly unable to block Duan Lingtian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Duan Lingtian instantly closed in on Su Lan. Dragon's Finishing Touch. Duan Lingtian didn't even wave his hands to draw a dragon, but instead directly pointed out with his finger. A piercing howl sounded out as it flashed towards Su Lan's chest. Su Lan's face went serious as he desperately urged his defensive martial skill. A layer of defensive chi barrier appeared on the surface of his body. Defensive chi barrier? Is it of any use? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. His finger descended, accompanied by an awe-inspiring strong wind, and it indeed encountered a considerable amount of resistance when it touched the defensive chi barrier on Su Lan's chest, however. Duan Ling Tian exerted force once more, his finger piercing through the defensive chi barrier and directly pointing at Su Lan's heart. The terrifying force of his finger gushed in, instantly shattering Su Lan's heart. Bang! Su Lan's body trembled. His eyes stared wide open as he fell limp to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. Dead. Su Lan's corpse lay on the ground, fresh blood gushing out from his severed arm, beautiful and dazzling. Sigh! I already told you, a person must know their limits. Duan Lingtian squatted down and extended his hand to help Su Lan close his eyes that were wide open in death. He pretended to sigh before standing up once more and looking at the distant group of young geniuses that had long since been scared to the point their faces were ghastly pale. Now, who wants to come down and give me some guidance? Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past these so-called young geniuses one by one. Instantly, the group of young geniuses looked at each other, but not a single one of them had the guts to stand out. They'd all witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. If it was said that before this, they'd thought that Duan Lingtian's strength was relying on his grade 7 spirit weapon. Now, they understood that even if Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit weapon, he still wasn't someone that an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist could defeat. They glanced at Su Lan's corpse and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They rejoiced that they didn't leave the battlefield before Su Lan did. Otherwise, they could imagine that the ones who would surely die would be them. Third Prince. How about it? After disdainfully sweeping the group of so-called young geniuses with his gaze, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the Third Prince. Although the Third Prince still had a smile on his face, it was a smile that was slightly unnatural. I never imagined that Brother Ling Tian actually cultivated the Shao clan's star shift. However, whether my sister is willing to tour the lake with you will depend on her own decision. Third Prince doesn't have to worry about that. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Then his figure moved like a gust of wind to float to Princess Bai Yao's side. He extended his hand and domineeringly grabbed onto Princess Bai Yao's soft hand and pulled her up. Princess Bai Yao's delicate body trembled as if she'd been electrocuted, and her cheeks flushed red. It was the first time in her life that a man had held her hand like this. Princess, accompany me for a walk. How about it? Duan Lingtian nodded to Princess Bai Yao and lightly smiled. Princess Bai Yao lightly nodded with a bashful expression. Chapter 166. The Third Prince took a deep breath, then coldly swept the remaining young geniuses with his gaze and said indifferently, "Everyone, today's banquet ends here. You can all disperse." The group of youths noticed the Third Prince's suppressed rage, and they respectfully replied before turning around and leaving. After walking out of the building at the center of the lake, Duan Lingtian let go of Princess Bai Yao's hand and smiled apologetically. "Princess, I've offended you." Princess Bai Yao's heart trembled. Even she didn't know why, but when Duan Lingtian let go of her hand, a trace of disappointment faintly arose in her heart. "It's fine." Princess Bai Yao lightly shook her head, and her cheeks were still crimson red. A pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl began to leisurely stroll around the artificial lake. "I apologize on behalf of Third Brother for today's matter. Third Brother wasn't like this in the past, and I don't know why he would target you like this." Princess Bai Yao lightly sighed. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc. Even he didn't know why the Third Prince would target him like this. How could he have known that the Third Prince had a suspicious nature, and after seeing how unfathomable he was and feeling unable to control him, the Third Prince subconsciously believed that Chun-Shi was a threat and wanted to get rid of him. Sometimes, as a member of the imperial family, it was that simple to get rid of a person, and no reason was required. Subsequently, the two of them didn't speak as they silently circled around the man-made lake. "All right, Princess, I should return as well." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Princess Bai Yao. He had a rather good impression of this kind-hearted young girl. "Okay." Princess Bai Yao lightly nodded, then asked, Will we meet again in the future? There will be a chance. Duan Lingtian nodded, then turned around and left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar, Princess Bai Yao heaved a sigh of relief and faintly sighed. Bai Yao, you can't like him. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared beside Princess Bai Yao. Third brother, why? Princess Bai Yao looked at the third prince, and a trace of unwillingness appeared within her eyes. He's not suitable for you. The third prince's answer was extremely simple. Not suitable? Bitterness surfaced on the corners of Princess Bai Yao's mouth as she shook her head. Soon after, her voice became much colder. Thank you, third brother, for your hospitality these past few days. I will return to the Imperial Palace early in the morning tomorrow. Third brother, please help me prepare. The third prince frowned. He could tell that his sister had really fallen for that young man. Uncle Hu, clean it up. I don't want to leave any trouble behind. Suddenly, the third prince opened his mouth, as if he was talking to the air. Yes, an aged voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, an aged figure disappeared into the darkness of the night. After Duan Lingtian left the third prince's mansion, he went back to his own house. I didn't expect my charm to be so great. A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He was naturally able to see the feelings that Princess Bai Yao revealed when she looked at him. However, he didn't have any other intentions towards Princess Bai Yao. Perhaps it was because of Princess Bai Yao's complicated identity, or perhaps it was because of the two little girls at home. I'll leave everything to fate. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian didn't think about it any further. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian had already walked half the distance. Now, he took a shortcut and walked into a remote alley. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons under his sleeve were slightly restless. Instantly, Duan Lingtian stopped moving with a vigilant expression. Right at this moment, his formidable spiritual force faintly noticed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from the shadows. Who is it? Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but change. Not bad. You're only at the 9th level of the core formation stage, yet you're able to notice my existence. Needless to say, you're very special. A hoarse voice sounded from the other end of the alley. Under the moonlight, the old man's face was completely revealed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It's you. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Wasn't the old man that stood behind the third prince tonight the same old man that stood behind the third prince? If I'm not wrong, there ought to be some secrets on your body. Even my origin energy condensed into sound was actually unable to harm you. It's truly strange. The old man slowly walked closer with a pair of eyes that flickered with a bright light and emitted a strange sheen. The third prince sent you here? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, he was able to faintly sense the old man's cultivation. Although this old man was inferior to the divine might Marquis Nyayuan, he wasn't easy to deal with. He was at least a 7th level core formation martial artist, or even an 8th level core formation martial artist. The old man didn't answer Duan Lingtian and continued to slowly walk closer. I want to know the reason. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he spoke in a suppressed and low voice. The reason is, you're too showy, causing His Highness to feel threatened. Also, you shouldn't have profaned the princess. The old man's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell and emitted a bone-piercing coldness. Showy? Shouldn't have profaned the princess? This is also a reason. Duan Lingtian's face sank. What was the difference between the third prince's actions and disregard for human life? Before this, although he realized that the third prince might not like him, he never imagined that the third prince would want his life. Slight anger appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Then, Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze descended onto the old man as he coldly said, I'll give you a chance. Leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian only had 2 bone corrosion inscriptions in his possession that could annihilate an ordinary nascent soul martial artist, and he wasn't willing to waste one. That was a few millions of silver. Even if he only used one, his heart would ache for a long time. So he gave the old man a chance now. If the old man didn't know what was good for him, then no matter how much his heart ached, for the sake of his life, he would still use the bone corrosion inscription and annihilate the old man. If money is gone, it can be earned again. If one's life is gone, then there's nothing left. Shameless boasting. Let me see how you take my life. The old man sneered. Obviously, he didn't take Duan Lingtian's words to heart, and only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying and stalling for time. Suddenly, the old man moved, swift like a bolt of lightning, attacking like the wind, as if transforming into a rock that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian felt a formidable aura sweep over, pressuring him to the point he couldn't catch his breath and was on the verge of suffocating. He could vaguely see that above the old man, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Bang! The old man slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy slowly condensed to gradually condense into form. Humph! Since you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. His hand flashed past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. At the instant the old man's palm condensed into form, Duan Lingtian activated the bone-devouring inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword as well. OM! Instantly, a strand of gray flowing light leaped about on the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the flowing light was swift like a bolt of lightning as it flashed out. No! The old man's pupils constricted, and at the instant he reacted, the gray flowing light had already pierced into his body. In an instant. Ah! The old man's shrill and miserable cry caused even Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard it. This bone-devouring inscription was too overbearing. In the next moment, the old man's shrill cries stopped abruptly, and his body trembled as the origin energy in his body completely dispersed. Not only that, the old man's body seemed to have suddenly transformed into a pile of mud, instantly collapsing, and the bones in his entire body were completely corroded, transforming into nothingness. Even though Duan Lingtian had killed many people, he still felt nauseous at this moment. It was the first time he'd seen someone die in such a way. It was equivalent to the bones in his entire body turning into ashes, and only his skin and flesh remained. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to take another look, and he directly ignited his pill flame, burning the old man's miserable corpse into ashes. In the end, Duan Lingtian found the old man's spatial ring from the ashes, and only then did he leave. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring. F***K. When Duan Lingtian saw everything within the spatial ring, his face flushed red, and he couldn't help but curse. Within the spatial ring, a large pile of silver bills were neatly arranged, and most of them were silver bills with a denomination of 10,000 silver. Duan Lingtian roughly estimated that the silver bills piled up within the spatial ring added up to at least 70 to 80 million silver. He wouldn't be the manager of the third prince's estate, right? Duan Lingtian was overjoyed in his heart as he guessed in his heart. Third prince, you've given me a generous gift this time. Duan Lingtian's face was suffused with a smile. Luckily, this old fellow wasn't scared off by me earlier. Otherwise, I would have brushed shoulders with these 70 to 80 million silver bills. Thinking of what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian had a lingering fear in his heart. He could imagine that if the old man knew of Duan Lingtian's current thoughts, even if he were to walk on the road to the netherworld, he would surely not be at peace. A single bone-eroding inscription is worth at most 3 million taels of silver. I've made a huge profit from this deal. On the way back, Duan Lingtian beamed with joy. Over 3 million silver in exchange for 70 to 80 million silver bills was a sizable profit, and it was one of a kind. That Duan Roulé is in charge of so many properties of the Duan clan. He surely has a shocking amount of wealth in his hands. If he doesn't have eyes and still comes looking for trouble with me, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and a trace of greed arose within his eyes. Tonight's matter had undoubtedly allowed him to taste the sweetness. And that fifth prince, his family's manager, surely has a lot of money, right? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian realized that he had returned to the entrance of his home. Because Duan Lingtian had been notified beforehand, the three beauties at home weren't too worried about him. However, after Duan Lingtian returned, the two little girls still gathered around him, inquiring about what happened at the banquet with curious expressions. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't tell them the truth, or else they would be worried again. Chapter 167. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian called Xiong Quan over and passed him a large pile of silver. Take these 50 million silver and continue to purchase the materials I asked you to buy last time. Duan Lingtian instructed. 50 million silver? Xiong Quan was stunned. Where did the young master get so much money? However, he was an intelligent person and didn't ask any questions as he respectfully put away the silver. Yes, young master. Duan Lingtian returned to his room and used the last batch of materials Xiong Quan bought last time to once again inscribe a bone corrosion inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the might of the bone corrosion inscription. Even the old man beside the third prince, an existence at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, didn't even have the time to react before being struck. The bones in his entire body turned into ashes, and he was deader than dead. To Duan Lingtian, the bone corrosion inscription was a life-saving talisman. He could imagine that, if it wasn't for the bone corrosion inscription tonight, he would have already been killed by the old man beside the third prince. Third prince, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember your gift today. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form until late into the night before falling asleep. The next morning, Duan Lingtian went to class in the Star Mastermind Department's classroom as usual. During this time, someone came to look for Sima Chongfeng. Sima Chongfeng left for a while before returning. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange gaze. Duan Lingtian, come with me. Although Duan Lingtian felt it was strange, he still followed Sima Chongfeng out. Teacher, did you call me out for something? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. Someone wants to see you, Sima Chongfeng said. Just when Duan Lingtian was wondering who wanted to see him, Sima Chongfeng had already brought him to an empty space at a corner of Paladin Academy. There was a luxurious carriage parked there. 2 old men stood on both sides of the carriage. Relying on the experience of the rebirth martial emperor and his formidable spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that the strengths of these 2 old men weren't inferior to the old man he killed with the bone corrosion inscription last night. Go! Sima Chongfeng nodded at Duan Lingtian. I'll wait for you here. Duan Lingtian walked over curiously. After getting into the carriage, he was stunned. The person sitting in the carriage was none other than the third prince, whom he had just met yesterday. However, after one night, the third prince's face was no longer full of smiles like yesterday. His face was gloomy. Third prince, are you looking for me? Duan Lingtian sat down in the carriage and frowned. Duan Lingtian, let's not beat around the bush. After Hubo left last night, he didn't return. Was he killed by your men? The third prince looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was like lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. He noticed all the changes on Duan Lingtian's face and was afraid that he would miss the slightest bit. Duan Lingtian had a surprised and puzzled expression when he heard this. Third prince, who is Hubo? The third prince frowned. He had been observing the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression, but he noticed that when he mentioned Hubo, there was nothing wrong with Duan Lingtian's expression. Could it be that it really had nothing to do with this Duan Lingtian? That was impossible. Yesterday, he sent Hubo to kill this Duan Lingtian. However, after Hubo left, he didn't return. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. If it was only Hubo who went missing, then it would only be the loss of an 8th-level nascent soul martial artist. At most, the third prince would feel heartache for a while. But Hu Bo had another identity. He was the housekeeper of the third prince's estate and was in charge of his private wealth. What he urgently wanted to find now was the spatial ring on Hu Bo's hand. If he didn't have that spatial ring, then it would mean that the 70 to 80 million silver would be wasted, and his future days would be difficult. Although he was a prince, he usually had to rely on himself to pay for all the expenses of his own estate. Moreover, if he wanted to get more people to support his ascension to the throne in the future, then he would need to use that money to establish connections. Third prince, why is your expression so unsightly? Did something happen? Duan Lingtian had a surprised expression as he asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, Hu Bo, if you killed him, then you killed him. I won't fuss about it. However, you must hand over Hu Bo's spatial ring. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. The third prince's face was gloomy as he threatened. He still wanted to gamble and test whether the spatial ring was in Duan Lingtian's hands. Third prince, what do you mean by this? Someone in your estate died, and you want to blame it on my head? Duan Lingtian's face sank as he flew into a rage. As for the spatial ring you mentioned, I don't know anything about it. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't look back as he got off the carriage and left directly. The third prince's face was extremely ugly. It really wasn't him? Then who was it? Hu Bo was his trusted aide. He firmly believed that if it wasn't for Hu Bo's accident, Hu Bo would definitely not disappear. Once I find out who did it, no matter who it is, I will let him die without a burial place. The third prince, who usually appeared approachable in front of others, now had a sinister expression, as if he had turned into a demon. Soon, the third prince's luxurious carriage left under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and Sima Chongfeng. Duan Lingtian, why was the third prince looking for you? Sima Chongfeng curiously asked. I don't know. He just told me something about Hu Bo's death and some spatial ring. It's inexplicable. Duan Lingtian shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. He wasn't surprised that the third prince came looking for him, but he didn't expect that the third prince's reaction would be so quick and so big. It seemed that those silvers, to the third prince, were a large sum of money, and even had an extraordinary significance. Hu Bo, spatial ring? Sima Chongfeng was stunned, then immediately speculated. As far as I know, the steward of the third prince's estate is called Husan. Could it be that Husan is dead? Husan is the most trusted person of the third prince, and even controls the wealth of the third prince's estate. Could it be that after Husan died, the spatial ring in Husan's hand that stored the wealth of the third prince's estate also disappeared? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes wide and pretended to be surprised. It should be. It's good that you know about this matter. Don't spread it out, or else it will attract unnecessary trouble. That third prince isn't someone easy to deal with. Sima Chongfeng warned with a serious expression. I know, teacher. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded, a bright light flashing in his eyes. The third prince was naturally not someone easy to deal with. He had already seen this at the banquet last night. Actually, the moment he saw the third prince today, he had already guessed the third prince's purpose for coming. When the third prince suddenly said that he had something to do with Husan's death, he had seen the third prince's burning gaze. He naturally guessed the third prince's purpose. Without a doubt, he wanted to test him to see if he was really related to Husan's disappearance. Unfortunately, the third prince wanted to make him reveal a flaw, but it was undoubtedly a waste of effort. As the weapons specialist of his previous life, how could he be fooled by such a small matter? Thinking of the third prince's last words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The third prince wanted him to spit out the things he had eaten? Was that even possible? Duan Lingtian and Sima Chongfeng returned to the classroom and continued with class. At noon, after class, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked over. Duan Lingtian, why did teacher Sima ask you to go out earlier? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Nothing much. He just told me that there might be a battle at the northwest border at any time. He asked me if I would be interested if Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department sent someone there. Duan Lingtian repeated the words that Sima Chongfeng had said to him 10 days ago. He took it as an excuse. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, however, believed it. Xiao Sun sighed. Logically speaking, if Paladin Academy really needs to send someone, only students of 3rd grade and above would have the opportunity to go. Teacher Sima asked you this because he undoubtedly intends to strongly recommend you to go when the time comes. Maybe. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, did you gain anything when you attended the 3rd prince's banquet yesterday? That 3rd prince probably tried his best to rope you in, right? Xiao Yu recalled what happened yesterday and asked with a smile. Tried his best to rope him in? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unnatural. That 3rd prince wished for nothing more than to kill him, yet still tried to rope him in? However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He lightly smiled and said, My greatest gain yesterday was probably meeting the number 1 beauty in the Imperial City. Number 1 beauty in the Imperial City? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes lit up. You met Princess Baiyao? Duan Lingtian nodded. If I knew earlier, I would have gone with you to join in the fun yesterday. Xiao Yu had a face full of regret. You really wanted to join in the fun? Looks like the next time I see little Qian, I'll have to pass on these words to her. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. The little Qian he spoke of was precisely Lo Cheng's younger sister, Luo Qian. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, How is it? Is that Princess Baiyao beautiful? Duan Lingtian nodded. Her reputation is well-deserved. In terms of beauty, she's not inferior to your sister. Xiao Yu was slightly moved. He was well aware of the beauty of his sister, Xiao Lan. She was absolutely a peerless beauty. What? Xiao Yu, your sister is actually a beauty that can compare to Princess Baiyao? Xiao Sun's eyes shone as if he had transformed into a hungry wolf. Xiao Sun, don't even think about hitting on my sister. My sister already has someone in her heart. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. That's not a problem. I'll surely prove to her that I'm 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than the person in her heart. As far as Xiao Sun was concerned, the person Xiao Yu's sister took a fancy to should be someone from Aurora City. In terms of natural talent, strength, and family background, that person couldn't catch up to him. As a direct descendant of the Imperial City's Xiao clan, Xiao Sun had great confidence in this aspect. Are you sure you're 10 times, no 100 times stronger than that person? Xiao Yu's gaze became slightly strange. What? In your Aurora City, besides Duan Lingtian and you, there are other freaks? Xiao Sun's heart jerked as he asked curiously. Xiao Yu shook his head. Then what you mean is... Chapter 168. Xiao Sun was stunned, and when he reacted, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Can't be, right? Xiao Yu's little sister's sweetheart is Duan Lingtian? If it was someone else, he might have the confidence to compare. But if it was Duan Lingtian, he knew his limits. The difference between him and Duan Lingtian was like heaven and earth. Comparing himself to Duan Lingtian was just looking for trouble. What are you two looking at me for? Duan Lingtian was still pondering about the matter of the 3rd prince. But when he returned to his senses, he noticed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were both staring at him. Is there a flower on my face? Duan Lingtian obviously didn't hear the conversation between Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. No. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. Come, let's go eat. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrived at the dining hall and waited for a while. The dishes were all served, but Su Li and Tian who still hadn't arrived. Why are they so late today? Xiao Sun had a bewildered expression and felt it was slightly strange. Something couldn't have happened, right? Duan Lingtian's brows lightly frowned. Su Li and Tian who had always been punctual, and there had never been anyone who hadn't arrived so late. He kept feeling that something wasn't right, and his heart rose to his throat. Duan Lingtian. Just at this moment, a slightly hurried shout sounded out from outside the dining hall, approaching from afar. It's Tian Hu. Why is it only him? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the person in the distance, and his brows raised as his figure moved to greet the person. Tian Hu, where's Su Li? Quickly arriving before Tian Hu, Duan Lingtian noticed that Tian Hu's expression was extremely unsightly, and his heart jerked as he had a bad premonition, so he hurriedly asked. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun followed out as well. Su Li. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the corners of Tian Hu's mouth held a bitter smile and helplessness. He was stopped by the Su clan members. People from the Su clan? Could it be that Su Li had some sort of relationship with the Su clan? Duan Lingtian's face sank, as if it was covered with a layer of frost. Let's go! Under Tian Hu's lead, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked towards the bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy. Within the quiet bamboo forest, Su Li was lying on the ground. His aura was weak, and it was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. It was even harder for him to stand up now. Even so, Su Li's eyes were still filled with a trace of coldness. He still held the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and didn't let go. Su Li's heart was as firm as a boulder. Even if he was humiliated, he was still unyielding. In front of Su Li, there were 3 youths standing there. The leader was a young man in embroidered clothes who was around 25 years old. He was currently stepping on Su Li's hand that was holding the sword, and a cold smile appeared on his face. What? You're still not willing to let go of the sword in your hand at this time? Su Li, you're just like your father. Both of you are trash. It would have been fine if you had obediently stayed in the countryside, but you just had to return to the imperial city and even appear before my eyes. Aren't you courting death? What? Still glaring at me? You're not convinced? The young man in embroidered clothes became angry when he saw Su Li's cold gaze, and he raised his leg and directly kicked Su Li's face. Instantly, blood bloomed on Su Li's face like a dazzling rose, dazzling and resplendent. Su Tong, 10 years. I'll surely kill you within 10 years. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Su Li's mouth, and his voice revealed icy coldness, as if it came from the depths of hell. Su Li's voice was mixed with boundless confidence. 10 years? The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned. Then he started laughing. A wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Su Li, do you think that you can defeat me in 10 years? Although I'm not afraid of you, but you've really reminded me. I indeed don't dare to kill you in Paladin Academy. But I'm very curious. If I cripple your Dantian, how will you kill me in 10 years? And on what basis will you kill me? Now, I'll destroy all of your hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to be more and more interested the more he thought about it, and he intended to raise his leg and give Su Li's Dantian a kick. Su Li's pupils constricted, and a trace of despair was faintly suffused within him. If his Dantian was really crippled, then it would mean that his entire life was completely ruined. No, Su Li's heart was filled with unwillingness. Su Li's breathing became hurried when he saw the young man raise his leg. He wanted to struggle and dodge, but he noticed that he had no strength in his body and had nowhere to dodge. Right at this moment, Brother Tong, that companion of Su Li's, has come again. He even brought back 3 people, and 2 of them seemed to be Duan Lingtian and the Xiao clan's Xiao Sun. A young man behind Su Tong noticed the 4 figures that swiftly flashed over from afar. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Sun? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Su Tong's mouth, and his gaze descended onto the 4 people that approached menacingly from afar, and he muttered, "He's finally come." Su Li. Tian, who had just arrived when he noticed Su Li's miserable state, and his face went grim as he pounced over. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a young man behind Su Tong instantly moved and kicked out with a speed like lightning, kicking Tian, who flying. Above the young man, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes were faintly discernible. 9th level of the core formation stage. Bang! Tian, who fiercely fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ghastly pale. Tian Hu. Xiao Yu's face went grim and his eyes were filled with rage. Su Tong. It's you. Xiao Sun's gaze descended onto the young man in embroidered clothes, and his face sank. Xiao Sun, don't get involved in this matter. Fuck off. Su Tong's voice was cold and indifferent, and his gaze then descended onto the violet-clothed youth beside Xiao Sun. However, you can leave today. This Duan Lingtian must stay. When he saw Su Li's miserable state, Duan Lingtian's face was extremely unsightly. Su Li was his friend. Now, when he saw Tian Hu being kicked flying by one of the young men, a wave of rage arose within his heart. Just when he was having difficulty suppressing the rage in his heart, he heard the young man in the lead suddenly say, "Want me to stay?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he stared at the young man in embroidered clothes. Su Tong. Could it be that this Su Tong's target wasn't Su Li, but him? Instantly, a trace of coldness arose within his heart. Duan Lingtian, leave. Right at this moment, Su Li's cold voice sounded out, and he asked Duan Lingtian to leave. Obviously, he'd guessed something. You dealt with Su Li like this just to make me come over? Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stared at Su Tong with a chilly gaze as he asked in a low voice. He didn't listen to Su Li. If he were to leave now, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, you're very smart. However, smart people usually don't live long. Su Tong glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and his voice was terrifyingly calm. Since you're able to guess my objective, then you ought to be able to guess why I've come to find you, right? What? Are the Su clan members such sore losers? Duan Lingtian sneered. He'd indeed guessed it. If one were to say what sort of relationship he had with the Su clan, then it would be nothing more than what happened at the third prince's estate's banquet last night. The Su Lan that died at his hands was a member of the Su clan. Sore losers? Su Tong's face sank. Last night at the third prince's estate's banquet, you used despicable methods to launch a sneak attack on Su Lan and killed him. Do you have the qualifications to say that my Su clan members can't afford to lose? Despicable methods? Sneak attack? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. Third prince, you're really vicious. Duan Lingtian guessed that all of this was surely caused by the third prince. The nearby Xiao Sun's heart jerked. Su Lan. Duan Lingtian killed Su Lan? The Su clan's branch family disciple with the highest natural talent in the younger generation. Su Lan? Su Tong's cousin? Then what do you want? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His burning gaze stared at Su Tong, and his voice was incomparably calm. You're so young, yet you're already so vicious. In my opinion, with your cultivation, you shouldn't be left in this world. Su Tong's eyes constricted as he sneered. So to speak, you plan to cripple my cultivation? Duan Lingtian started laughing from extreme anger. His face was brilliant, and his eyes revolved with a breathtaking sheen. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces went pale. Su Tong. Xiao Sun coldly said, "Don't forget, Duan Lingtian is the son of Duan Rufeng, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. If you dare cripple his cultivation, how will you explain it to the Duan clan?" Duan clan? Su Tong laughed and looked at Xiao Sun as if he was looking at an idiot. Xiao Sun, don't tell me you don't know about the matter of Duan Lingtian refusing to return to the Duan clan. Presently, Duan Lingtian isn't a member of the Duan clan, so you don't have to use this to scare me. Su Tong was originally an outstanding direct descendant of the Su clan, and in the future, he even had the opportunity to strive for the position of patriarch. His position in the Su clan was extremely important. As far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Lingtian didn't return to the Duan clan, then not to mention crippling Duan Lingtian's cultivation, even killing Duan Lingtian wouldn't be a big deal. You! Xiao Sun's face sank, and he was unable to refute. Although he was a direct descendant of the Xiao clan, his identity might cause an ordinary person to be afraid. But this Su Tong wouldn't be afraid. Su Tong, the grandson of the Su clan's grand elder, was only 25 years old, and his cultivation was at the third level of the origin core stage. He was the person with the highest natural talent in the martial Dao in the Su clan's younger generation, and was also one of the candidates for the next patriarch of the Su clan. It could be said that this Su Tong grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, and was doted upon by a myriad of people. Xiao Sun, if you're sensible, then quickly K off. Or else, even if you're a direct descendant of the Xiao clan, I'll still make you see blood today. Su Tong's gaze went cold, and his words were unbridled and incomparably overbearing. Duan Lingtian is my friend. Xiao Sun's face sank, and he met Su Tong's gaze without the slightest fear. Good, very good. Truly a touching friendship. Su Tong laughed, laughing without restraint, laughing arrogantly and unrestrainedly. In the next moment, whoosh, Su Tong's figure moved, and his speed rose to the limit, flashing before Xiao Sun in the blink of an eye. Bang! Instantly, Xiao Sun's body was blasted flying by Su Tong, and he fiercely crashed onto the ground. Above Su Tong, the strength of 40 ancient mammoths flashed. Third level of the Origin Core Stage. Chapter 169. Su Tong. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy as he spoke in a low voice. His voice contained a breathtaking iciness mixed within, as if it came from the depths of hell. Su Li, Tian Hu, and Xiao Sun were injured one after the other. The flames of rage within his heart had accumulated to the point of being on the verge of exploding. Su Tong withdrew his cold gaze from Xiao Sun and moved it onto Duan Lingtian, and a trace of mischievousness jumped about within his eyes. What? You're angry and can't take it anymore? As he spoke up to hear, Su Tong's tone changed and carried coldness. Then when you used despicable methods to sneak attack my cousin brother, Su Lan, and killed him, did you think about his parents' feelings? Today, I won't kill you and will only cripple your cultivation. If you appear before me again in the future, I'll surely kill you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly trembled and an extreme sneer appeared on his face. Want to cripple my cultivation? Then let's see if you have the ability. Presently, Duan Lingtian's reason was almost completely suppressed by his rage, and he took a step forward with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. As for the matter with Su Lan, he couldn't be bothered to explain. Capture him. Su Tong's voice suddenly sounded out as he ordered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, the two young men behind Su Tong flashed out and charged towards Duan Lingtian. These two people were 9th-level core formation martial artists. They pounced towards Duan Lingtian in an overbearing manner, one on the left and one on the right. They extended their hands, wanting to grab onto Duan Lingtian's shoulders and cause him to be unable to move. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold when faced with the two people that flashed over. His hand descended onto the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist, and he took a step forward to greet the two people. Suddenly, sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian attacked. 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. The dazzling violet sword lights seemed to have grown eyes as they followed him like shadows, flashing through the sky with peerless sharpness. At the same time, accompanied by two resplendent red roses that condensed into form in the air, two shrill cries sounded out. Boom! Boom! Two severed arms from two different people fell to the ground with a loud crash. The young man, who had been aggressive just a moment ago, was now deathly pale. After staunching the wound on his broken arm, he retreated to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian in horror. They didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian would still dare to resist. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat as they looked at the two severed arms at Duan Lingtian's feet. Their eyes were filled with grief. If Duan Lingtian knew what the two of them were thinking, he would definitely laugh disdainfully. Not resisting, waiting for death? You? Su Tong never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to make a move and chop off the arms of two Su clan disciples. For a moment, his eyes stared wide open, his body trembled, and he was enraged to the extreme. On his body, Elemental energy was wreaking havoc. 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Duan Lingtian, I thought you were a smart person. I didn't expect that you would actually be so stupid. You actually still dare to resist at a time like this. Su Tong's cold voice seemed to have come from the mouth of an Azura, and it contained killing intent that soared into the sky. You want to cripple my cultivation, yet you won't allow me to resist? Duan Lingtian sneered. This Su Tong is truly laughable. You want to cripple my cultivation, yet you won't allow me to resist? Could it be that you want me to stand on the spot and wait for death? Does the outcome make a difference whether you resist or not? Su Tong continued as he walked step by step towards Duan Lingtian. His voice was incomparably low. However, you dared to resist, and you've completely infuriated me. I've changed my mind now. I can't kill you in Paladin Academy, so I'll cripple your cultivation first. The moment you leave Paladin Academy will be the moment you lose your life. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when he saw Su Tong approaching, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. Then let's see if you have the ability. What? You think you can go against the will of a third-level origin core stage martial artist like me by relying on your cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage and the grade 7 spirit weapon in your hand? Su Tong's voice was filled with disdain. Even if you use a grade 7 spirit weapon, you'll at most be able to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths, whereas I, a third-level origin core stage martial artist, am capable of exerting the strength of 40 ancient mammoths, even without using a spirit weapon. Your little bit of strength is like an ant in my eyes. Su Tong spoke out word by word, as if he wanted to completely destroy Duan Lingtian's last bit of confidence. Heh! Looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a beautiful arc, his sword-like eyebrows raised, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. You can still be stubborn even at a time like this. Needless to say, your courage is shocking. Meanwhile, Su Tong had already arrived near Duan Lingtian, and his face was covered in a layer of frost. But sometimes, there are some things that relying on courage alone is useless. You'll soon know how laughable your little bit of courage is before formidable strength. I'll wait and see. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he calmly looked at Su Tong. Pig-headed. When Su Tong saw that Duan Lingtian was still so calm, a ball of evil fire instantly arose within his heart, and killing intent suffused his eyes. Whoosh! He took a step forward, and a piercingly cold, strong wind blew, causing the dust on the ground to suffuse into the air. Duan Lingtian, I really want to see if you can still be so carefree after your Dantian is crippled and you become a cripple. Su Tong's voice became even colder, and his fierce gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Duan Lingtian. I'm extremely curious as well. When you become a cripple and recall this scene, will you feel that all of this is so laughable? A strand of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he retorted, unwilling to be outdone. You're courting death. Su Tong's rage couldn't be suppressed any longer, and his figure flashed out, transforming into a gust of wind that blew towards Duan Lingtian. Above the sky, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu had just given Su Li Tianhu and Xiao Sun the gold injury pills when he saw this scene, and his face went ghastly pale as his eyes almost split apart from rage. At this moment, he only hated that his strength was too weak, and he was unable to help Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot as he coldly stared at Su Tong, who flashed over, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You want to cripple my Dantian? Then I'll let you have a good taste of having your Dantian crippled. Bang! At this moment, Su Tong had already arrived near Duan Lingtian and struck out with his fist. Origin energy raged before condensing together and blasting towards Duan Lingtian's Dantian. Obviously, he wanted to directly shatter Duan Lingtian's Dantian. Su Tong's face revealed a sneer, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian's Dantian being shattered by him. Whoosh! At almost the exact same moment, Duan Lingtian moved. The violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out and lightly trembled. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Su Tong's mouth when he saw this scene. Even if a mere 9th-level core formation martial artist had a grade 7 spirit weapon, he still didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. However, in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of his mouth completely froze. His eyes stared wide open, as if he'd seen something terrifying. A bloody light flashed out from the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and condensed into a blood moon. The blood moon was like a bolt of lightning as it greeted Su Tong's fist that was condensed from origin energy. It was precisely Duan Lingtian activating the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with coldness. No! Accompanied by a shrill and miserable cry, Su Tong's fist was penetrated by the blood moon, bringing along a wisp of dazzling fresh blood that condensed into a red rose in the air. The blood moon's momentum didn't decrease as it headed straight for Su Tong's dantian. Pucci! It easily entered and minced Su Tong's dantian into pieces. Ah! Su Tong's body shook and he abruptly shouted out explosively. The feeling of the origin energy within his dantian being dispersed caused him to temporarily forget the pain that came from his fist. Thump! Su Tong's legs went weak and he directly knelt before Duan Lingtian. No, no. Su Tong's eyes stared wide open and he was absent-minded as he ceaselessly shook his head. He was slightly dazed and wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. You actually crippled my dantian. Su Tong looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with the sheen of hatred. No matter what, he never would have imagined that this Duan Lingtian actually possessed such a terrifying offensive inscription. Not only did it break through his attack, it even penetrated his dantian, causing all the origin energy in his body to be completely dispersed, and he became a complete and utter cripple. Looking at this scene, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression, and a trace of flowing light appeared in his eyes. Didn't you say you wanted to cripple my dantian? Now how do you feel? How does it feel to become a cripple? Today, if it wasn't for him possessing the blood crescent inscription, Su Tong's current outcome would be his outcome. This Su Tong was so ruthless and merciless, wanting to cripple his dantian at every turn. He'd give Su Tong a taste of his own medicine. Su Tong's face flushed red, and he was angered by Duan Lingtian to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. In his mind, the words Duan Lingtian had said to him earlier echoed in his mind. I'm extremely curious as well. When you become a cripple and recall this scene, would you feel that all of this is so laughable? So it turned out that this Duan Lingtian had planned everything out, just waiting for him to charge forward, then use the offensive inscription to destroy his dantian. Right, now that he thought about it, it was indeed laughable. The Su clan won't let you off. Under the agitation of his emotions, Su Tong's body trembled, and he fainted due to excessive blood loss. Brother Tong. The faces of the Su clan disciples that each had an arm severed by Duan Lingtian went pale. Traces of a sheen of terror appeared within their eyes. They never imagined that this Duan Lingtian was actually so terrifying. Not only was his natural talent in the martial Dao heaven-defying, he even possessed an offensive inscription that could deal with origin core martial artists. Even within the boundaries of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an inscription like this was extremely precious. In the distance, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Xiao Sun's injuries had recovered slightly, and with the support of Xiao Yu, they were barely able to stand up. However, as they looked at the scene that occurred in the distance, they were completely dumbstruck. When Duan Lingtian faced the third-level Origin Core stage martial artist, Su Tong, they practically despaired, as they felt that Duan Lingtian's cultivation would surely be crippled by Su Tong. Chapter 170. None of them expected this. That Su Tong wanted to cripple Duan Lingtian, but was instead crippled by Duan Lingtian. How ironic was this? However, now that they saw Duan Lingtian was safe and sound, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked outside the bamboo forest. Presently, 3 incomparably swift figures were flying over from afar, and in the blink of an eye, they were near him. These were 3 middle-aged men, and he only recognized one of them. Niu Mang, a first-year teacher of the Faculty of General. He was also the teacher of Su Li and Tian Hu's class. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, one of them was a robust man with a stocky build, and the other was a middle-aged scholar with a graceful bearing. Just from their appearances, Duan Lingtian was able to guess which faculty they were from. Su Tong. The robust man recognized Su Tong, who had fallen on the ground, and his expression slightly changed. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and helped Su Tong stop the blood that was ceaselessly flowing from his body. At the same time, he gave Su Tong a gold injury pill. What's going on? The robust man's thick eyebrows frowned, and his pair of tiger-like eyes that emitted a dignified aura focused on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest. He glanced at the robust man and shrugged. Actually, it's nothing much. He wanted to cripple my cultivation, but in the end, he didn't succeed and ended up like this. Hearing this, the robust man inspected for a while, and only then did he realize that Su Tong's dantian had actually been crippled. Instantly, his pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the violet-clothed youth before him with a face full of astonishment. The casualness on the youth's face caused him to be shocked. Kid, do you know that you've gotten into trouble? Teacher, according to what I know, Paladin Academy only explicitly states that students are not allowed to kill each other. Someone wanted to cripple my dantian, so I couldn't just resign myself to death and do nothing, right? Duan Lingtian spread out his hands and smiled indifferently with a carefree expression. He didn't feel that he was in the wrong for what happened today. If it wasn't for Su Tong being overbearing and even viciously wanting to cripple his cultivation, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. In his opinion, Su Tong only had himself to blame. When the brawny man saw Duan Lingtian's innocent and harmless expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Are you Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the gaze of the middle-aged scholar who came with the brawny man fell on Duan Lingtian. Teacher. Duan Lingtian greeted the middle-aged scholar. The burly man's gaze was slightly surprised. So you're Duan Lingtian. If what you said is true, then the academy won't blame you. However, the Su clan side was not so easy to discuss. This Su Tong has an extremely high position in the Su clan. You must be mentally prepared. Thank you for your reminder, teacher. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded and expressed his thanks. The brawny man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then looked at the 2 one-armed young men. Both of you seem to be members of the Su clan as well, right? Yes, both of you take Su Tong back. Also, take your severed arms as well. They should be barely able to be reattached. Yes, teacher. The 2 one-armed young men had bitter expressions as they grabbed their severed arms and carried Su Tong before leaving dejectedly. Meanwhile, Niu Mang, who'd found out about the sequence of events from Su Li and Tian Hu, walked over as well. I've already found out about the sequence of events from my 2 students. The source of the matter was that Su Tong. Duan Lingtian was only defending himself, and it has nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. The brawny man and the middle-aged scholar both nodded when they heard this. Duan Lingtian stopped as well. You were too impulsive in this matter. Sima Changfeng sighed. Obviously, he already knew the ins and outs of the matter. Teacher, what do you mean by impulsive? Duan Lingtian didn't comment and asked instead. Don't take it lightly. Since Su Tong didn't die today, you were in the right, and Paladin Academy won't pursue the matter. But do you know that Su Tong is a direct descendant of the Su clan that is heavily nurtured, and is one of the candidates for the next patriarch of the Su clan? You crippled Su Tong, which is equivalent to slapping the Su clan in the face. The Su clan will absolutely not let this matter go. Sima Changfeng shook his head. In his eyes, this student was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger, daring to do anything. Teacher, I understand what you mean. But, in life, there are some things to do and some things not to do. To me, that Su Tong repeatedly said that he would cripple my cultivation, and even put it into action, which has already touched my bottom line. Not killing him is already being merciful. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused, and his expression was incomparably calm. As for that Su clan, if they really want to pursue the matter, then I'll accompany them. In life, there are some things to do and some things not to do. Sima Chongfeng carefully savored these few short words, and could feel the unruliness within Duan Lingtian's words. At this instant, he also felt Duan Lingtian's self-confidence, and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect that you would see this matter so thoroughly. I originally thought that you were only impulsive. Since it's like this, I won't say anything more. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Sima Chongfeng left the bamboo forest together, and the journey was peaceful. The Su clan, Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. After returning to the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian directly sat beside Xiaoyu and the others, and ate together. During this time, Xiaoyu and the others naturally couldn't help but worry about Duan Lingtian. After all, to them, the Su clan was a colossus that was difficult to contend with. Towards this, Duan Lingtian only smiled with a calm expression, as if he was an outsider, and all of this had nothing to do with him. The Su clan was one of the 3 great clans of the imperial city, and was equally famous as the Duan clan and the Xiao clan. Presently, within the audience hall of the Su clan estate, all the Su clan higher-ups were gathered together. A middle-aged man in a black robe with golden edges sat at the head seat, his back straight like a javelin, and between his brows, he emitted a dignified aura. It was precisely the Su clan's current patriarch, Su Boya. Su Boya was almost 60 years old now, and in a few more years, he could be considered to have stepped into the twilight years of his life. At that time, the position of patriarch of the Su clan would be passed down to the younger generation, whereas he would live in seclusion behind the scenes and assist the new patriarch. Presently, the atmosphere within the audience hall seemed to be slightly oppressive. The position below Su Boya was empty at this moment. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard from outside the palace. An elderly figure walked in. This was an aged old man with a pair of muddy eyes that flickered with bloodthirsty rage, and the aura on his body was restless, as if it would explode out at any moment. In next to no time, the old man sat on the empty seat below Su Boya. This seat was the seat of the Su clan's Grand Elder. The old man's identity was obvious. The Su clan's Grand Elder, Su Nan. Grand Elder, is there any hope of healing Su Tong's Dantian? Patriarch Su Boya spoke, and his gaze descended onto Su Nan, and his tone contained slight anticipation mixed within. The Su clan elders present all looked at Su Nan as well, and their eyes all emitted traces of hope. Patriarch, my grandson's Dantian was almost minced into pieces by the offensive inscription, and he's powerless to reverse the situation. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to accumulate origin energy again in his lifetime. Su Nan's tone contained breathtaking coldness mixed within. His son had died young, and these past few years, he had placed all his hopes on his grandson, Su Tong, and taught and fostered him with great care. Su Tong didn't disappoint him, and became the disciple with the most outstanding natural talent in the martial Dao in the younger generation of the Su clan. In another few years, if nothing unexpected happened, the position of the next patriarch would surely be held by Su Tong. Just when he thought that his grandson's life would usher in its greatest glory. Chapter 171. Slap! The face of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, sank as his palm smashed down with a bang. The armrest of the chair was forcefully shattered by his palm. In terms of natural talent in the martial Dao, Su Tong was even better than him from all those years ago. As far as he was concerned, under Su Tong's lead, the Su clan would surely be able to walk towards new glory in the future. But now, all of this was ruined by a little brat. Patriarch, that Duan Lingtian acted so viciously. This matter can't be dropped just like this. Exactly. If he isn't punished, then where will our Su clan's face go? He must be severely punished. All of the Su clan elders were filled with righteous indignation and were extremely furious. Grand Elder, I'll leave this matter to you. The Su clan will fully cooperate with you. Su Boya's gaze descended onto Su Nan. He knew clearly in his heart that amongst the people present, the most furious was still Su Nan. After all, Su Tong was his grandson. Thank you, Patriarch. Hearing Su Boya's words, Su Nan was slightly agitated, and his eyes emitted a vicious sheen, as if he was about to swallow someone up. As far as he was concerned, no matter who it was, at the moment his grandson's dantian was crippled, it was equivalent to taking half a step into the gates of hell. He wouldn't bother about the reason behind it, no matter if it was his grandson that caused trouble first. He only knew that what he had to do was burn the bones and scatter the ashes of the person that crippled his grandson. Paladin Academy. On a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, raging python form. Duan Lingtian cultivated for an entire afternoon, and when it was close to dusk, he noticed that his cultivation bottleneck had loosened. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to break through within this month. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a smile. The current him could finally be like a normal core formation martial artist and increase his cultivation as much as he liked. As for the body tempering of the raging python form, he could leave it to the dragon blood pill to complete. A single dragon blood pill was sufficient to allow his body to instantly complete the tempering of origin energy. Duan Lingtian, who was in a good mood, jumped down from the large tree and watched Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun spar with the other students for a while before leaving Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, be careful. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu both had solemn expressions as they reminded Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was now facing the entire Su clan, a colossus that couldn't be underestimated. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian nodded, a trace of warmth rising in his heart. After parting ways with Xiao Yu at the entrance of Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, he could feel the restlessness of the 2 little pythons hidden under his sleeves, and it caused his face to sink as he became vigilant. The Su clan's people moved so quickly. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, and he intentionally concealed himself within the remote alley where he lured and killed the 2 9th-level Origin Core stage martial artists of the Duan clan that day. Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by 2 awe-inspiring sounds of the wind, 2 aged figures flanked Duan Lingtian from the front and back, causing him to have no place to escape. These were 2 old men over the age of 70, but their eyes were even more spirited than a young man's, flickering with a breathtaking bright light. Obviously, their cultivations weren't low. At the first moment, Duan Lingtian relied on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and his own formidable spiritual force to roughly estimate their cultivations. These 2 old men's cultivations should be between the 4th level of the core formation stage and the 6th level of the core formation stage. In terms of strength, it was far from being comparable to the 3rd Prince Estate's manager, Husan, that he killed last night. The Su clan looks down on me like this? They think the 2 of you are enough to kill me? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as a trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Su clan. The 2 old men were obviously stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've made quite a number of enemies. However, we aren't members of the Su clan. The old man that stood in front of Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Duan Lingtian as he slowly spoke. Not members of the Su clan? Duan Lingtian was stunned and thought in his heart. Could it be that they were sent by the 5th prince? Or perhaps they were sent by the Duan clan's 2nd master, Duan Rulei? Duan Lingtian, you killed 2 of my Yu clan's elders and 2 outstanding disciples. Today is the day you die. The old man that stood behind Duan Lingtian had a voice that was cold and indifferent like ice, as if it came from an ice cave. Yu clan? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he came to a sudden understanding. I didn't expect that in order to kill me, the two of you would personally rush over from such a faraway place like the Swallow Mountain County's county city. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. However, aren't the two of you afraid that I'll make you stay in the Imperial City forever? Duan Lingtian guessed the identities of the two old men, and as he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Members of the Swallow Mountain County's county city's Yu clan. They were also members of the clans of Yu Hong and Yu Xiong, who had a grudge with him in Iron Blood City's Iron Blood Army. Shameless boasting. The old man that stood in front of Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and didn't speak any more nonsense before abruptly attacking. Above him, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Fourth level of the nascent soul stage. The strength of this old man was much stronger than the Yu clan's Grand Elder that intercepted and killed Duan Lingtian on the way. The old man behind Duan Lingtian moved along with him. Another fourth-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Little black, little white, I'll leave them to you, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under his sleeve, a white bolt of lightning and a black bolt of lightning split into two and flashed out at the same time. Their speed was swift to the limit, and piercing whistling sounds were deafening. In the sky, besides the 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were summoned by the two Yu clan old men, another 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Mammoth flurry. The two old men that flashed towards Duan Lingtian with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such a trump card in his possession. A trace of terror appeared in their eyes when they saw the two fierce beasts that had strengths not inferior to them flying over. Right at the instant their minds shook. Poochie! Poochie! A bloody hole instantly appeared on their chests, and their eyes that were originally brimming with spirit dimmed down at this moment. Bang! Bang! The two corpses crashed onto the ground, and they died with everlasting regret. If they knew beforehand that Duan Lingtian had two fierce beast little pythons protecting him, even if they weren't a match for him, they wouldn't have been killed so quickly. The sneak attack of the two little pythons caused them, who were similarly at the fourth level of the nascent soul stage, to be unable to guard against it. When they reacted to it, it was already too late. Little black, little white, well done. When we get home, I'll get the kitchen to specially cook 2 plates of meat for the two of you. Duan Lingtian praised the two little pythons. When the two little pythons heard that there was meat to eat, their lively little eyes flickered with a sheen of excitement. The Yu clan is really haunting me. After putting away the two little pythons into his sleeve, Duan Lingtian sneered. As far as he was concerned, these two old fellows of the Yu clan had simply come from afar to give up their lives. After putting away the two old men's spatial rings, he condensed his pill fire and incinerated the two corpses before leaving as if nothing had happened. Perhaps it was because the spatial ring in Husan's hand yesterday gave Duan Lingtian too great of a pleasant surprise. The few million taels of silver within the two Yu clan old men's spatial rings didn't cause Duan Lingtian's mood to fluctuate in the slightest. However, since he had money for no reason, it would be a waste not to take it. Night slowly descended. After eating dinner, Duan Lingtian fulfilled his promise and asked the kitchen to cook 2 plates of rat meat for the two little pythons. Of course, it wasn't ordinary rat meat, but rather a third-level core formation fierce beast, the burrowing earth rat. Little white, even if it's delicious, don't eat so much. Look at you, you're full, aren't you? A voice that was like a silver bell mixed with a sense of reproach. It was Kerr who was lightly stroking the little white python's bulging belly. The two little pythons lay on the table with their bellies sticking out, unable to move for a long time. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, who sat at the side, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Li Fei's gazes descended upon the two little pythons. They saw that the markings on the surface of the little pythons' bodies were currently flickering with a fine light. The golden markings on the little black python's body and the silver markings on the little white python's body gradually flickered, becoming more and more resplendent. In the end, the little black python was completely enveloped by the golden light, and as for the little white python, it was enveloped by the silver light. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that strands of faint brilliance descended from the horizon. This is moonlight force? Li Fei exclaimed in surprise. This is moonlight force? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He still remembered that the sun-moon star technique he passed down to Li Fei absorbed glorious sun force and moonlight force to cultivate, then converge them within the body and condense them into origin energy. However, he never imagined that the two little pythons were actually able to draw upon moonlight force. According to the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory, the power of the moonlight could only be activated by special techniques. The art of heavenly sun and heavenly star that Li Fei practiced was one of them. The moonlight force poured down, as if it was draped over the night sky with a gentle veil. Duan Lingtian noticed that when the moonlight force poured down, it actually resonated with the silver light on the little white python's body, and the two of them connected together. Subsequently, the golden light on the little black python's body wasn't willing to fall behind, and it merged with the silver light on the little black python's body. The three of them completely merged together. Half an hour passed, and the moonlight force retreated. The golden light on the little black python's body and the silver light on the little white python's body gradually withdrew. With Duan Lingtian's formidable spiritual force, he noticed the changes on the two little pythons at the first possible moment. They seemed to have broken through. Fifth level of the core formation stage. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. Before long, the two little pythons flipped over and stood up, flicking their tongues. Their gazes descended onto the remaining stir-fried meat. Then they lowered their heads and started eating. Their bellies from eating until they were full earlier had sunk in, and the food they ate before had already been completely digested. Duan Lingtian and the two girls beside him looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. What kind of snakes are you two little fellows? So strange. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He faintly felt that the origins of these two little pythons weren't simple. Chapter 172. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the night sky. The specks of stars reflected in his eyes. These stars should also be planets, right? According to the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Cloud Continent is vast and boundless, but in the four polar regions there is a boundless sea. The sea is so vast that it is boundless. Reincarnation Emperor Wu once went out to sea with the intention of exploring, but in the end, he discovered that the boundless sea seemed to have no end. In the end, he was also worried that he would get lost, so he didn't go deeper. A memory of Reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. In other words, Reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't go deep to explore this vast world. Perhaps the cloud continent I'm on now is connected to the boundless sea, and is also a planet. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At this moment, he made a great wish in his heart. In the future, if he could stand at the peak of Cloud Continent, he must bring his family and go out to sea to explore this vast world. He wanted to see if this place was also a planet. According to his estimation, if this was a planet, it would absolutely be a planet countless times larger than Earth. The speed of Reincarnation Emperor Wu at his peak was countless times faster than the planes on Earth in his previous life. With Reincarnation Emperor Wu's speed, if placed on Earth, he would be able to complete a full circle around Earth in the blink of an eye. If the land beneath my feet is really a planet, Duan Lingtian's gaze looked at the numerous stars in the sky, and his heart moved. Which planet is Earth? Earth was his hometown. There were too many memories of him there. If he had the chance to go back, he would definitely go back, for no other reason than to burn the bones and scatter the ashes of the manager that framed him back then. Although, to a certain extent, he still had to thank the other party. She gave him an even more exciting life. But that was that, and some debts still had to be settled. Young master, what are you thinking? Ker's voice sounded like a silver bell, causing Duan Lingtian to come back to his senses. He smiled and said, I was wondering if there were humans like us on those stars. Young master, why would you think that? If there were people on those stars, they would have fallen down long ago. Kerr also looked up at the stars in the night sky. Her long, shapely eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she had an innocent look on her face. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. What could he say? Could it be that he had to explain to Ku-Er what gravitational force was? At this time, Li Fei also looked at the stars in the night sky. Her autumn eyes slightly narrowed as she pondered. Duan Lingtian and his two future daughters-in-law were admiring the moon and looking at the stars. However, outside the Su family mansion, two figures walked in one after another. The person in the front was a young man around the age of 22 or 23. The person behind him was a young man around the age of 20. He wore red clothes and had a cold expression. He always held the sheathed sword in his arms, and his cold eyes flickered with a trace of a strange light. After a short moment, Grand Elder Su Li has arrived. Before a spacious courtyard, the young man that led the way spoke respectfully. Let him in. An aged voice sounded out from within. The cold young man in red clothes that held a sword was precisely Su Li. A trace of a complicated sheen flashed past Su Li's eyes, but in the end, he still walked into the courtyard. Within the spacious courtyard, an aged figure stood there, motionless like a mountain, and a pair of eyes that emitted bright lights descended onto Su Li. After Su Li entered, he stood there without saying a word. Has your father been well recently? The Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan, slowly asked as his gaze descended onto Su Li. He's all right, he eats his fill and sleeps soundly. Su Li spoke indifferently, as if he wasn't willing to speak any further with Su Nan. Since you asked me to come, then speak frankly. Su Nan spoke unhurriedly. I still remember that your father was a sword cultivator all those years ago. He wielded the shadowless sword, and within our Su clan, he rarely met a match. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and actually went to challenge Duan Rufeng, who was at the peak of the Duan clan at that time. In the end, not only was his sword broken, he even suffered internal injuries that were difficult to heal, and it was difficult for him to utilize the origin energy in his body. I heard that you have a good relationship with Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, and are even friends. What? You don't hate the son of the enemy that caused your father to be so miserable? As he spoke up to hear, Su Nan's gaze became sharp, as if it could see through everything. Why should I hate him? Su Li spoke indifferently with a calm tone. If you called me here for the sake of sowing discord, then don't waste your efforts. Although his father lost at the hands of Duan Rufeng all those years ago and suffered internal injuries, he'd never hated Duan Rufeng. Even to the extent, every time his father mentioned Duan Rufeng, it was with heartfelt respect. That year, although he was at a faraway place, his father was still lost for a period of time after he found out that Duan Rufeng had gone missing. At that time, although he was young, he still remembered it clearly. He'd been influenced by his father since he was young, so he naturally wouldn't hate Duan Rufeng. Moreover, wasn't the reason his father left the Su clan and the imperial city all those years ago because of the group of villains in the Su clan? If he were to speak of hate, then he hated the Su clan even more. Humph! You're really the same as your father, stubborn. Su Nan's face sank. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Su Li's eyes squinted as a cold light flashed within, and his hand that held his sword tightened slightly. In his entire life, the person he admired the most was his father, and he wouldn't allow others to disrespect him. Since it's like this, then I'll be frank with you. Take this thing first. Su Nan raised his hand and tossed a small jade bottle to Su Li. Su Li frowned. He was able to discern that this was a medicinal pill bottle. However, he didn't think that Su Nan would be so kind as to give him medicinal pills. This is the origin freezing pill. Su Nan slowly spoke. Su Li's face went grim. He naturally knew what the origin freezing pill was. Although it couldn't be considered as a poison, if a martial artist below the origin core stage consumed it, then the origin energy of the martial artist would be suppressed by the medicinal strength, and the martial artist would be unable to circulate his origin energy for 10 hours. Even if only a trace of it was consumed, one's origin energy would be suppressed for at least half an hour. At this instant, Su Li understood Su Nan's intentions. You want me to give this origin freezing pill to Duan Lingtian? You're very smart. Su Nan's gaze flashed as he slowly said, I know you take him as a friend, so I won't force you. There's no need for you to kill him yourself. You only have to let him consume the origin freezing pill when he's eating, even if it's only a trace of it. At that time, our Su clan's disciples in Paladin Academy will personally make a move. Do you think it's possible? Su Li sneered, then raised his hand and intended to throw away the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. If you throw away this origin freezing pill, then there'll be no room for negotiation. Su Nan's face sank as he spoke coldly. What? Threatening me? Do you think I, Su Li, am the type of person that would harm the life of a friend for the sake of living? Su Li laughed in disdain. He would rather die than betray his friend, let alone harm his friend's life. Su Nan's eyes squinted as he slowly said, Exactly. You're exactly the same as your father all those years ago. However, you don't have a choice. Our Su clan has long since found out where you and your parents live in Flowing Wind City's Wooling Town. I'll give you 2 days. If you don't make that Duan Lingtian consume the origin freezing pill within 2 days, then I'll send someone to ride a Fergana horse to Wooling Town and take the lives of your parents. Su Li's face went ghastly pale. Although his father's cultivation wasn't weak, due to his body's internal injuries, he was unable to utilize his origin energy. His mother was only an ordinary woman, and her cultivation was even inferior to his. Despicable. Su Li never imagined that this Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan, would actually be so despicable as to use his parents' lives to threaten him. The lives of your parents are in your hands. You, take care of yourself. Su Nan lightly smiled, as if he was certain that he had Su Li in his grasp. Then he waved his hand and asked Su Li to leave. Su Li took a deep breath as his gaze flickered, and he fell into a struggle. In the end, he still held the medicinal pill bottle that contained the origin freezing pill and left the Su clan estate. Early morning the next day, after eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian brought along the 2 little pythons and went to Paladin Academy as usual. What happened yesterday had obviously been intentionally suppressed by Paladin Academy and didn't spread out. The group of Star Mastermind department students in the classroom didn't use any strange gazes to size up Duan Lingtian. The morning passed peacefully. At noon, Duan Lingtian and the others once again gathered in the cafeteria to eat. Su Li, why's your expression so unsightly? Duan Lingtian noticed that Su Li's expression was slightly unnatural, and he couldn't help but ask, I wonder what's wrong with this fellow, to have such a stinky expression early in the morning. Tian Hu shook his head. It's nothing. Under the caring gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Su Li shook his head. Before long, the food was served, and there was also a jug of wine. Thinking about what happened yesterday makes me happy. Let's have a proper toast. Tian Hu smiled as he extended his hand to take the jug of wine. Slap! Su Li raised his hand and slapped Tian Hu's hand away, taking the jug of wine first. The sun has risen from the west. You actually took the initiative to pour wine for us. Tian Hu had an expression of disbelief. If it wasn't for you guys appearing in time yesterday, my cultivation would have been crippled by that Su Tong. Su Li muttered, What's there to be polite about? We're all friends. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I say, Su Li, when did you become so wishy-washy? Come, hurry up and pour the wine. At a table not far away, 2 young men were sitting together. Looks like this Su Li is going to make his move today. Humph, still calling himself a friend. But didn't he still betray him? That Duan Lingtian, even in death, probably wouldn't have thought that his good friend would drug him. The 2 young men whispered to each other in words only they could hear. However, we've gotten rid of this Duan Lingtian, so we have to leave Paladin Academy. Chapter 173. They've already drunk the wine Su Li poured. The gazes of the 2 young men abruptly lit up. Bang! Just at this moment, they saw the wine cup in Su Li's hand slip to the ground and shatter. Su Li, how could you be so careless? Tian Hu shook his head and smiled. Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian's face went grim. His formidable spiritual force vaguely perceived a trace of danger. Duan Lingtian, watch out! Xiao Yu, who sat opposite Duan Lingtian, seemed to have seen something, and his pupils constricted and his face went ghastly pale as he shouted out explosively. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 3-foot-long blades that flickered with a cold light came from the hands of 2 unfamiliar young men, and they whistled out as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian. The swift and fierce sword lights gave rise to piercing howls as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian's back. Above the 2 young men, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 2 9th-level core formation martial artists. Presumptuous! Just at this moment, an aged voice that contained explosive rage sounded from the top of the canteen. A gust of wind could be faintly felt from the stairs that led downstairs. An aged figure swiftly descended from the sky. But unfortunately, he was obviously too late. The swords in the hands of the 2 young men had already arrived before Duan Lingtian, and were about to pierce through Duan Lingtian's back and pass through his body. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose faces went ghastly pale, but their cultivations were far inferior to the 2 young men that suddenly attacked Duan Lingtian, and they were utterly unable to help Duan Lingtian in time. When they stood up, the 2 young men's swords had already arrived behind Duan Lingtian. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian moved. Origin energy exploded beneath his feet, and 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes abruptly condensed into form above him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's body moved at an extremely tricky angle and barely dodged the 2 swords that flashed swiftly towards him. Not only that, his feet trembled, and in an instant, his entire body seemed to have turned into a spirit snake, sticking close to the 2 young men who had suddenly attacked him and swept behind them. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand, and a purple sword light swept out. 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Sword drawing technique. With just 1 sword strike, 2 streaks of bright blood spurted out. The 2 young men who had come with menacing momentum a moment ago were sent flying with their eyes wide open, crashing heavily into the wall. In their brief moment of death, their gazes did not look at Duan Lingtian. Instead, they looked at Su Li. You? After one of the young men stopped breathing, the other young man struggled to raise his hand and wanted to point at Su Li with an angry expression. Unfortunately, before he could even lift his hand, he had already breathed his last. Dead. The 2 young men only had one thought in their minds before they died. They'd been tricked. Tricked by Su Li. It was fine if this Su Li didn't poison them, but he'd smashed his cup and sent them a secret signal, making them think that Su Li had already succeeded, which was why they impatiently wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was poisoned and was unable to utilize his origin energy. So wouldn't it be easy for them to kill Duan Lingtian? But who would have thought that Duan Lingtian wasn't poisoned at all? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 2 corpses on the ground, and his expression was extremely unsightly. These 2 people were obviously senior students of Paladin Academy. Who the hell sent them to kill him? As a student of Paladin Academy, if they dared kill someone in the academy, it was equivalent to giving up their future because Paladin Academy would expel them. Someone sent by the 3rd prince? Or the 5th prince? Or the Duan clan's 2nd master? Duan Roulé? Or the Su clan? Vice Dean. At this moment, under the respectful greetings of the group of students, the gray-robed old man who had just flashed over from the pavilion had already walked over. The old man's expression was extremely unsightly. There was actually a student who dared to kill another student in Paladin Academy. Luckily, the person who was killed was fine. Otherwise, Paladin Academy would have lost a great deal of face. Vice Dean. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man as well, and his expression eased up slightly. The Academy will give you an explanation for this matter. The old man had a serious expression as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian slowly nodded, and a light flashed within his eyes. What he wanted to know the most now was who sent these two people. Immediately after, the old man walked towards the two corpses, and after looking through their student tokens, his expression sank. They're fourth-year students. Does anyone recognize them? Following the old man's words, a group of people in the cafeteria surrounded them and pointed at them. Isn't this our classes Su Ping and Su Ji? It really is the two of them. They seem to be from the Su clan, right? But why did they want to kill Duan Lingtian? Two madmen. They actually dared to kill someone in the academy. Before long, someone recognized the two young men who were killed. Su clan? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused and a cold killing intent arose within them. He never imagined that the Su clan members would actually be so insane as to dare kill him in Paladin Academy. However, he was also slightly curious. Why would the Su clan only send two 9th-level core formation martial artists to kill him? This was practically no different from courting death. No matter what, boundless rage still arose within his heart. He would remember this debt. Su clan? The old man heard the discussion of the group of students, and his face sank. Good. What a Su clan. He had received the reports of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Su clan from the two academy teachers yesterday, so he didn't feel it was sudden. However, the Su clan members daring to kill someone in the academy had undoubtedly touched his bottom line. This time, the vice dean is really angry. Then the Su clan is probably out of luck. The hearts of some of the surrounding students trembled as they faintly guessed. Duan Lingtian, are you all right? At this moment, Xiao Yu and the others arrived beside Duan Lingtian with faces full of concern. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Only two 9th-level core formation martial artists. Wanting to kill me? Still lacking. Not to mention two 9th-level core formation martial artists. Today, as long as it wasn't a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above who ambushed him, they would die without a doubt. Earlier, if it wasn't for him suppressing the two little pythons hidden within his sleeve and not allowing them to attack, those two Su clan members wouldn't even have the chance to get close to him. The two little pythons were his trump cards, and if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't easily reveal them. Are there any Su clan members amongst you? The old man's gaze swept past the surrounding crowd. Instantly, the faces of a few people went grim, but they still braced themselves and stood out. The few of you, take the corpses of your clansmen and follow me to the Su clan. The old man walked out in large strides and left the cafeteria. Traces of suppressed rage were mixed within his words. Duan Lingtian and the others sat down and continued eating. What happened earlier was only a farce to them. When they almost finished eating, Duan Lingtian noticed that Su Li seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and he couldn't help but smile. Su Li, if you have something to say, just say it. We're not outsiders. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian who noticed that something was off with Su Li. I want to borrow 1 million silver from you. Su Li finally opened his mouth and went silent after he finished speaking. 1 million silver? Once Su Li spoke, Tian, whose eyes stared wide open. Only Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun didn't have much of a reaction. They were only slightly surprised as to why Su Li suddenly wanted so much money. However, they didn't ask any further. I have 200,000 silver on me. Xiao Yu was the first to speak. I have 300,000 silver. Su Li, if you're not in a hurry, I'll go back tonight and gather the money. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Xiao Sun said. Slap. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. He stretched his hand into his bosom and slapped a stack of silver bills in front of Su Li. Exactly 1 million silver. F***K. Duan Lingtian, you're so rich. Tian, who fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Duan Lingtian in astonishment. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's gazes also descended onto Duan Lingtian. They could take out 1 million silver, but they wouldn't carry so much money on them. Duan Lingtian, where did you get so much money? Xiao Yu had a face full of astonishment. He was the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao clan's supreme elder, so casually taking out a few million silver wasn't surprising. But Duan Lingtian was only a branch family disciple of the Li clan, and a disciple with a different surname. When I left Aurora City, the patriarch gave me 2 million silver. Duan Lingtian casually said. Looks like the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao thinks highly of your future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a large investment. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. However, he made the right bet. He believed that with Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent, the Li clan's business deal was a sure win for them. Thank you. Su Li glanced gratefully at Duan Lingtian before putting away the silver bills. We're all friends. There's no need to be so courteous. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Currently, he had a huge sum of tens of millions of silver, and a mere 1 million silver was nothing to him. He also didn't plan on letting Su Li return it. To him, friends were far more important than money. But he didn't notice that in the depths of Su Li's eyes, a strand of a strange flowing light flickered. Su Clan Estate. Within the spacious courtyard, a young man with a pale complexion sat at the side, and his eyes were suffused with crimson red. Grandfather, do you really have a way to make that Duan Lingtian die? The young man took a deep breath, and his voice contained extreme hatred mixed within. This young man was precisely Su Tong, whose dantian was crippled by Duan Lingtian. The original number 1 genius of the Su clan's younger generation, an existence at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, had now become a cripple, and his strength was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Tong, don't worry. By tomorrow at the latest, that Duan Lingtian will surely die. The Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan, who stood at the side, slowly said with a tone filled with confidence. Grand elder, are you sure that Duan Lingtian will surely die? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice faintly mixed with a trace of rage sounded from outside the courtyard. Patriarch. Su Li, I'll make your entire family die a horrible death. Nearby, Su Tong's expression was extremely unsightly. He realized that his enemy, Duan Lingtian, had escaped calamity. Paladin Academy. On a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in cultivation, and his entire body was immersed in a tranquil state. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, an urgent voice jolted Duan Lingtian awake. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and noticed that Tian, who was hastily running over from afar. Duan Lingtian leaped down from the large tree and went up to greet him. Tian, who? What happened? Duan Lingtian. Su Li left. Tian, who laughed bitterly. Left? Duan Lingtian didn't react to Tian, whose words for a moment. This is the letter Su Li left for you. It wasn't until Tian, who handed him a letter, that his expression turned serious. He opened the letter. Duan Lingtian, when you see this letter, I should have already ridden the Fergana horse I borrowed money from you and returned home. When I left the Su clan estate last night, I had already made up my mind. Even if I, Su Li, have to give up my great future, I won't harm my own friends. When I return this time, I'll take my parents away. As for where to go, I haven't thought of it yet. Maybe I'll leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, and help me say goodbye to Xiao Yu and the others. Maybe one day in the future, we'll meet again. At that time, I'll return the money I owe you. Signed by Su Li. Crash. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and crumpled the letter into a ball. In the letter that Su Li had written to him, other than these words of farewell, he had also described in detail what had happened. Su Li left Paladin Academy this time and gave up his own future. The first reason was for the safety of his parents. The second reason was for this friend of his. At this moment, many of the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart were solved. Why did those 2 Su clan members overestimate their abilities and make things difficult for him when Su Li accidentally dropped a cup at noon? It turned out that those 2 Su clan members thought that Su Li had given him an origin freezing pill. Su Li. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Although Su Li was usually taciturn, at this moment, he was able to feel Su Li's friendship. For this friend of his, Su Li was willing to give up his great future. Su Li, I believe that we'll surely meet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A trace of anticipation flashed within his eyes, and his heart was slightly heavy. Duan Lingtian didn't know that after parting today, the next time he saw Su Li again would be many years later. Duan Lingtian. Su Li left? At this moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun came over as well. You guys take a look. Duan Lingtian sighed and passed the letter in his hand to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu opened the letter, and Xiao Sun and Tian who went over to read it as well. That Su clan Grand Elder is despicable. After Tian who finished reading the letter, his face was extremely gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. He and Su Li had gotten to know each other through fighting, and they'd even entered the Star General Department together. In his heart, he'd long since taken Su Li to be his good friend, but he'd never thought that Su Li would leave just like this. In the future, he didn't know if there would be a day when they would meet again. After Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finished reading the letter, their eyes were suffused with rage and mixed with a trace of admiration. For the sake of his friend, Su Li gave up his great future and left just like this. Such actions were worthy of respect. Duan Lingtian once again returned to the large tree. Leaning against the tree trunk, he looked up at the azure blue sky through the luxuriant branches and leaves. His eyes gradually narrowed. Su clan, since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. To a certain extent, Su Li's departure caused Duan Lingtian's attitude to undergo a slight change. The current him seemed to have once again returned to the cold and unfeeling weapons specialist. Dusk. Outside Paladin Academy, a luxurious carriage stopped at the side of the road. The person driving the carriage was an old man with white eyebrows. He had an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious with a single glance that he wasn't a simple figure. Duan Lingtian had just walked out of Paladin Academy's gate when he noticed the carriage as well, but he didn't pay it any attention. After bidding farewell to Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu, he directly walked forward. Just when he passed by the side of the carriage, whoosh! A figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning was like a ghost as it obstructed Duan Lingtian's path. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the person that appeared before him was precisely the old man with white eyebrows that drove the carriage. Duan Lingtian's face sank. At this moment, he could feel the unusual movements of the two little pythons hidden within his sleeve. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his own spiritual force, he could deduce the old man's cultivation. This old man was an expert at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. In terms of strength, he wasn't even inferior to the 3rd prince's manager, Hu-san. However, this old man with white eyebrows obviously wasn't a half-step void stage expert like the Divine Might Marquis, unless such a figure was able to launch a sneak attack when he wasn't on guard. Otherwise, by relying on the bone corrosion inscription, he had the confidence to instantly kill the old man. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The old man with white eyebrows asked in a low voice, and he used a condescending gaze to examine Duan Lingtian. K off. Duan Lingtian's gaze was icy cold and his face sank. He'd always disdained to pay attention to an old fellow like this that took advantage of his seniority. Moreover, he still had proper business to do and didn't have time to waste with this old fellow. The old man with white eyebrows was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would dare have such an attitude towards him. Instantly, a trace of rage appeared on his face, just when he was about to flare up. "Old boy, don't forget proper business." An emotionless male voice sounded out from the carriage, causing the old man with white eyebrows to instantly restrain his rage. Duan Lingtian's brows raised and he was slightly surprised. Looks like the person within the carriage wasn't simple. "Duan Lingtian, my master invites you." The old man with white eyebrows suppressed his rage as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Duan Lingtian shrugged and didn't mind. "Stop." Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out from within the carriage. This time it was the voice of a woman. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before, but Duan Lingtian was unable to recall it for a moment. Subsequently, the woman's voice sounded out once more. This time, she was speaking to the man within the carriage. Cousin, this Duan Lingtian doesn't know how to appreciate favors. In my opinion, we should directly ask Old Bai to kill him. Subsequently, the carriage went silent. It's her. Duan Lingtian finally recalled. Wasn't this voice that of Tong Li? Then the person she called, cousin. Chapter 175. So it's the fifth prince. I've truly been rude. Duan Lingtian glanced at the carriage and smiled lightly. If the fifth prince has no other matters, then I'll be leaving first. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he continued walking forward. Wait! Right at this moment, the fifth prince's voice that didn't contain any emotions sounded out once more. Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. He was extremely curious, what exactly did this fifth prince want to do? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. The enmity between you and my cousin will be written off at this point. The fifth prince's voice continued to sound out, and it contained an unquestionable tone. Kneel down and kowtow? Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim, and rage arose in his eyes. Cousin, I don't want him to kowtow. I want him to die. Tong Li's icy cold voice sounded out from the carriage, and her tone seemed as if there was no room for discussion. 2 idiots. Duan Lingtian sneered and continued walking forward. Duan Lingtian, if you leave just like this, you'll surely regret it. The fifth prince's voice continued to sound out. Sorry, there's never been the word regret in my Duan Lingtian's dictionary. Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and he didn't care about the fifth prince's threat in the slightest. A man had gold beneath his knees, and he knelt before the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Even the Supreme Emperor wouldn't be able to make him bow and bend the knee. Not to mention a mere prince. Presumptuous. The white-browed old man's face went grim, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body, as if he wanted to chase after Duan Lingtian and kill him on the spot. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and his eyes squinted as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If this white-browed old man dared to make a move, he would use the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate him at the first possible moment. Senior Bai, let's go back. The fifth prince's voice sounded out, and it faintly contained a trace of coldness. The white-browed old man caught his breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Then he drove the carriage away. Within the carriage, Tong Li looked unhappy. Cousin, didn't you say you would help me vent my anger? Why did you only ask that Duan Lingtian to kneel? The fifth prince smiled lightly. Cousin, for some people, death isn't the greatest punishment for them. Just like this Duan Lingtian, he has an unyielding character, and asking him to kneel down and kowtow is more difficult than asking him to die. However, I can be considered to have given him a chance today. In the future, even if I were to really kill him, the Duan clan would have nothing to say. Tong Li came to a realization and felt a little embarrassed. Cousin, I misunderstood you. However, didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan and didn't admit that he was a disciple of the Duan clan? Cousin, why are you still worried about the Duan clan? The fifth prince's eyes focused. Even though it's like that, the bloodline of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in his body after all. Don't worry, cousin will absolutely not let off a person that bullies you. I'll let him live for a few more days. As he spoke, a doting expression appeared on the fifth prince's face. Thank you, cousin. Tong Li smiled, and her eyes flickered with a vicious sheen, as if she'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being torn into pieces by her. On the other side, this fifth prince is simply even more arrogant than the third prince. As Duan Lingtian walked on the road, his heart went slightly cold. You better not offend me. Otherwise, even if you're a descendant of the imperial family, I still won't show mercy. Today, because of Su Li's departure, Duan Lingtian's mood wasn't good to begin with, and it faintly ignited flames of rage. Now, the appearance of the fifth prince and Tongli, as well as their condescending attitude of looking down at him, was like adding fuel to the fire, causing his rage to skyrocket and become difficult to restrain. Only when he arrived near the Divine Might Marquis estate did Duan Lingtian's expression ease up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. In the entire imperial city, besides his family and a few friends, only the Divine Might Marquis estate was able to warm his heart. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate, a young soldier guarding the entrance took a step forward and shouted sternly at him, "Stop! Slap!" Before Duan Lingtian could speak, another middle-aged soldier caught up and raised his hand to slap the back of the young soldier's head. "Brother Zhang, why did you hit me?" The young soldier turned around and glared angrily at the middle-aged soldier. The middle-aged soldier paid no attention to the former and respectfully welcomed Duan Lingtian into the Divine Might Marquis estate. "Young Master Lingtian, please come in. You know me?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He remembered that when he came here the last time, this person wasn't among the few soldiers guarding the entrance. "Young Master Lingtian, when Vice General Pang invited you into the estate the last time, I just happened to see you," the middle-aged soldier said respectfully. He'd clearly seen that when Vice General Pang invited this youth in, Vice General Pang was extremely respectful and didn't dare slight this youth in the slightest. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "You go about your business. I'll go find the Marquis myself." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian entered the Divine Might Marquis estate with ease. "Brother Zhang, who exactly is he?" The young soldier rubbed the back of his head, but he wasn't angry anymore, as he'd realized that the violet-clothed youth wasn't simple. "Humph, kid, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. As for who he is, I'm not too sure either. I only know that when he came last time, it was Vice General Pang who personally went to invite him. Moreover, it's said that when he left, the Marquis and Junior Marquis personally sent him off." The middle-aged soldier had a fearful expression as he said, "Now, do you think you deserve to be hit?" The young soldier's face went pale from fright, and he hurriedly nodded. "Deserved. Deserved." After entering the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian directly went to the audience hall. After the soldier guarding the entrance of the audience hall went to report, Duan Lingtian once again saw the Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan. "Little Tian." Nieyuan had a brilliant smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian. "What? You've come this time because you need Uncle Nie's help?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Uncle Nie really has godlike foresight." Nieyuan laughed as he scolded, "You little fellow, don't play this game with Uncle Nie. Let me guess, it should be about the Su clan, right?" "Uncle Nie, you're quite well informed." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. In Paladin Academy, 2 students from the Su clan tried to assassinate another student, but were killed instead. The Vice Dean, Zhan Xiong, was enraged. He personally went to the Su clan and reduced the Su clan's recommendation quota from 5 to 3. "Looks like that Vice Dean Zhan takes good care of you." Nieyuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He knew that the Vice Dean had gone to the Su clan, but he didn't know that the Vice Dean had reduced the number of people that the Su clan recommended to enter Paladin Academy every year to 3. For a moment, a trace of gratitude arose in Duan Lingtian's heart towards the old man. "Speak, what business do you have with Uncle Nie?" Nieyuan dotingly glanced at Duan Lingtian as he asked. "Uncle Nie, I want information on the Su clan's businesses in the Imperial City, including information on the people in charge of those businesses." Duan Lingtian stated the purpose of his visit. "You're here for this?" Nieyuan was slightly surprised. He thought that Duan Lingtian wanted him to step forward and suppress the Su clan's spirit, but he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually came for this. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "There's nothing else?" Nieyuan asked again. "Nothing else." Duan Lingtian shook his head. He came to the Divine Might Marquis estate precisely for this information. As for other matters, he could deal with them himself. "All right, come get it in 3 days." Nieyuan deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian, but didn't ask any further. Thank you, Uncle Nye. Since it's like this, I'll go back first so as to avoid worrying my mother. Duan Lingtian said again. Subsequently, Nye Yuan personally sent Duan Lingtian out of the Divine Might Marquis estate. This caused the rash guard to feel a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't offend this violet-clothed youth earlier, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown as soon as he arrived at the entrance of Paladin Academy. The restlessness of the two little pythons and his acute spiritual force told him that someone was secretly watching him. Humph! Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks and turned around to look into the distance, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He didn't care who sent them. If they dared to show themselves, he didn't mind turning them into corpses. Outside Paladin Academy, in a secluded alley, two figures stood there, ramrod straight. He seems to have noticed us? One of the middle-aged men with a thin figure had a surprised expression. Seems like it. The other middle-aged man nodded. I heard he's only at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to notice us. The former went silent for a moment before speaking again. Maybe it's a coincidence. The latter was slightly uncertain as well. After Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy, he noticed that the feeling of being watched had disappeared. He walked into the classroom as usual. An entire morning passed by in the midst of Sima Chongfeng's long-winded lecture. During lunch, Duan Lingtian and the others were slightly unaccustomed to the absence of Su Li, so they tacitly maintained their silence. At dusk, after walking out of Paladin Academy's entrance and separating from Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian once again felt that someone was spying on him, and it wasn't just one person. It seems to be the same two people from this morning. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and walked into a remote alley. In this alley, he'd already successively lured and killed 2 batches of people that wanted to kill him. But this time, when he walked into the alley and slowly walked forward, those 2 people still didn't show themselves. Who the hell are they? Duan Lingtian frowned as he lost his patience. Humph! Since you two aren't taking the initiative, then I'll take the initiative. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he sped up, disappearing at the end of the alley in the blink of an eye. The 2 middle-aged men appeared in the alley and swiftly walked forward, but they were no longer able to find any traces of Duan Lingtian. Although they were nascent soul-stage martial artists, they weren't inscription masters and their spiritual force wasn't very sharp. Moreover, they didn't have the tracking and anti-tracking abilities that Duan Lingtian had from his previous life as a special forces soldier and mercenary. He actually ran away under our noses. The thin, middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face. We can be sure that our feeling this morning wasn't wrong. He has indeed noticed us. The other middle-aged man had a serious expression. You two, is playing hide and seek fun? Chapter 176. The 2 middle-aged men felt their scalps go numb, and they broke out in cold sweat from fright as they slowly turned around. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the violet-clothed youth before them. When did this young man run behind them? They actually didn't notice him in the slightest. The 2 of them looked at each other and were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. When the 2 middle-aged men turned around, Duan Lingtian was sizing them up as well, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Who sent you 2? Duan Lingtian stared at the 2 of them as he spoke with a calm tone. Yet it seemed to contain a sense of killing intent mixed within. Whoosh! Instantly, a terrifying bloody killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body, and it enveloped the 2 of them without the slightest restraint. Instantly, the 2 of them went pale. It was difficult for them to imagine that a youth that looked to be around the age of 18 could actually possess such a terrifying killing intent. Instantly, a killing intent arose from their bodies as well, resisting Duan Lingtian's killing intent. The 2 killing intents converged together and were barely able to block Duan Lingtian's bloody killing intent. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he felt the auras on the 2 of them, and his icy cold face eased up. Only then did the two middle-aged men heave a sigh of relief, and their faces were filled with lingering fear. Even in their dreams, they would never have imagined that a little fellow at the 9th level of the core formation stage would actually be able to give them such a terrifying pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that the person standing before them was indeed a youth, they would even think that this was a formidable man that had walked out from hell. Go back and tell your Marquis that I appreciate his good intentions. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he went around the two middle-aged men and directly left. You know our identities? The two middle-aged men were slightly surprised. Humph! Besides soldiers that have experienced hundreds of battles, how many people can possess such a dense killing intent from the battlefield? Under the gazes of the two middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian's figure gradually vanished ahead, but the words Duan Lingtian left behind caused the two of them to flush with embarrassment. A veteran of hundreds of battles? In front of this young man, they were too embarrassed to say that they were experienced soldiers on the battlefield. It seems that the general still underestimated his nephew. The thin, middle-aged man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since it's like this, let's go back. Not to mention anything else, with his ability, the number of people in the Su clan who can do anything to him can be counted on one hand. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of the other middle-aged man's mouth as he said slowly, Divine Might Marquis Estate. The Divine Might Marquis, Nyeyuan, was stunned when he saw his two beloved generals standing in front of him with dejected expressions. Didn't I ask you to protect my nephew in secret? Why are you back? General, don't joke around. It's more likely that your nephew will protect us. The thin, middle-aged man shook his head. He still had some lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. Until now, he still couldn't wrap his head around how that violet-clothed youth actually relied on a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage to arrive behind him without him noticing. He could imagine that if the violet-clothed youth was replaced by an enemy that was on par with him, he would undoubtedly die. Although the other middle-aged man didn't speak, he nodded in deep agreement. What do you mean by this? Nye Yuan frowned with a puzzled expression. The two people before him were his trusted generals. They were invincible on the battlefield, and very few people were able to compare to them. But now, the two of them were like frosted eggplants, listless and dispirited. It was difficult for him to imagine what actually happened to make his two beloved generals like this. Finally, under the narration of the two of them, Nye Yuan knew the ins and outs of the matter. He noticed your tracks at the first possible moment, avoiding your pursuit and sneaking behind you without you noticing. Nye Yuan had an expression of disbelief. Although he knew that his nephew was mysterious, he never imagined that he was mysterious to such an extent. Ru Feng, what kind of little monster did you actually give birth to? The corners of Nye Yuan's mouth twitched, and a trace of a sheen of envy and jealousy flashed past his eyes. The youth being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and even become a grade 9 alchemist had already surprised him. He never imagined that besides this, the youth still had such a terrifying ability. Ordinary people might not think that the youth's pursuit and anti-pursuit ability was anything special, but as a figure like the god of war of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and a man that walked out of the battlefield, he was able to deeply realize how terrifying this ability was. If the youth had this ability, then it meant that sneaking into the enemy camp would be as easy as entering an uninhabited area. Even assassinating an enemy general wouldn't be a difficult matter. The agreement of 3 days arrived as scheduled. Duan Lingtian once again arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Within the audience hall, the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan, passed a stack of documents to Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, these are the things you wanted. Thank you, Uncle Nye. If there's nothing else, then I'll. After Duan Lingtian took the things, he intended to slip away. But would Nye Yuan allow him to leave? Wait. Nye Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. Little Tian, I think we can have a chat. Chat about what? Duan Lingtian had a vigilant expression, because he noticed the fox-like smile on Nye Yuan's face. 2 days ago, didn't you silently sneak behind my two beloved generals without them noticing? Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Uncle Nie, this is what you wanted to talk about? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He thought it was something else. I've thought about it. If this ability of yours can be widely used in the army, you'll surely be able to create an invincible team. Sneaking into the enemy camp as easy as entering an uninhabited area, and taking the heads of enemy generals as easy as taking something out of your pocket. When Nie Yuan spoke of marching to war, his body unconsciously emitted an iron-blooded aura of slaughter. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of the god of war of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, just this aura of slaughter far surpassed the two people he met 2 days ago. Uncle Nie, you want me to teach you this ability? Duan Lingtian guessed Nie Yuan's intentions. Exactly. Nie Yuan's eyes shone as he nodded. If you're willing, Uncle Nie can agree to any request of yours. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Nie Yuan. Uncle Nie, I cured Grandfather Nie's poison, and you seem to still owe me a great favor, right? Nie Yuan laughed embarrassedly and rubbed his palms together. He was truly interested in Duan Lingtian's ability. Uncle Nie. Duan Lingtian looked at Nie Yuan with a serious expression. If you want to learn that ability of mine, it's not difficult, but it's not easy either. But it's not something that can be learned overnight. I naturally understand this. Just like marching to war and setting up formations, it requires accumulation over a long period of time before it can become an army that's always victorious. Nie Yuan nodded as he didn't find this strange. Since it's like this, then Uncle Nie, send 2 people to me. I feel that the 2 people you sent to protect me last time aren't bad. Let them follow me for a period of time, and I'll surely be able to let them completely grasp my ability. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of an arc as he spoke slowly. Little fellow, your appetite is really big. Do you know that the 2 of them are top tiger generals under my command? Nie Yuan laughed as he scolded. But I presume they won't refuse to follow you and learn your ability. It was exactly as Nie Yuan had said. When the 2 middle-aged men that were sent by Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian in secret heard that Duan Lingtian wanted to teach them the miraculous tracking and anti-tracking ability, their eyes lit up as their breathing became hurried. They'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability, and they were able to realize what sort of improvement they would obtain after grasping that ability. Little Tian, how long do they have to learn it for? Nie Yuan's eyes squinted as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, What? Uncle Nie can't bear to? Don't worry. I'll need them for a year at most. After a year, even if they're unable to attain my current level, they'll surely be able to grasp the main points. So long as they practice more, they'll be able to catch up to me sooner or later. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke, and his face was filled with confidence. A year? That's not long. Nie Yuan's brows raised as he nodded. But Duan Lingtian looked at Nie Yuan and hesitated to speak. What? Do you have any other requests? Nie Yuan asked. Uncle Nie, within this year, I hope that they can completely become my people and only listen to my orders. Others, including you, have no authority to order them. I need to have complete control over them. Duan Lingtian spoke of his request. If this is unable to be done, then everything from before will be nullified. Nie Yuan's brows frowned slightly, but it quickly eased up as he shook his head. Never mind, I'll do as you say. I presume that you ought to have some sense of propriety when doing things. Presently, Nie Yuan didn't know. This decision would also become the decision he regretted the most in his entire lifetime. Only in the following days did he realize that in the concept of this nephew of his, there was utterly no sense of propriety. Duan Lingtian smiled. Deal. What are your names? Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 middle-aged men and asked. The middle-aged man with a tall and thin figure didn't dare hesitate. Young Master Lingtian, I'm called Zhang Qian. The other middle-aged man with a medium figure said respectfully, Young Master Lingtian, I'm called Zhao Gang. In the future, both of you can directly call me Young Master. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Yes, Young Master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied and were incomparably respectful. Even though the cultivation of the youth before them wasn't worth mentioning in their eyes, the ability of the youth in other aspects caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. Uncle Nye, then I'll take them away. Obtaining 2 7th-level nascent soul stage tiger generals for no reason, even though they'd only followed him for a year, it caused Duan Lingtian to be rather delighted. This time, Nye Yuan didn't send Duan Lingtian off. He was truly worried that he would regret it. He kept having the feeling that this nephew of his wasn't someone easy to deal with. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. Chapter 177. Walking out of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Have the two of you gotten married? The two of them nodded, and a warm and happy smile appeared on their faces. They obviously thought of their wives and children at home. From the two of them, Duan Lingtian found out that their families lived in the Divine Might Marquis estate. After bringing the two of them back to the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian called over the housekeeper, Jingru. Jingru, ask the servant girls to help them clean up 2 rooms. Yes, young master. After Jingru left, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and his expression became serious. I don't want anyone besides me, you two, and the people here to know about this courtyard house that I live in, including the Divine Might Marquis. Understand? Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both soldiers and understood that military orders were like mountains. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian would be their general for the next year. In the future, the two of you stay at my place for 3 days, then return to the Divine Might Marquis estate to stay for 1 day. Also, when I go to Paladin Academy, the two of you can go back and accompany your families, and wait for me outside Paladin Academy in the evening. Duan Lingtian continued to instruct. Thank you, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were already prepared to be separated from their families for a year, but they never expected that Duan Lingtian would be so reasonable, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Before long, Jingru asked the servant girls to clean up the rooms. After Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang returned to their rooms, Duan Lingtian arrived at the rear courtyard. Scoundrel, who are the 2 people you brought back? Li Fei asked curiously. They're people I borrowed from Uncle Nye. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Li Fei nodded and didn't ask any further. She knew clearly in her heart that this man had his reasons for everything he did. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to his room after greeting the 3 girls. He took out the stack of information he obtained from the Divine Might Marquis, Nye Yuan. This information was all about the Su clan's various businesses in the Imperial City, as well as the information of the people in charge of the various businesses. After taking a casual look, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of one of the 3 great clans of the royal city, the clan's businesses can be found all over the royal city, from the outer city to the inner city. Inns, apothecaries, weapon shops, restaurants, they have everything that one could wish for. Also, these people in charge are all at the nascent soul realm or above. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto one of the pages. Su Lai, 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. He's in charge of the Bright Star Inn under the Su clan in the inner city. He's fond of women, and his greatest hobby is forcefully seizing common women. He once burned and killed a family of 7 for a common woman. Look at this. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. He sneered. Like uncle, like nephew. You're the one. After putting away the stack of information into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and arrived at the front courtyard. After calling out Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, Duan Lingtian brought them out of the courtyard house. Presently, it was already deep into the night. Not many people could be seen on the streets. With Duan Lingtian in the lead, the 3 of them quickly arrived outside an inn. Young master, this is? Zhang Qian was slightly bewildered. Murder! Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted and coldness suffused his eyes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang shuddered and gasped. Probably only this youth could speak of murder so casually. Although they'd killed many people on the battlefield. That was a battlefield and this was the imperial city. The meaning was completely different. This seems to be the Su clan's business. Zhang Qian's eyes squinted. Let's go. Duan Lingtian brought the two of them along the wall at the side of the inn and snuck up to the roof of the inn. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang obediently followed behind. After searching for a while, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed the location of their target. They were hiding on the roof of the inn. Don't. No. I beg you. Don't. A woman's cry for help came from the room. Duan Lingtian gently lifted up a tile and clearly saw the scene inside. A fatty with a belly full of fat was forcing himself on a plainly dressed, somewhat beautiful woman. The woman was obviously very unwilling and struggled with all her might. Bad luck. In an instant, the fatty lost his patience and kicked out, directly sending the woman flying. She crashed into the wall and completely lost all signs of life. This scene caught Duan Lingtian and the other two somewhat off guard. Although Duan Lingtian was furious, he still held his breath and his face was gloomy. Bastard! However, the faces of the two sturdy men beside him who had walked out from the battlefield changed greatly, and they angrily shouted in a low voice. Who? The fatty in the room noticed the commotion and his face changed greatly. When he raised his head, he noticed that a tile on the roof had been lifted up by someone. You too? Really? Glancing helplessly at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Looks like the first lesson I have to give you two is how to control your emotions. Alright, now that they've been alarmed by you two, I'll leave it to you two to deal with. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he helplessly spread out his hands. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had long since been waiting for Duan Lingtian to say these words. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, their legs shook as they directly stepped through the roof and directly flashed in. Duan Lingtian followed them down. Where did you little thieves come from? You actually dare to have ideas about this lord? Didn't you ask who this lord is? The fatty with a bare upper body and a belly full of fat, the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder Su Nan, Su Lai, looked at Duan Lingtian's group of three with a face full of disdain. However, since you've come, then stay behind. The fat on Su Lai's body trembled as 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him, and he revealed the strength of a third-level nascent soul-stage martial artist as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of three. Bang! 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 The fatty's palm descended and shook 3 times in the air before transforming into 3 palm prints that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Humph! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang moved, and 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared above them. 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 2 7th-level nascent soul-stage martial artists. Su Lai was dumbstruck. He originally thought that it was only 3 little thieves, but he never imagined that there were actually 2 7th-level nascent soul-stage martial artists, and his face completely went pale. Who are you people? Su Lai shouted in a stern voice. But unfortunately, what awaited him was the enraged attacks of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. After easily shattering Su Lai's 3 palm prints, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's attacks descended onto Su Lai's body like a storm. Instantly, Su Lai's fat body completely deformed, and he didn't make a sound. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian slowly walked over and took off the spatial ring on Su Lai's hand, directly establishing ownership over it. When he saw the large pile of silver bills and silver ingots within the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone, and he muttered to himself. These silver bills and silver ingots added together are at least 7 or 8 million silver. Not bad. 7 or 8 million silver. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were dumbstruck. Young master, who is this fatty? Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. You don't know who he is, yet you still charged up to give him a beating and killed him? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Forget it, if I killed him, then I killed him. My target this time was originally him. This person is called Su Lai, and seems to be the manager of this inn. His other identity is that he's a direct descendant of the Su clan, and is also the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Duan Lingtian shrugged and finished speaking in one breath. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's faces completely changed. A direct descendant of the Su clan. Heavens! Even the divine might marquis wouldn't dare so brazenly kill a direct descendant of the Su clan like this, right? What? You two don't think he deserved to die? Duan Lingtian noticed their expressions, and they had a strange expression. They seemed to be the ones who charged the fiercest earlier, right? Manager, what's the matter? Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous sounds came from outside the room, and it grew closer and closer. If you don't want to be discovered, then leave quickly. Duan Lingtian swept Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang with his gaze. Then he took the first step to borrow strength from the room and jumped onto the penetrated roof. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't dare think too much as they hurriedly followed him out. If the members of the Su clan were to find out that they killed the Su Lai, then even the divine might marquis wouldn't be able to protect them. This was a direct descendant of the Su clan. A large clan like the Su clan valued face the most, and killing a direct descendant of the Su clan was tantamount to slapping their face. After leaving the inn and going around a few streets, Duan Lingtian finally slowed down his speed. How was it? Was it satisfying? Duan Lingtian looked at the two of them and grinned. It was satisfying, but that was a direct descendant of the Su clan. If the Su clan were to find out that it was us, then we'd be completely finished. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile on his face. He was now slightly regretting leaving the divine might marquis estate with this youth. He hadn't even learned anything yet, but had already provoked such a monstrous disaster. Although Zhao Gang didn't say anything, judging from his expression, he obviously had the same thoughts as Zhang Qian. You also said that if they were to find out that it was us, then wouldn't it be fine if we didn't let them find out? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Can't this guy's brain work? Swish! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew 2 large stacks of silver before passing them over to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Tonight's gains weren't bad. This is for the two of you, 1 million silver each. 1 million silver? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang shuddered and were completely dumbstruck. Even if they were 7th-level nascent soul martial artists and were generals that were only below 1 person in the army, but the wealth they'd accumulated over half of their lives in the army was only a few 100,000 silver. Now, they were able to obtain so much money just by killing a damnable fatty that angered both men and gods? They both felt that they weren't dreaming. However, the two of them didn't accept the silver that Duan Lingtian passed over. Young master, we can't take this money. Stop being wishy-washy, quickly take it. Tonight was only the beginning. In the future, follow this young master and I guarantee that you'll make a killing. Ignoring their refusal, Duan Lingtian forcefully stuffed the silver into their hands as he spoke casually. Tonight was only the beginning. Chapter 178. Put away the banknotes, we're going back. If you don't want to die, then it's best not to let a 4th person know of what happened tonight, including the divine might marquis and your families. Duan Lingtian walked forward in large strides, returning to his own house. Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang put away the banknotes and followed Duan Lingtian. What a joke! If the matter of tonight were to be known, they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Even if they had made great contributions on the battlefield, even if they were the trusted aides of the divine might marquis. But the Su clan wouldn't care so much. At that time, even the divine might marquis might not be able to protect them. When Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhang Gang back to the house and returned to their respective rooms to sleep, the Su clan was completely in an uproar. The Su clan had many properties under their control, including the inns. However, tonight, a calamity had befallen the Bright Splendor in that was subordinate to the Chu clan. The innkeeper of the Bright Star Inn, the person in charge of the Su clan, and the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Lai, was killed in his own room. Bang! Within the Su clan audience hall, the patriarch, Su Boya, had a face full of rage. His hand descended, and the armrest of the newly changed chair was smashed into pieces. This caused the hearts of the Su clan elders present to tremble. Looks like after today, the patriarch's seat will have to be changed to a new seat. Who can tell me what's going on? Su Boya's face was gloomy as he roared. The bearing that a patriarch should have was completely gone, and only exasperation remained. The Su clan had been in troubled times recently. First, the most talented direct descendant disciple of the younger generation, Su Tong, was crippled. Then, they lost their recommendation to enter Paladin Academy. And now, a direct descendant disciple of the Su clan was actually killed so brazenly. Patriarch, that nephew of mine died so miserably. We must find the murderer and make him pay with blood. The grand elder, Su Nan, who sat below Su Boya, had a face full of grief and indignation. He was beyond furious. Truly, another wave of trouble before the first wave had subsided. If it was before, there would definitely be many people agreeing with the words of the grand elder. But now, great elder, as far as I know, Su Lai often kidnaps women. Even if he was killed tonight, there was a woman in the room who was killed because she didn't obey him. Could it be that he did too many bad things and suffered the revenge of a chivalrous expert? The old man sitting opposite Su Nan spoke indifferently. His tone was calm, but it contained a trace of schadenfreude. I think that the second elder is right. Grand elder, you ought to have known about the vile conduct of that nephew of yours, Su Lai. Why didn't you advise him? That's right. If grand elder had taught him well, Su Lai would definitely have restrained himself and wouldn't have lost his life because of this. The remaining Su family elders all agreed. Some of the Su family elders were even more sarcastic. Ever since they found out that because of a decision made by the grand elder, Su Nan, the Su clan had lost 2 recommendation spots in Paladin Academy, extreme dissatisfaction arose in their hearts. The recommendation slots were already in high demand, but now it was even harder to get them. All of this was because of Grand Elder Su Nan. You all. Su Nan's expression was incomparably unsightly. He naturally knew why he had become the target of everyone. Now, the words of these elders were reasonable, causing him to not know how to refute them. Patriarch, even if that nephew of mine, Su Lai, was in the wrong, he was still a direct descendant of our Su clan. Could it be that we're going to let him die in vain? Su Nan looked at Su Boya with a face full of anger. Humph! Su Boya coldly snorted. Killing a direct descendant of my Su clan is tantamount to slapping my Su clan's face. Pass down the order to track down the culprit. If there's anyone who provides clues, they'll be rewarded with 10,000 silver. Rewarded with 10,000 silver? At dawn the next day, when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the classroom, he heard some of the students in the class discussing what happened in the Su clan last night. That Su clan is really stingy. The life of a direct descendant is only worth 10,000 silver in their eyes? Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange, but he was extremely delighted in his heart. Before long, a trace of coldness appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Su Nan, what happened last night was only the beginning. Since you want to play, then I'll play along with your Su clan. Su Nan, the Su clan's grand elder, the mastermind who forced Su Li to leave. That afternoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and cultivated as usual. Bang! The bottleneck that he originally thought would require a period of time to break through was instantly broken through under Duan Lingtian's concentrated cultivation. His cultivation had officially stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Broke through. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and was slightly surprised. How could it be so fast? Duan Lingtian didn't know. The cultivation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique walked the path of being overbearing and following one's heart. This time, because of Su Li's departure, his mentality underwent a huge change. It was as if he'd returned to being the iron-blooded weapons specialist from his previous life who had no scruples. As long as it's someone who bullies my friends, brothers, or family, then I'll definitely return the favor tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold, or even 10,000-fold. This kind of mentality just happened to be in line with the Nine Dragons' war sovereign techniques overbearing and following one's heart. It also allowed Duan Lingtian's cultivation to advance at a rapid pace, directly breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th level of the core formation stage and stepping into the 6th level of the core formation stage in one go. Even to the extent that as long as Duan Lingtian maintained this kind of mentality, his future cultivation speed of the Nine Dragons' war sovereign technique would surely be able to maintain a rapid pace of advancement. After all, the Nine Dragons' war sovereign technique was a cultivation technique of the same level as the supreme cultivation technique of the Samsara Emperor Wu, the triple life rebirth technique, even surpassing top cultivation techniques like the Han Bing's God's Sword technique, the Demonic Beauty Divine technique, and the Sun Moon Star technique. After breaking through to the 6th level of the core formation stage, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed in his heart. When I return tonight, I'll refine another dragon blood pill and directly complete the tempering of my fleshly body with origin energy. After that, I can continue charging towards the 7th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Once he completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 6th level of the core formation stage, he wouldn't need to use the violet myrtle flexible sword and would be able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As a grade 8 spirit weapon, the violet myrtle flexible sword was able to increase his strength by almost 20%. At that time, if he utilized the violet myrtle flexible sword, he would be able to exert the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist only possessed the strength of 12 ancient mammoths, and if he wanted to exert the strength of 19 ancient mammoths, he would have to rely on a grade 4 spirit weapon. However, not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that had numerous sects and experts like the Clouds might not possess a grade 4 spirit weapon. Could be said that after tonight, Duan Lingtian, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, or even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he could be said to be invincible below the origin core stage. At dusk, after Duan Lingtian left Paladin Academy, his brows slightly knit. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an imperceptible sneer. He noticed that besides his subordinates, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, there were another 3 people that were observing him from the shadows. Alas, are the people of this world so unprofessional when it comes to tracking? Duan Lingtian shrugged, then walked into a small alley in the distance with a familiarity. Not long after he entered the small alley, 3 figures seemed to have transformed into 3 gusts of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Then they split into a triangle and completely surrounded Duan Lingtian. These were 3 middle-aged men with cold and expressionless faces. Their icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a dead man. Could it be that your master thinks that just the 3 of you are sufficient to take my life? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a sneer. He vaguely sensed that the cultivations of these 3 people were between the 1st level of the nascent soul stage and the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. It was even to the extent that they were inferior to the fatty, Su Lai, from the Bright Star in last night. Target confirmed. Kill. One of the middle-aged men spoke with an incomparably icy cold voice, and as soon as he finished speaking, his entire body moved, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. The other 2 middle-aged men moved along with him. 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the person that spoke, and he was obviously a 2nd-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The other 2 were both 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of dodging when facing the joint forces of the 3 people, and it was even to the extent that he didn't allow the 2 little pythons under his sleeve to attack. At practically the instant the 3 people pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures that were a few times faster than the 3 people seemed to have transformed into 2 bolts of lightning as they instantly flashed into the battlefield and stood by Duan Lingtian's side, protecting Duan Lingtian behind them. In the air above the 2 people, the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths surged out. 7th level of the core formation stage. The 3 middle-aged men's faces went pale. The information is wrong. Let's go. The 2nd level nascent soul stage martial artist's body trembled in the air as he stomped on the ground, desiring to borrow the force to flee. The other 2 people hurriedly stopped as well and fled in 2 different directions. Humph! A cold snort accompanied by a figure that was like a bolt of lightning instantly passed by the 2nd level nascent soul stage martial artist. The other figure that was like a bolt of lightning caught up to the other 2 first-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Leave them alive. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused slightly as he ordered. He wanted to know who sent these 3 people. No matter who sent them, he would make the other party pay the price for this. After a short moment, Zhang Qian's palm descended and heavily injured the 2nd-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Then, like an eagle catching a chick, he brought the 2nd-level nascent soul stage martial artist before Duan Lingtian. On the other side, after Zhao Gang killed one of the 1st-level nascent soul stage martial artists, he captured the other person. As long as you tell me who sent you, I can spare your lives. Duan Lingtian slowly walked out and his gaze descended onto the 2 middle-aged men with ghastly pale complexions. His voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went pale. A scene that only appeared in martial arts novels from his previous life appeared before his eyes. Where in the world did this youth learn all these things? You 2 rest and prepare. Tonight, this young master will bring you 2 out to do a big deal. After returning to the house, Duan Lingtian informed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, then walked into the main building and returned to his room. Big deal? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other and could see the wry smile on each other's face. They naturally knew what the big deal the youth was talking about. But, did they still have a choice? As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The 2 of them helplessly shook their heads and obediently returned to their rooms to rest. As for Duan Lingtian, after returning, he didn't even have the time to greet the 3 beauties at home before directly returning to his room. Whoosh! The cauldron was taken out by him. Subsequently, he started to refine the dragon blood pill. After he finished refining the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. Instantly, his fleshly body completed the tempering of the 6th level of the core formation stage and gained the strength of an ancient mammoth. This also meant that his next step was to directly charge to the 7th level of the core formation stage. I'm finally about to catch up to those 2 little girls. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Ever since they settled down in the inner city of the Imperial City, no matter if it was Kerr or Little Fei, they would spend over 10 hours cultivating every day with the help of an inexhaustible supply of high-purity origin increasing pills. Now, the 2 girls had successively broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. But Duan Lingtian believed that with his current cultivation speed, he would surely be able to catch up to the 2 girls before long. Young master, it's time to eat. A voice that was like a silver bell sounded from outside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and saw Kerr standing at the door. Looking at the slim and graceful young girl, Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly absent-minded. The current Kerr wasn't the little girl from before. She'd grown up. Looking at Kerr's beautiful face that was as white as jade and the pair of plump buds on her chest, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and evil thoughts arose in his heart. Maybe he should find a time to eat Kerr up. Young master, I'll go out first. You quickly come out and eat as well. Kerr noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, and her heartbeat sped up. Her beautiful face blushed as she quickly walked out. This girl is shy. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, then chased after her. After he finished eating, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and took out the information of the people in charge of the Su clan's various businesses. In the end, he locked onto a target. Su Yong, 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, the younger cousin of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. He's in charge of the Su clan's largest medicine store, Jiun Pavilion. He has 2 sons who commit all sorts of crimes, and it's Su Yong who cleans up their messes every single time, ruthlessly destroying all threats. After he finished looking at Su Yong's information, Duan Lingtian decided on him. The main reason he chose him was naturally because of his relationship with Su Nan. Secondly, it was because of his vile conduct. Besides having 2 ignorant and incompetent good-for-nothing sons, he himself was full of evil deeds. As the saying goes, like father, like son. In this world where the strong are respected, it's like this. There's no law to speak of, and the fist is the law. Just like this Su Yong. The conduct of him and his 2 sons can be said to be known by everyone within the imperial city. However, even the imperial family that controls the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom would turn a blind eye out of respect for the Su clan, and wouldn't punish them. Although Duan Lingtian didn't think of being some savior, since he'd decided to teach the Su clan a lesson, he naturally wouldn't be lenient. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If it wasn't for your Su clan going too far, I wouldn't have targeted you. After Duan Lingtian finished looking through the other information related to Su Yong, he left the room. It was deep into the night, and it was impossible to see one's own fingers. In the northern direction of the imperial city's inner city was a residential area, and there was an extremely vast courtyard house within it. Within the courtyard house, the lights were extinguished, and the people within had obviously already fallen asleep. Whoosh! 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 3 figures were like night owls as they passed over the walls of the courtyard house and snuck into the courtyard house. Let's go. Moonlight sprinkled down, and the figure of the person in the lead appeared. It was a young man in black clothes and had his face covered. It was precisely Duan Lingtian. His target tonight was the Su clan's Su Yong. This Su Yong didn't live in the Su clan estate, and had instead bought a courtyard house outside by himself. He had a few concubines, and his days were extremely comfortable. Under the lead of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who similarly wore black clothes and had their faces covered, lightly followed behind. Through the moonlight, the helplessness in their exposed eyes could be seen. When had they ever been so sneaky? Young master, in my opinion, that Su Yong is only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Why don't we just openly charge in and kill him? Zhang Qian said. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he deeply agreed and nodded. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Why do I feel that these 2 fellows are even more ferocious than me? Fair and square? Duan Lingtian sneered in a low voice. If you 2 directly charge in, then what difference does it make if I'm there or not? Don't forget why your general asked the 2 of you to follow me. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. So the young master was training them. If there's no need, then kill Su Yong alone. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang into the main building and arrived outside the innermost master bedroom. Duan Lingtian pushed out with his palm and shook open the lock on the door. Bang! The door was knocked open by Duan Lingtian. Who's there? Instantly, an explosive shout sounded out from within the room, and subsequently, the room lit up with a lamp. The entire room was completely illuminated. The middle-aged man that was originally completely naked covered his body with the clothes on the bed, then leaped off the bed and glared fiercely with his triangular eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 who were covered under black clothes, and his face was gloomy. Who are you people? On the bed, a young woman that looked to be around 20 years old shrunk to the corner of the bed in fear and pulled over the blanket to cover her completely naked body. Kill him. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he ordered in a low voice. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang moved, flashing directly towards the middle-aged man with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Above them, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared. 2 7th-level core formation martial artists. The middle-aged man, Su Yong, went pale as he realized that they didn't come with good intentions. His gaze quickly landed on a window not far away. His figure moved, and with a loud bang, he broke through the window and jumped out. Above him, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted as they chased after him. "No! Don't kill me!" Chapter 180. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of clamorous sounds coming from the front courtyard of the house, and he knew that the commotion here had alarmed the others. Under the girl's terrified gaze, Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he raised his hand and knocked her unconscious before chasing out of the window. In any case, his face was covered now, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. Outside the window was the rear courtyard of this house. Presently, Su Yong was lying by the wall of the rear courtyard, not moving and not making a sound. Obviously, he didn't manage to escape. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist possibly escape from the joint forces of 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists? At this moment, Zhang Qian removed the spatial ring from Su Yong's body and respectfully passed it to Duan Lingtian. "Young master, let's go." Duan Lingtian arrived at the side of the wall in a few steps. Then his legs exerted force and his origin energy skyrocketed. Above him, the strength of 10+ ancient mammoths flashed, directly leaping over the wall and arriving outside the house. When Duan Lingtian left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he could faintly hear a sorrowful cry coming from the rear courtyard. "Master!" On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and the wealth within caused his eyes to light up. 30 million plus silver. Sure enough, it was as he thought. This Su Yong had worked for most of his life, and the wealth he accumulated far surpassed the fatty Su Lai from last night. In fact, Su Lai could be considered to be Su Yong's nephew. This uncle and nephew pair gave him a total of close to 40 million silver. "Take it." Duan Lingtian withdrew another 2 million silver and gave it to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The two of them didn't refuse this time and directly put it away. As far as they were concerned, now that they were following this exceedingly audacious youth, it was practically a 90% chance of survival. If they were to make a mistake one day, then this wealth could be left to their wives and children. With the Divine Might Marquis present, they didn't have to worry about their wives and children being burdened by them. It could be said that they'd already made plans for the worst. After all, what they were doing now was like making a steel wire on a cliff. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall and shatter into pieces. The Su clan was not easy to deal with. If Duan Lingtian knew what Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were thinking, he would definitely be speechless. He had done similar things countless times in his previous life. Other than the time when he was betrayed, when had he ever failed? When he returned to the house, Duan Lingtian, who was already in a good mood, welcomed another pleasant surprise. Xiongquan had actually spent all the 50 million silver he gave him last time, and had even gathered enough materials to inscribe over 10 bone corrosion inscriptions. After today, the Su clan will definitely be vigilant. I'll rest for a few days, and use the next few nights to help Mother and those 2 little girls inscribe some bone corrosion inscriptions. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and he had a plan. To him, nothing was more important than the safety of his family. Duan Lingtian, who was in an extremely good mood, stealthily snuck into Li Fei's room. Li Fei hadn't slept yet, and was sitting cross-legged on the soft bed cultivating. When she heard movement, she opened her eyes, and with a glance, she saw Duan Lingtian. She didn't even have time to react before being pushed onto the bed by Duan Lingtian. "Little Fei, your husband is here." Very quickly, accompanied by Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing, the soft bed started to sway, composing a decadent movement. Only when it was deep into the night did the movements of the two finally stop. The sound of panting pervaded the room. Just when Duan Lingtian was fully satisfied as he hugged the flushed little Fei and fell asleep, the higher-ups of the Su clan once again gathered in the audience hall overnight. Killing 2 of our Su clan's direct descendant disciples in 2 consecutive nights. Looks like someone has the intention to go against our Su clan. Under the rage of the Su clan's patriarch, Suboya. His palm descended, and the armrest of the new chair that had just been changed today was shattered. The Grand Elder, Sunan, who was below him, had an extremely unsightly expression. Last night, his nephew died. Tonight, his cousin had died. He suddenly felt that the spearhead of all this seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally pointing towards him. It wasn't only Su Nan who thought this way. Even the other Su clan elders had similar thoughts. Grand Elder? Did you offend someone? Yeah, Grand Elder, if you offended someone, you can speak of it. We can use this clue to track down the true culprit. Grand Elder, could it be that you have some difficulties? Grand Elder, I hope you can consider the big picture. One by one, the Su clan elders pointed their spearhead at Su Nan. The gaze of the patriarch, Suboya, couldn't help but descend onto Su Nan. Now, even he had some doubts. Patriarch, I, Su Nan, can swear that I absolutely haven't offended anyone recently. If you really want to talk about conflicts, then it ought to be that Su Li and Duan Lingtian. However, it's absolutely impossible for the two of them to have the ability to kill Su Li and Su Yong. Being misunderstood by so many people, Su Nan was angered to the point his face flushed red, and in his heart, he hated that culprit to the bone. Su Li? Many of the Su clan elders present knew who Su Li was, and they all asked, what does this have to do with Su Li? Su Nan took a deep breath and spoke of the dispute between him and Su Li, including the fact that Su Li had already left Paladin Academy. When he first found out about this matter, he was very surprised as well. He never would have thought that Su Li, for the sake of his friend, Duan Lingtian, and for the sake of his parents' safety, was actually willing to give up his great future. As far as he was concerned, Su Li's choice was extremely stupid. Grand Elder, you really do have the ability to not even let off a child. A Su clan elder who had a good relationship with Su Li's father couldn't help but sneer as he glanced at Su Nan with disdain. As far as he was concerned, the actions of the dignified Su clan's Grand Elder caused one's hair to stand on end. It's impossible for Su Li. As for that Duan Lingtian, although he's the son of Duan Rufeng, he still hasn't returned to the Duan clan. So it's impossible for him to have such ability. Grand Elder, did you miss something? Su Boya pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Nan with a burning gaze. Absolutely not. Su Nan shook his head with a face full of certainty. Chapter 181. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the undercurrent outside. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian lay on the lawn in the backyard, hugging Kerr on his left and Li Fei on his right. He crossed his legs and looked up at the sky, his gaze slightly blurred. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the numerous stars set off the night sky. Scoundrel, why didn't you go out tonight? Li Fei asked curiously. She remembered that no matter if it was last night or the night before, Duan Lingtian would always bring the two people the Divine Might Marquis sent out to him. Tonight, however, he was out of the ordinary and actually had time to accompany her and Kerr to watch the stars here. She had heard a little about the matter of the Su clan's direct descendant being killed, and subconsciously felt that it was very likely to be related to this man. You little girl, do you really want me to go out that much? Duan Lingtian's right hand slightly exerted force and pulled Li Fei into his embrace. His palm lightly landed on the little girl's sexy butt and conveniently pinched it twice. Instantly, Li Fei's sensitive body trembled, and her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood would drip out. Young master, you're bullying big sister Feifei again. Kerr's silver bell-like voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel relaxed and happy. How he hoped that this moment could become eternal. Hugging the two little girls until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. But unfortunately, he understood that this was only an extravagant hope, and there were still many things waiting for him to do. What he needed to do now was to carve out a place that belonged to him in this world where the strong were respected. Only by standing at the peak of this world would he have the ability to bring the two little girls to every corner of this world and see all the clouds in the world. That was the true life, the true carefree life. At that time, no one would be able to threaten him, and everyone could only look up to him. Kerr, do you think this is unfair to your big sister Feifei? Don't worry, I won't favor one over the other. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he smirked and raised his hand to give Kerr's but a slap and gently pinched it. Young master, you're so bad. Kerr was so shy that she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace. After a long while, she raised her head in embarrassment. All right, give me your spatial rings. I'll help you inscribe an inscription tonight. Duan Lingtian stopped teasing the two girls and said seriously, Young master, what kind of inscription are you going to inscribe on us? Kerr's eyes flickered. After taking off the Sumeru ring, her watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. This man was so mysterious. After interacting with him for so long, she was already used to it. However, she still wanted him to inscribe some kind of inscription on them. Bone-eroding inscription. Duan Lingtian received the spatial rings from the two girls and lightly smiled. Subsequently, he introduced the use of the bone-eroding inscription to the two girls. For a moment, the two girls were scared to the point their faces went pale. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He wasn't surprised by the reaction of the two girls. Duan Lingtian stood up and took the two spatial rings before returning to his room. He withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring and started inscribing. Inscribing two bone-eroding inscriptions in one night caused Duan Lingtian's spiritual force to be extremely exhausted. After he finished inscribing, he returned the spatial rings to Li Fei and Kerr one by one. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and directly fell onto Kerr's bed, snoring loudly. Kerr lay beside Duan Lingtian. Her eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's handsome face, and a wisp of a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. It was precisely because of this man that her life underwent such a tremendous change. She would live her entire life for this man, and she would have no regrets until her death. Early the next morning, when Duan Lingtian woke up, he only felt groggy. He sized up the surroundings and noticed that he wasn't in his room, and he recalled what happened last night. Right? I fell asleep in Kerr's room last night. He stood up and noticed the young girl sitting cross-legged at the side cultivating. Duan Lingtian hugged the young girl from behind, and the young girl's delicate body trembled as she was startled awake from her cultivation. Young master, you're awake? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and greedily inhaled a breath of air. The natural fragrance on the young girl's body was always so pleasant to smell. After getting dressed under the help of Kerr, Duan Lingtian and Kerr went out to eat breakfast together, and only then did they walk out of the house and head towards Paladin Academy. A regular day passed just like that. When he walked out of Paladin Academy's gate in the evening, it was as peaceful as yesterday. Besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he didn't notice a third person spying on him in secret. Duan Lingtian didn't dare be careless. He was clear in his heart. The calmer it was, the more likely it was that a storm was coming. Young master, the Marquis invites you over. Suddenly, Zhang Qian appeared and walked out, respectfully speaking to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, but he wasn't surprised. Now that the Su clan was facing a great enemy, it was practically a household name within the imperial city, and the Divine Might Marquis estate naturally wouldn't be unable to receive the news. His uncle Nia remembered that he asked for the information of the various properties and people in charge of the Su clan, and would surely suspect him. You two didn't betray me, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian with a burning gaze, seeming as if he would sweep him and Zhao Gang out of the house if Zhang Qian agreed. No. Zhang Qian hurriedly shook his head. The matter of the Su clan was not only related to Duan Lingtian, it was also related to his own life, so he naturally didn't dare speak carelessly. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Qian once again concealed himself in the shadows, whereas Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate. At the gate of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian noticed that one of the soldiers guarding the gate was actually a familiar face. It was precisely the young soldier that was slapped by an old soldier the last time he came here. Stop! Just at this moment, another soldier stood out and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Slap! Under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, the young soldier that was slapped by the old soldier the last time slapped the soldier that was blocking his path. Under the furious gaze of the soldier that was slapped, the young soldier looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian. Young Master Lingtian, please come in. Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced deeply at the young soldier. This fellow, that slap from before wouldn't have been intentional, right? As expected, the furious expression on the face of the soldier that was slapped instantly vanished, and he looked at the young soldier with a perturbed expression as he asked, "Brother Ji, who is he?" "He's young Master Lingtian, the nephew of the Marquis. Kid, look carefully in the future, don't act like a hothead." The young soldier spoke with the tone of an old man. As he spoke, he extended his hand to rub the back of his head with a lingering fear. "I've been through this as well." Divine Might Marquis estate within the audience hall. "Uncle Nye, is there something you need from me?" When Duan Lingtian entered, he noticed that the Divine Might Marquis Nyuan was already waiting for him, and he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Little Tian, tell Uncle Nye the truth. Was it you who led Zhang Qian and the others to kill the Su clans Su Lai and Su Yong?" At the same time that Nye Yuan asked, his eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to discern something from Duan Lingtian's face. But unfortunately, he was unable to discern anything. "Uncle Nye, if you don't have evidence, then don't speak nonsense," Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness. "You kid, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang not saying a single word was also your order, right? No wonder when you asked me for them the last time, you said you wanted to have complete control over them. You've already planned this at that time, right?" Although Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to admit it, Nye Yuan knew that he guessed correctly, and he spoke angrily. "Uncle Nye, all of this is only your guess." Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. Then he said, "Uncle Nye, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first." "Wait!" Nye Yuan stopped Duan Lingtian, then shook his head and smiled. "I didn't call you here just to ask about that. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't mention a single word, so I guess that even if you came, you wouldn't be honest. I called you here this time because I want to tell you about the war at the northwest border." As he finished speaking, Nye Yuan's expression became serious. Northwest border? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that his teacher in the Star Mastermind department, Sima Changfeng, had mentioned this to him. "Uncle Nye, why are you telling me this?" "I naturally have a reason for telling you this. The war at the northwest border is critical this time, and His Majesty has given me full authority to be in charge of the mobilization of reinforcements. A portion of these reinforcements will be mobilized from your Paladin Academy, especially the students of your Star Mastermind department. If any of you put what you've learned into practice, then on the battlefield, you alone will be able to hold up against an entire army." Nye Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "When I was discussing this with your Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan, he strongly recommended you to me. Of course, he doesn't know of our relationship." "Recommended me?" Duan Lingtian was stunned, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It should be Teacher Sima who recommended him to the Vice Dean. "Right, recommended you. How about it, are you interested in going to experience it? At that time, this reinforcements will be led by your big brother Nye." Nye Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. At the beginning, when Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan recommended Duan Lingtian, he was still skeptical. Take this 200,000 as the cleaning fee. If the person behind you has any objections, you can ask him to come look for me personally. Now, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to disappear before me. Otherwise, leave your life here. The young man's voice became even colder. The middle-aged man's face went ghastly pale. His legs trembled, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the ghastly shadow's stronghold in an extremely sorry state. 200,000. 200,000 is gone just like that. After the middle-aged man left, he finally reacted to what had happened. The 200,000 silver seemed to have been confiscated. A gust of wind blew past, and the middle-aged man only felt his crotch go cold, but his heart was even colder. 200,000 was gone just like that. How would he explain himself when he returned? Duan Rong noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and he lowered his head with the intention of avoiding him. Duan Rong, what are you afraid of? The tall young man beside Duan Rong looked at the distant violet-clothed youth and his sword-like brows raised, seeming to be slightly puzzled. Big brother Su Qing. He's Duan Lingtian. The other person laughed bitterly. He's Duan Lingtian? The eyes of the young man called Su Qing narrowed as a bright light flashed within them, and he raised his hand and placed it on Duan Rong's shoulder. Duan Rong, you're a person from my Chilean county's county city. Could it be that you think he can bully you with me here? Duan Rong shuddered and returned to his senses. Right, how could he forget? The young man beside him was the son of the Chilean county's county governor, the eldest young master of the county governor's estate. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, he was even publicly acknowledged as the student with the strongest natural talent in the martial Dao in Paladin Academy after Duan Ruffing. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance, and when he saw Duan Rong looking at him like a mouse looking at a cat, he didn't plan to tease Duan Rong. But suddenly, he noticed that Duan Rong seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, and even walked towards him with the 2 young men beside him in an imposing manner. This caused him to be stunned. There's nothing wrong with this Duan Rong's head, right? Could it be that he wants to be bashed again? You're Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian noticed that the tall young man beside Duan Rong was looking at him with a hostile gaze, and his tone had a trace of coldness mixed within. This tall young man had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious with a single glance that he had an extraordinary background. Yes, Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be that this person wants to stand up for Duan Rong? I'm Su Qing. Su Qing stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of hostility seemed to arise within his eyes. Before the violet-clothed youth before him killed Duan Lingxing and became famous in Paladin Academy, he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in Paladin Academy. But after that, this halo was seized away by the violet-clothed youth before him. This caused the proud and arrogant him to be slightly unable to accept it. Su Qing, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. He still remembered that when he'd just arrived at the Imperial City, he'd once heard people discussing this person within the restaurant in the outer city. Moreover, they even said that this person was the martial Dao genius with the highest natural talent in Paladin Academy in the past 20 years after his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing. Later on, when he entered Paladin Academy, he frequently heard people mention this Su Qing. Su Qing, Paladin Academy Star General Department's 2nd grade student. But when Duan Lingtian appeared with the identity of Duan Rufing's son and even displayed a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and killed Duan Lingxing, who was similarly at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his name shook Paladin Academy and even the entire Imperial City. Su Qing's halo seemed to have been snatched away overnight. Since then, hostility towards Duan Lingtian had arisen in his heart. Since you was born, then why you was born? Originally, he only had hostility in his heart, but when he really saw Duan Lingtian today, he instead discovered that he yearned so much to defeat Duan Lingtian and prove himself to everyone. He, Su Qing, was still the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, a legend that was difficult for all the Paladin Academy students to surpass. But now, when he issued a challenge, this Duan Lingtian actually disdained him. This caused his heart to be completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian, coward. Su Qing's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar and sneered. Duan Lingtian, who was walking side by side with Tian, who stopped when he heard Su Qing. Then he shook his head and smiled before continuing forward. If you feel that roaring like this can suppress the inferiority in your heart, then go ahead and roar. It's not that I don't dare to battle you, but that I disdain it. You're on your own now. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded from afar, but when it entered Su Qing's ears, it was like needles piercing his heart. Duan Lingtian. They believed that what followed would be an exciting battle between two evenly matched opponents. To be able to witness the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing with my own two eyes, even if I'm late and get punished, it's worth it. Exactly. The former #1 genius against the current #1 genius. This is a rare sight. The surrounding students had bright lights in their eyes and had excited expressions on their faces. Duan Rong stood in the crowd as his icy-cold gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Duan Lingtian, let's see how you deal with this today. Actually fighting big brother Su Qing. You're courting death. As a member of the Chilean County's Duan clan, Duan Rong was deeply aware of how terrifying the county governor's son, Su Qing, was. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be a match for Su Qing. Su Qing, if you don't want to lose face, then leave quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he looked at Su Qing with a calm and carefree expression. Don't want to lose face, leave quickly? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only did Su Qing's face go pale, even the surrounding students looked at Su Qing with strange gazes. If Su Qing were to leave now, it would undoubtedly be even more embarrassing. Duan Lingtian, anyone can talk big. If you're a man, then fight me and prove to everyone that you indeed have the strength to disdain to fight me. Su Qing's gaze burned as he stared at Duan Lingtian. An origin energy flashed on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that was pitch black like ink. A trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Since you insist on going your own way and aren't afraid of losing face, then I'll fulfill your wish. He knew clearly in his heart that if he didn't prove himself now, then Su Qing would surely talk endlessly. Since it was like this, then he would completely destroy Su Qing's confidence and make him retreat in the face of difficulties. I'll wait and see. Su Qing grunted coldly with an arrogant expression. Then receive a punch of mine. Duan Lingtian's voice exploded out like muffled thunder. In an instant, Duan Lingtian made his move. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, his speed swift like lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Su Qing moved along with Duan Lingtian, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand that was pitch black like ink flashed out. Sword images flashed, as if transforming into a myriad of sword images. Obviously, this was an extremely profound sword skill. At the same time, 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above Su Qing. Su Qing's entire strength exploded out the moment he attacked, and combined it with his spirit weapon. You only have this little bit of strength? Facing Su Qing's sword, if it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, he might have some fear, but the current Duan Lingtian, Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and in an instant, the speed of his feet soared by a few levels. He instantly dodged Su Qing's sword. Whoosh! Su Qing chased after him. However, he quickly noticed that he was utterly unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian, as Duan Lingtian's speed left him in the dust. How could this be possible? How could he possibly be so fast? When he saw another 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear above Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. The strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Oh my God! The strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian isn't utilizing a spirit weapon to execute an attack now, and is only using his movement technique to dodge Su Qing. In other words, he isn't relying on a spirit weapon, but is drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Looks like this Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the origin core stage. Only an origin core martial artist is able to possess such a terrifying strength of ancient mammoths under the circumstances of not utilizing a spirit weapon. The first level of the origin core stage possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian is obviously holding back now. The surrounding crowd of students were dumbstruck for a moment, then were overwhelmed with astonishment. Most of the people had expressions of disbelief. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist? Heavens! What monster is this? Duan Rong was dumbstruck as he looked at the scene before him. No, impossible. How could this little bastard possibly be an origin core martial artist? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his figure flashed out to directly flash behind Su Qing. His right arm trembled as he struck out with a simple and unadorned punch. Bang! The strength of 16 ancient mammoths exploded out, destroying the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Su Qing's body and blasting Su Qing flying. Bang! Su Qing fiercely fell to the ground, and his body trembled as he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he indifferently swept Su Qing with his gaze, then slowly said, "Now, what do you think? Do I, Duan Lingtian, have the strength to disdain to battle you?" However, at this moment, Su Qing seemed as if he didn't hear Duan Lingtian's words, and he had a dazed expression as his eyes dimmed. He'd obviously suffered a great blow. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly swept Su Qing with his gaze, then called out to Tian, who before directly heading towards the classroom. Most of the students present sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes, and their eyes emitted a sense of astonishment and admiration. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist. This youth's natural talent had already completely surpassed his father, Duan Ruffing. Even Duan Ruffing only broke through to the origin core stage when he was 20 years old. How could they know that Duan Lingtian's cultivation was still a distance away from the origin core stage, and the reason he was able to display such a terrifying strength was entirely because of the supreme cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Su Qing relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute an attack with the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. But before Duan Lingtian's bare-handed attack with the strength of 16 ancient mammoths, he was unable to withstand a single blow. What you're saying is simply nonsense. This grade 7 spirit sword only amplifies attack strength, and Su Qing's speed is similarly only powered by the strength of 12 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Lingtian's speed is powered by the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. They're completely not on the same level. The gap between the 9th level of the core formation stage and the 1st level of the origin core stage is too great, and this is still Duan Lingtian not using his full strength. Yeah, if he used his full strength, Su Qing wouldn't even have the chance to swing his sword. The group of students discussed animatedly, but when these words entered Su Qing's ears, it was like needles piercing his ears, causing him to be nearly numb. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist. Su Qing suddenly felt that he'd lived all these years in vain, and his pair of dim eyes flickered with the dejection of defeat. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Tian, who were walking towards the classroom, and Tian, who had a face full of surprise. F***K. Duan Lingtian, when did you step into the origin core stage? Tian, who seemed to be carefree, but he was slightly bitter in his heart. When he met Duan Lingtian for the first time in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, Duan Lingtian was the same as him, only a 4th-level core formation martial artist. But now, he'd just broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage less than 2 days ago. He originally thought that he could gradually catch up to Duan Lingtian's footsteps, but he shockingly discovered that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the origin core stage. He only felt a wave of powerlessness. Maybe I shouldn't have compared myself to this freak. I'm simply asking for a beating. Chapter 185. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled in response to Tianhu's question. In the eyes of others, his strength was indeed something that only an origin core martial artist was capable of displaying. Regarding this, he didn't give any further explanation. After all, this was related to the cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. That was his greatest secret. Once it was leaked, he would surely suffer a calamity. Duan Lingtian had only cultivated to the 2nd form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Raging Python form, and he could already feel how heaven-defying this cultivation method was. He could imagine that if the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique were to be exposed before others, even those true Void Stage experts would probably be tempted. Before long, Duan Lingtian separated from Tianhu and directly went to the classroom. Within the classroom, besides Sima Changfeng, the other 17 students sat in their respective seats, and only Duan Lingtian was missing. Teacher. Duan Lingtian arrived at the classroom door and smiled apologetically to Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng didn't say anything and nodded. Come in. Only then did Duan Lingtian enter and sit down. Duan Lingtian, although you used to come late, you've never been late. Tell me honestly, did you do something bad last night and can't wake up this morning? Xiao Sun sat behind Duan Lingtian and moved his head closer to Duan Lingtian as he laughed wickedly. Is that all you have in your head? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Before long, the entire morning had passed. After class ended at noon, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked on the road to the cafeteria. Everywhere they passed, many students would pay attention to them. Do we have flowers on our faces? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu as he asked. In any case, you and Duan Lingtian don't have flowers on your faces, but do I? Xiao Yu felt it was strange as well. Why were these people looking at them like that? Your face doesn't have any either. Xiao Sun glanced at Xiao Yu and said in all seriousness. Among the 3 of them, perhaps only Duan Lingtian could remain calm. After all, he knew the reason. That's Duan Lingtian, a grade 1 student who stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. F***CK. Couldn't be, right? A first-year student at the primal core stage? At this time, 2 students nearby stopped and looked at Duan Lingtian, whispering to each other. Because they were not far away, their voices were heard by Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. The 2 of them finally reacted. It turned out that the reason why so many people were staring at them along the way was not because of the flowers on their faces, but because they were looking at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you broke through to the origin core stage. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu's faces were filled with astonishment, and their eyes revealed an inconceivable luster. This was too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and remained silent. F***CK. You wouldn't have really broken through to the origin core stage, right? Also, why do so many people know that you broke through to the origin core stage but we don't? Could it be that you were late this morning for something? Xiao Sun cursed and asked a string of questions. Although Xiao Yu didn't finish speaking, his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. When you see Tianhu in a while, you guys can ask him yourselves. Duan Lingtian shrugged and was slightly helpless. In the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just sat down when Tianhu arrived. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun naturally couldn't avoid asking him questions. Quickly, under Tianhu's narration, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finally knew the ins and outs of the matter. They never imagined that the reason Duan Lingtian was late this morning was actually because of Su Qing. They naturally knew who Su Qing was. He was a Year 2 student of Paladin Academy, and was also the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of Paladin Academy before Duan Lingtian appeared. Duan Lingtian, not only did you snatch away the title of #1 genius from Su Qing, you even made him suffer a crushing defeat in public. He's bound to be inferior to you in all aspects of Paladin Academy in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head and was slightly shocked in his heart. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant and even defeat Su Qing. Of course, what he was even more shocked about was Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Stepping into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. Just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. I gave him a chance at that time, but it was he who was overbearing. He deserved it. Tian, who had a face full of schadenfreude. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze, and unknowingly, a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Presently, he was only a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, but Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the origin core stage. Although he had long since no longer intended to compare himself with Duan Lingtian, he still felt a sense of loss in his heart. Right? Suddenly, Tian, who seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I heard that Su Qing's background isn't simple. He's the son of the Chilean County's county governor, one of the 18 counties under our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Son of the county governor. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recalled the scene from this morning and came to a sudden realization. This morning, Su Qing didn't have a sword in his hand, but later on he obviously took it out from his spatial ring. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Su Qing actually had a spatial ring. Moreover, that sword was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Now that he knew of Su Qing's identity, he felt relieved. Son of the county governor? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. The Crimson Sky Kingdom only had a total of 18 counties, and he first cut off the arm of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son, Pei San. After that, he successively beat the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tongli, into a pig's head. Now he defended the Chilean County's county governor's son, Su Qing. Out of the 18 county governors, he'd indirectly offended 3. Under the slightly worried gazes of Xiao Yu's group of 3, Duan Lingtian laughed indifferently. What are all of you doing? Don't forget that I've already offended a county governor. The Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tongli, hates me to the bone. Moreover, she's the cousin of the 5th prince. Compared to that, this Su Qing is nothing. $200,000 silver? Duan Lingtian was first stunned. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the scarred man and the others, he started cursing. F***K. This young master's life is only worth 200,000 silver? 200,000 silver is already a lot. One of the scarred man's subordinates muttered. 200,000 silver is a lot? Duan Lingtian laughed coldly, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver notes appeared in his hand. All of them were in denominations of 10,000 silver. Now, this young master has 1 million silver notes. As long as you can kill this young master will give it all to you. How about it? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the scarred man and the others were all dumbstruck. They've done many transactions, but this was the first time they've encountered such a situation. Is what you said true? The scarred man fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was filled with disbelief. Don't try to fool me, Wang Dahu, or else you'll suffer. I, Wang Dahu, have a resounding reputation in the underworld. How resounding? Their lives were already hanging by a thread. What rules were there to follow? No broken rules were more important than their lives. Speak. Who paid for my life? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Hammer 7. Wang Dahu said honestly. Hammer 7? Do you know who he is? Duan Lingtian frowned. I know. He's a big hoodlum in the outer city of the imperial city. Wang Dahu hurriedly nodded. Let's go. Bring me to him. Duan Lingtian looked at the sky. At this time, the gate from the inner city to the outer city should have just opened not long ago. After finishing his business, he should be able to rush back in time. Imperial City, Outer City. Duan Lingtian sat in the guest room of an inn, leisurely drinking tea. Other than Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing behind him, Wang Dahu also stood respectfully at the side with a nervous expression. Wang Dahu, didn't you say that Hammer 7 was nearby? It's already been more than 10 minutes, and your 4 brothers still haven't returned. They wouldn't have left you behind, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Dahu, and a trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. Young master, don't worry, we, the Crimson North 5 Tigers. Just as Wang Dahu opened his mouth, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze had turned sharp, and he hurriedly changed his words. No, it's the Crimson North 5 Cats. We, the Crimson North 5 Cats, are famous for being loyal. Young master, you can rest assured about this. I hope it's as you say. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Wang Dahu, and he continued to lower his head and drink his tea. The cup of tea was quickly finished. Right at this moment, Zhang Qian go open the door. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he suddenly spoke. Although Zhang Qian felt it was slightly strange, he still went to open the door. At this moment, he heard a wave of footsteps coming from outside. It was the other 4 of the Crimson North 5 Tigers, and they carried a sack back. There was obviously a person inside the sack, and the person emitted a wave of woo-woo sounds as he constantly struggled. After everyone entered, Zhang Qian closed the door and looked at the violet-clothed youth who sat there with a carefree expression, and he was shocked in his heart. The soundproofing of this inn was extremely good, and he didn't notice in the slightest that 4 of the Crimson North 5 Tigers had returned. How did the young master know? Not only Zhang Qian, even Zhao Gang's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Both of them realized that there were still many things they had to learn from this young master. Young master, he's here. The other 4 of the Crimson North 5 Tigers threw the sack on the ground, and a wave of shrill cries sounded out from within the sack. Subsequently, the 4 of them opened the sack once more. A young man that was tied up appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The young man's mouth was stuffed with a ball of cloth, and he was currently emitting loud woo-woo sounds as he glared angrily at the Crimson North 5 Tigers. If you dare make even the slightest sound, I don't mind slashing your throat. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand, and the violet myrtle flexible sword seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's neck, causing the young man to be frightened to the point his body trembled, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. At this moment, he started to size up the youth before him. OM! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and he removed the ball of cloth from the young man's mouth. Even when the ball of cloth was gone, the young man still obediently shut his mouth, and he didn't dare make even the slightest sound. The sword that was placed on his neck wasn't a joke. Duan Lingtian stared at the young man and said indifferently, You should be Hammer 7. Speak, who asked you to hire someone to kill me? Hammer 7's expression changed. You're Duan Lingtian? Slap! Zhang Qian's figure moved, and he raised his hand to slap Hammer 7. His voice was cold as he said, How can you say the young master's name? Yes, young master, young master. Hammer 7 was stunned by the slap, and he hurriedly nodded, not daring to hesitate. The name Duan Lingtian had recently spread like wildfire in the imperial city. As long as one was a person in the imperial city, there was almost no one who didn't know of Duan Lingtian, and he naturally knew of him as well. Therefore, even if someone came to him and asked him to hire someone to kill Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to brazenly do it. He could only find a few hotheads who had just arrived in the imperial city and hadn't heard of Duan Lingtian, and hire them to do it. He originally thought that things would go smoothly, but now it seemed that it was completely different from what he imagined. He regretted it now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been greedy and found these unreliable fellows. What, Crimson North's 5 Tigers? The name sounded quite big, but in the end, it was wiped out by someone else. Let me ask you, who asked you to hire someone to kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and his voice was cold as if it was transmitted out from an ice cave. Young master, I can't say. If I say, I'll die. Hammer 7's face was pale as he smiled bitterly. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the crepe myrtle flexible sword swept out. With a shio sound, one of Hammer 7's eyebrows was shaved off. Hammer 7's expression changed, and he said in a panic, Young master, I'll speak. Speak. Who is it? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it was mixed with breathtaking rage. He wanted to know who exactly wanted his life. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. It's Hong Jie, young master, it's Hong Jie. He gave me 3 million silver and asked me to find a few clean people to deal with you. Hammer 7 hurriedly said. 3 million silver? The faces of Wang Dahu and the other 4 of the Crimson North's 5 Tigers went pale as they stared angrily at Hammer 7. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian being present, they would probably have rushed up and killed Hammer 7 at the first possible moment. This Hammer 7 took 3 million silver, but only gave them 200,000 silver, and almost made them lose their lives. Hong Jie. Duan Lingtian frowned, feeling that the matter seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Young master, I've heard of this Hong Jie. He's a local tyrant in the outer city of the imperial city. Supposedly, he's related to the Shao clan's patriarch. Zhao Gang seemed to have thought of something as he slowly spoke. After a night of tracking by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, they'd confirmed that Duan Rulei had arrived at this courtyard house and hadn't returned to the Duan clan estate. This courtyard house was twice the size of Duan Lingtian's house. Now, the lights were completely extinguished, and it was extremely quiet. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force trembled, as he faintly realized something. Not only that, he also noticed that the 2 little pythons concealed within his sleeves had become restless, as if they'd noticed something. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian along and continued forward. Since he'd come, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, what threat could a cripple pose? Even if there were people protecting him, he wasn't afraid. So long as it wasn't a half-step void stage expert, he could deal with it by relying on the bone corrosion inscription. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to the center of the front courtyard, a clear and melodious sound sounded out, and the lights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire front courtyard. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 3 figures flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 3. When these 3 people moved, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above each of them. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. The 3 people that appeared were 3 old men, and they stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his face went grim, but his face was covered, so others were unable to see it. He never imagined that he would actually be noticed. However, he didn't mind. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, so long as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang joined forces to kill one of them, he could use his spatial ring and the bone corrosion inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword to instantly kill the other 2. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, I've still underestimated you. Right at this moment, accompanied by a cold voice, A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance slowly walked out from the courtyard house's main building. Beside the middle-aged man followed an azure-clothed old man. Although it was the first time he'd seen this middle-aged man, he was still able to discern that the middle-aged man was somewhat similar to Duan Lingxing from that time, and Duan Lingtian guessed his identity. Duan Rulei. However, his attention wasn't on Duan Rulei, but on the azure-clothed old man beside Duan Rulei. The azure-clothed old man had an emaciated figure that was all skin and bones, but he gave Duan Lingtian an unfathomable feeling, and an extremely dangerous feeling. With the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that this old man wasn't an ordinary person. The strength of the azure-clothed old man might even surpass an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. He's probably not at the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian consoled himself. What? Duan Lingtian, you're still unwilling to be honest with me, your second uncle? Duan Rulei's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then took off his hood and revealed his face. Since he was recognized, then there was no need to continue wearing it. Now, he was almost certain that he'd been tricked by Duan Rulei tonight. Duan Rulei had obviously set up a trap for him. As expected, he's slightly similar to Duan Ruffing from all those years ago. When he saw Duan Lingtian's face clearly, Duan Rulei's gaze squinted, and a trace of breathtaking rage arose within him. It was as if he'd returned to the past and recalled the scene when Duan Ruffing crippled his Dantian all those years ago. I'm extremely curious. How did you know I would come? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rulei and asked. That can only mean that the two people by your side weren't professional in following me, and were seen through by Elder Ku long ago. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Rulei slightly paused for a moment, then smiled to the azure-clothed old man beside him, and within his smile was a trace of reverence mixed within. Young master, we're sorry. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang never imagined that the matter would happen to them, and their pupils constricted as they spoke apologetically with bitter voices. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the azure-clothed old man. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed him for a period of time and had improved a lot in tracking. Duan Lingtian was sure that even if they were asked to follow an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, they might not be noticed. Could it be that this azure-clothed old man was really a half-step void stage expert? Since when did an existence at the half-step void stage become someone's lackey? Moreover, you're even a lackey for a cripple at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he ridiculed. The azure-clothed old man didn't have any reaction, but Duan Rulei's expression had already greatly changed. Duan Rulei, don't speak irresponsibly and sow discord between me and Elder Ku. Elder Ku is my honored guest, and I've always treated him like an elder. Kid, no matter how much you speak, it's still a waste of time. If I were you, I might kneel down and beg for mercy, and kowtow a few times to the second master. Maybe the second master's mood will improve and he'll leave you with an intact corpse. The azure-clothed old man wasn't ashamed or angry, and his voice was calm, yet it contained a breathtaking coldness. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the judge of life and death, and Duan Lingtian was only a mortal waiting for his judgment. Kneel down and beg for mercy. An intact corpse? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Rulei. You want me to kowtow and beg for mercy? Old man, are you so old that even your brain isn't working properly? Can a cripple like him bear it? Is a cripple like him worthy? Duan Lingtian. Duan Rulei's face was crimson red as he burst into rage. In these past few years, although he didn't have his cultivation, his status in the Duan clan was still important. Who would dare directly call him a cripple in front of him? Now, this Duan Lingtian repeatedly called him a cripple, and it had completely infuriated him. Elder Ku, I'll be troubling you. Duan Ru took a deep breath as killing intent flashed within his eyes. He looked at the azure-clothed old man beside him, and he didn't plan to waste his breath on Duan Lingtian any longer. Xing, father is about to take revenge for you. Duan Ru's icy-cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian violently dying on the spot. The three of you deal with these two 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. I'll deal with this kid myself, an 18-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist. Kid, I'll always remember you in this lifetime. You'll be the first peerless genius to die at my hands. The azure-clothed old man's expression was extremely gloomy as he ordered the 3 old men that surrounded Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ridicule. Yes. The 3 old men were extremely respectful and reverent to the azure-clothed old man, and when they heard the order, their figures moved and instantly pounced towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's gazes focused, and they could only battle with these 3 evenly matched enemies. After all, their opponents had more people, and they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The azure-clothed old man slowly walked out towards Duan Lingtian. Kid, you're going to die soon. Could it be that you're not afraid? Every step the azure-clothed old man took, the sheen of ridicule that was mixed within his eyes grew deeper. If I was afraid, could it be that you would let me live? Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the azure-clothed old man, as if he was looking at an idiot. You're courting death. Noticing Duan Lingtian's unusual gaze, the azure-clothed old man's face went grim. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent that covered the heavens and covered the earth rose up from his body. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to infuriate Elder Ku. The corners of Duan Ru's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. Old fellow, could it be that you really think you can kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he looked at the azure-clothed old man who was enraged to the extreme and intended to attack him. Stop trying to be mysterious. The azure-clothed old man had a face of disdain as his figure flashed and walked out. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen was stunned. Duan Lingtian's feet trembled as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he swiftly flashed backwards as he shouted explosively. Uncle Nye, do you still intend to continue watching the show? The azure-clothed old man was stunned and stopped his footsteps. On the other hand, Duan Ru couldn't help but frown. Kid, I originally wanted to make you suffer a bit more, so that you wouldn't dare act rashly in the future, but I never imagined that I would actually be discovered by you. Accompanied by a somewhat helpless hearty laugh, a figure flashed in from outside the house and lightly descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. This was a middle-aged man, and his entire body emitted a peerlessly overbearing aura. It was precisely the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curled into a faint smile. Not long after Duan Ru and the azure-clothed old man appeared, he'd noticed Nye Yuan, who was concealed at the side. This was also the reason why he was able to maintain a carefree expression from beginning to end. He knew clearly in his heart that with Nye Yuan present, he wouldn't die. General, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang pulled apart the distance between them and their 3 opponents before looking at Nye Yuan and respectfully bowing. Divine Might Marquis. Duan Ru's face went grim. He knew of the friendship between Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rufeng, and this divine might Marquis Nye Yuan. For a moment, a bad premonition arose within his heart, but in next to no time he caught his breath. The divine might Marquis was in existence at the half-step void stage, and his strength was similar to Elder Ku. Their side still had a steady chance of victory. You're the divine might Marquis? The azure-clothed old man's gaze descended onto Nye Yuan, and it faintly contained a trace of wickedness. I've long since heard that the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan has a shocking strength and is in existence at the half-step void stage. Today, This old man will seek guidance from the divine might Marquis. Nye Yuan glanced indifferently at the old man. If you want to seek guidance from me, I'll naturally accompany you, but unfortunately your opponent today isn't me. As soon as Nye Yuan finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and Nye Yuan vanished on the spot. In the next moment, bang, bang, bang. Those 3 7th-level nascent soul stage existences were all dead. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he gazed at Nye Yuan, who seemed to have returned to his original spot in an instant, and his heart trembled. Just based on the ability Nye Yuan executed earlier, he was obviously only a step away from the true void stage. Looks like this Uncle Nye of his had extremely high natural talent in the martial Dao. You have already arrived at the final step? The azure-clothed old man was originally puzzled by what Nye Yuan said earlier, but now that he saw the ability Nye Yuan executed, his face went pale. Even if it was the half-step void stage, there was more or less a difference in strength. Compared to him, Nye Yuan had undoubtedly walked further, and was only a step away from reaching the true void stage, the void-prying stage. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that the azure-clothed old man's face went pale, a figure silently sneaked in and descended beside Nye Yuan. The person that arrived had a tall figure, wore black clothes, and his face was covered by a ghost king mask, causing his appearance to be unable to be seen clearly. Duan Lingtian's face slightly went pale. He was actually unable to notice the existence of this person in the slightest. There was only one possibility. This person was a void-prying stage expert, a true emptiness realm expert. In the next moment, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian to be even more astonished appeared. The old man that was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws a moment ago had a ghastly pale expression the instant the ghost-masked man appeared, and he even directly knelt on the ground with a thump as he shivered. Cap, leader. Chapter 189. Before the masked man, the old man didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Perhaps, as far as the old man was concerned, any resistance was futile before the masked man, and kneeling down and begging for mercy might give him a way out. The masked man moved and slightly extended his right hand. But right at this instant, terrifying origin energy raged on the masked man's right hand before condensing together. OM! A saber light condensed from origin energy carried along a mysterious and terrifying aura as it lightly trembled, and before the old man could react, it slashed past the old man's neck. The old man who was still trembling a moment ago was instantly split into two, and his blood dyed the ground as if transforming into a stream. A half-step void stage expert died just like that? A feeling of unreality arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and he only returned to his senses when the masked man's figure moved and instantly vanished before his eyes. If it wasn't for the old man's corpse being right before his eyes, he would even suspect that the masked man had never appeared. The azure-clothed old man was an expert that had stepped into the half-step void stage at any rate, but before the masked man he was like paper. You deal with the rest yourself. Nye Yuan's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light when he heard what Nye Yuan said, and his icy-cold gaze descended onto the distant Duan Roulé, who had long since been scared silly. Duan Roulé's face was ghastly pale, but he didn't flee. Even if he wanted to flee with his mere cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he wouldn't be able to flee far. Amongst the people present, even the weakest, Duan Lingtian, would be able to easily catch up to him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a spirit serpent, and he instantly flashed before Duan Roulé. Duan Roulé seemed to have realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, so he simply threw caution to the wind, and his gaze was vicious. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky that the Divine Might Marquis is helping you, but even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. I wasn't even afraid of you when you were still human. No wonder I'd be afraid of you after you become a ghost? Duan Lingtian was amused. Because of the appearance of the ghost masked man, Duan Lingtian, whose mood was slightly depressed, didn't waste words with Duan Ru-Lei. The violet myrtle flexible sword swept out and directly ended Duan Ru-Lei's life. At the same time, he put away Duan Ru-Lei's spatial ring. It could be imagined that as a person who controlled more than half of the Duan clan's businesses, the wealth on Duan Ru-Lei's body would surely be extremely considerable. Uncle Nye, who was that? Duan Lingtian put Duan Ru-Lei's spatial ring into his own spatial ring. He didn't even have time to claim ownership before his gaze fell on Nye Yuan, who wasn't far away. He could tell that this Uncle Nye should know of that person's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words to the old man in green. It's a pity that your opponent today is not me. These words were enough to show that Nye Yuan recognized the masked man. He is a very scary person. A hint of fear appeared on Nye Yuan's face. Not your friend, Uncle Nye? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Nye Yuan laughed bitterly. Of course not. Perhaps, I, the divine might marquis, am high and mighty in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, I'm nothing. I just happened to encounter him when I hurried over. His purpose for coming here is to punish this traitor. As Nye Yuan spoke, he looked at the green-clothed old man whose head had been separated from his body. Traitor? This old man whose cultivation had stepped into the half-step void stage was actually once the subordinate of the masked man. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. That masked man was a true void stage expert after all. It wasn't surprising that he had such a subordinate. Uncle Nye, according to my knowledge, there are 3 true void stage experts in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Besides the one in the Imperial family and Grandpa Nye, there seems to be only that one from Ghastly Shadow. Could it be that the person from before was? Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Yuan, as if wanting to discern the answer from his face. Nye Yuan lightly smiled, but didn't express his opinion. His figure flashed as he directly flew away. You too. Help this kid clean up this place properly. Duan Ru-Lei is the Duan clan's second master after all. It's best if the Duan clan doesn't find out about you too. Yes, General. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had respectful expressions as they sent Nye Yuan off with their gazes. So mysterious? Duan Lingtian shook his head, then didn't think any further. In any case, whether that person was the void stage expert from Ghastly Shadow or not wasn't related to him in the slightest. Duan Lingtian slowly walked out and took the spatial rings of the green-clothed old man and the other 3 old men one by one. Subsequently, with the help of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he first cremated the corpses of the old men, then burned down the entire courtyard house with fire. Flames soared into the sky, as if a raging inferno was burning the city. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead walked out from within the scorching flames and slowly disappeared at the end of the street. At this moment, they were able to hear the waves of exclamations that sounded out from behind them. The matter had finally been resolved. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. But when he thought of what happened today, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Uncle Nye's timely appearance, he would probably be dead by now. He didn't think that the ghost masked man would save him. Perhaps, in the eyes of the ghost masked man, any life was like grass, not worth mentioning. After returning to his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian entered his room and fell into a deep sleep. And right at this moment, the entire Duan clan was completely stirred. The second master, Duan Ru-Lei, who played an important role in the Duan clan and controlled most of the businesses, was burned to death by raging inferno in a single night, and his courtyard house in the inner city was reduced to ashes along with it. Within the audience hall of the Duan clan estate, Patriarch Duan Ru's face was gloomy, and his gaze was like lightning. Second brother is gone just like that. No matter who did it, even if my Duan clan has to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll still find him and burn his bones to comfort second brother's soul in heaven. Patriarch is right. Second master's death is unclear, so this is how it should be. Most of the Duan clan elders present nodded in agreement. But, looking at their expressions, there were even more that didn't care. Perhaps, in their eyes, Duan Roulet was only a cripple in the end. Even to the extent that with Duan Roulet's death, the businesses that were originally under Duan Roulet's control would become vacant, and they would be able to get a share of the profits. To them, Duan Roulet's death was a good thing to a certain extent. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts. The Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong, had a gloomy expression. It's really been troubled times recently. First, the Su clan had 2 direct descendant disciples successively die, and now second brother was burned to death for no reason. Could these 2 matters be related? Fourth master, you're too sensitive. According to my knowledge, the death of the 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples seems to be related to the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Second master, however, has no relationship with Su Nan. A Duan clan elder shook his head as he slowly spoke. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people present. No matter if it's related or not, my Duan clan will surely investigate this matter to the end and return justice to second brother. Duan Ruhu's voice contained a breathtaking rage mixed within. Patriarch, there's one more thing. I heard my grandson say that early this morning at the side of Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, relied on his cultivation at the Origin Core stage to defeat the former number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing, in one go. An aged Duan clan elder suddenly spoke out. His grandson was also a student of Paladin Academy. What? Origin Core stage? Second elder, you're not joking, right? Duan Rufing's son has stepped into the Origin Core stage? Yeah, second elder. According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian seems to be only 18 years old today, right? Being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage is already a monstrous talent, and seems to have surpassed Duan Rufing all those years ago. Origin Core stage. Impossible. Throughout the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, there seems to have never been an 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, an 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist is an absolute monstrous talent in the martial Dao, and is an existence that the various large sects fight for. I think it's impossible as well. The group of Duan clan elders didn't dare believe it, and they all shook their heads. Silence. Right at this moment, Patriarch Duan Ruhu spoke out, suppressing the clamorous discussions within the audience hall. I can testify to this matter, second elder isn't lying. Early this morning, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, did indeed defeat Su Qing. At that time, he didn't use a spirit weapon, and he exerted the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As soon as Duan Ruhu spoke, the audience hall went deathly silent. The people present didn't have any more doubts. Exerting the strength of 16 ancient mammoths without the use of a spirit weapon? So long as it was a normal martial artist, their first thought would be that an Origin Core stage martial artist held back. After all, a 9th level core formation martial artist would at most be able to exert the strength of 12 ancient mammoths without the use of a spirit weapon. Only an Origin Core stage martial artist would be able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Patriarch. The old man that sat below Duan Ruhua and hadn't spoken since the beginning suddenly spoke. This old man had long snow-white hair and a pair of straight white eyebrows. Presently, his pair of muddy eyes seemed to have pushed aside the clouds and mist, emitting 2 dazzling lights. Along with the old man speaking, everyone in the audience hall, including Patriarch Duan Ruhua, respectfully looked at the old man. Chapter 190. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a Grade 5 alchemist was an existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, the formidable powers that were capable of asking a Grade 5 alchemist to help refine a Grade 5 medicinal pill were only those top sects that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great clans were in charge, Then, in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, beneath the Imperial family, the various great sects were in charge. I heard that 30 years ago, a peerless genius had once appeared in the Yuanshan Kingdom's Yuan clan, and he stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 19. Later on, he went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Snow Moon sect and became a disciple of the Snow Moon sect's Grand Elder. Because of this, the Yuan clan obtained a Void Advancement Pill and became a Void Prying Stage expert. A Duan clan elder couldn't help but sigh as he was reminded by Grand Elder Duanjun. I've heard of this as well. Another Duan clan elder nodded as well, and his gaze emitted slight burning desire. Void Prying Stage expert. To the Duan clan, this was extremely important. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were at least close to 100 existences at the half-step void stage when all the powers were added together. However, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only 3 true void stage experts. Wanting to step into the void prying stage was too difficult. Even if it was an existence at the half-step void stage without a certain amount of natural talent, it would be impossible for them to break through to the void prying stage in their entire lifetime until the end of their lifespan. In the history of the Duan clan, there were at least over 100 experts that stepped into the half-step void stage. However, not even a single void prying stage expert had appeared. That year, practically everyone in the Duan clan thought that Duan Rufeng would surely be able to break the Duan clan's history and become a void prying stage expert. At that time, Duan Rufeng could be considered to be the most genius disciple in the history of the Duan clan. But unfortunately, Duan Rufeng went missing in the end, and there was no news of him until now. As far as the Duan clan members were concerned, he was surely doomed. Whereas now, Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, had appeared out of nowhere, entering the primal core stage at the mere age of 18. Such natural talent aroused the enthusiasm of the Duan clan's higher-ups for a moment. That year, they looked forward to Duan Rufeng becoming a void-prying stage expert and leading the Duan clan to a higher level. Now, with the lesson of Duan Rufeng, they didn't look forward to Duan Lingtian becoming a void-prying stage expert, as they weren't willing to wait any longer. They only hoped to make Duan Lingtian enter a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Then the Duan clan would have the opportunity to obtain a Void Advancement Pill. At that time, if a half-step Void Stage expert in the clan consumes it, the expert would be able to directly break through to the Void Prying Stage. In this way, not only would they not repeat the same mistake as Duan Rufeng, they could also allow a Void Prying Stage powerhouse to appear in the Duan clan within a short period of time. Patriarch, I agree with what the Grand Elder said. No matter what price we have to pay, we must make Duan Lingtian acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. We must make him join a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and strive for a Void Advancement Pill for our Duan clan. I also agree with Great Elder. I agree too. When they thought of how a Void Prying Stage expert might appear in the Duan clan because of this, the Duan clan elders present were extremely excited. Duan Ruhong slightly frowned. He felt slightly disgusted by this decision. Since when did the Duan clan reach the point of needing to make use of a child? Grand Elder! Patriarch Duan Ruhu looked at Duan Zhan, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. It's not that our Duan clan hasn't thought of making Duan Lingtian return to acknowledge his ancestors, but he's always been unwilling. As far as I'm concerned, that child has inherited third brother's temper and will absolutely not easily change his mind. I've said it before, we can pay any price for this, so long as it's something the Duan clan can do. Duan Zhan's eyes were like a dazzling array of stars as he slowly spoke. Duan Ru was secretly gasped when he heard this, as he could feel the weight of the Grand Elder's words. And it was at this moment that the servant girl that had just finished pouring tea for the Duan clan higher-ups in the audience hall left the audience hall and walked into a spacious courtyard. Within the courtyard, the fat woman's small eyes narrowed after she finished listening to the servant girl, and a cold light flashed within. My husband just died, and the Duan clan wants the murderer of my son to return to acknowledge his ancestors? And they don't hesitate to pay any price to make him return? The fat woman's entire body trembled as she was enraged to the limit. I can't stay in this Duan clan any longer. That useless trash, Duan Roulette, is dead as well, and I'm unable to take revenge for my son. Mother's home. I want to return to my mother's home. I'll take revenge for my son by myself. The fat woman packed herself up that night, and at dawn the next day, she hastily left the imperial city. Paladin Academy. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had only just entered the entrance when he noticed that the students he encountered on the way were more or less all staring at him with peculiar gazes. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Looks like after the disturbance yesterday morning, he won't be able to have peace for a period of time. Fortunately, after a period of time, he would be temporarily leaving Paladin Academy and heading to the northwest border battlefield. When he passed by the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed that not far away, there were 3 female students confronting each other. Accurately speaking, it was 2 female students who had joined forces to bully another female student. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the beautiful face of the lone and helpless female student. Although she couldn't be considered to be a beauty, her appearance could still be considered delicate. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere in this matter. I heard that you've made Duan Lingtian your idol, right? One of the 2 female students who had their backs facing Duan Lingtian waved the black whip in her hand as she used a condescending tone to ask the delicate female student. Tong Li. Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his eyes went cold. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the meaning of these words. Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps. His eyes slightly narrowed as he paid attention to the development of the matter. What's wrong with me making Duan Lingtian my idol? I just admire him and like him. What's wrong with that? Am I obstructing all of you? The delicate female student's face flushed red as she spoke. I don't care if you admire others, like others, or make others your idol. But Duan Lingtian is my absolutely irreconcilable enemy. Whoever dares to make him their idol is going against me. Tong Li. Tong Li's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent, as if she was suppressing the extreme rage in her heart. Little bitch, do you know Miss Li's identity? Miss Li is the cousin of the 5th prince. She's not someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. Quickly kneel down, kowtow, and apologize, then shout Duan Lingtian is a bastard 100 times. Perhaps Miss Li will be merciful and let you off. The female student beside Tong Li had her hands on her hips as she stretched out her hand to point at the delicate female student's nose as she intimidated her. You all. The delicate female student was angered to the point her breathing became hurried. What? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't kneel down and shout, Duan Lingtian is a bastard, I'll immediately slap your face into pieces. Tong Li waved the black whip in her hand, as if it would swing out at any moment. The delicate female student's face turned pale as her body trembled slightly, but she still clenched her teeth, unwilling to submit. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he walked over. He finally couldn't continue watching. Although he didn't know this female student, she was bullied by Tong Li and her companion because of him after all. No matter what, since this matter was seen by her, she couldn't avoid getting involved. As Duan Lingtian approached, the delicate female student's eyes lit up, revealing a face of worship. 3 breaths have passed. Looks like you're still stubborn. Tong Li didn't notice the delicate female student's expression. Her gaze turned cold as the black whip in her hand danced, as if it had transformed into a black venomous snake, biting towards the delicate female student. Because the delicate female student saw Duan Lingtian, she was slightly distracted and had no time to react to Tong Li's whip. Ah! In an instant, her expression changed as she was scared stiff as a wooden chicken, subconsciously closing her eyes. Very quickly, she felt a gust of wind blowing against her face. She originally thought that pain would follow, but who knew that following a pa sound, there was no more following. She opened her eyes and realized that there was an additional youth in purple in front of her. The youth in purple had his back facing her as he used his hand to catch the long whip that was thrown towards him. In an instant, her cheeks flushed red as she felt her heart beating faster. When Tongli saw that someone dared to stop her from teaching others a lesson, her expression changed and was prepared to berate. But before she could open her mouth, she was completely stunned, because the person who stopped her was none other than that Duan Lingtian whom she hated to the bone. What about me? Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he used his strength to snatch the black whip from Tong Li's hand. Miss Tong, I realize that as long as you don't flaunt your prowess for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable for a day. I wonder how this student has offended you? Tong Li's face was ashen as she shouted coldly. What has it got to do with you? What has it got to do with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze quickly moved from Tong Li to that female student beside Tong Li. Earlier, you told the student to kneel on the ground and shout 100 sentences? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly earlier. This female student's expression changed greatly. She dared to do that earlier because Tong Li was standing by her side to support her. But now, how could she dare to continue saying, what kind of joke was this? This Duan Lingtian had previously beaten Tong Li into a pig head, right in front of her. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared to repeat what she said earlier, Duan Lingtian would definitely beat her into a pig head as well. I didn't say anything. The female student's face was deathly pale as her body trembled slightly as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze. Weren't you quite awe-inspiring earlier? Duan Lingtian sneered as his eyes focused and shouted coldly, kneel down! Duan Lingtian no longer treated this female student who was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might as a woman. Don't you always ask people to kneel down? Now, I'll make you kneel down. Duan Lingtian handed the black whip in his hand to Tang Guo and smiled at her before leaving. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Tang Guo's heart was somewhat agitated. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. The voices that came from beside her ear made Tong Li's expression extremely ugly. She coldly shouted, he's already gone. Why are you still shouting? Immediately, the voice of the female student who was kneeling on the ground stopped abruptly. She timidly looked at Tong Li. Miss Li, I didn't do it on purpose. Really, that Duan Lingtian is too scary. You mean that if he's scary, then I'm not scary? Tong Li interrupted the female student's words. Her face sank and her eyes flashed with a sharp light. Before the female student could explain herself, she heard Tang Guo say with a flushed face, you've only shouted 41 times. There's still 59 more. Hurry up and shout. The female student who was kneeling on the ground trembled. Only now did she realize that even though Duan Lingtian had left, he still left behind such a spokesperson. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's threat just now, she sucked in a breath of cold air and continued to shout, Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li's expression changed. She angrily glared at Tang Guo. Little slut, do you not want to live anymore? Tang Guo clenched her teeth. Her timid gaze gradually became firm. If you have any objections, you can go find Duan Lingtian. He asked me to help him keep an eye on him. Since I've agreed, I'll definitely complete this task properly. You. Tong Li reached out her hand and pointed at Tang Guo's nose. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. Right now, she really wanted to strangle this woman to death. But when she thought of Duan Lingtian's words just now, she finally endured it. Humph! Tong Li coldly snorted. She turned around and left, but before she left, she didn't forget to threaten Tang Guo. You're called Tang Guo, right? I'll remember you. Tang Guo clenched her teeth. Her slightly wavering gaze became firm once again when she thought of what the youth told her before he left. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian trusted her so much, so she couldn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian, what happened in the morning was only a small episode. Tang Guo was also only a passerby in his life. A regular day passed by. At dusk, He, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Just at this moment, a person walked out of a carriage that was parked outside as the coachman pulled open the carriage's curtain. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recognized the person. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. He didn't have a good impression of Duan Ruhong. He still remembered that when Duan Lingxing intended to kill him at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ruhong only berated Duan Lingxing before leaving the matter unsettled. Duan Ruhong seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostile gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he said, "Can you come up and say a few words? You two leave first," Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before boarding the carriage. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian sat opposite each other, and Duan Ruhong indifferently said, "Speak frankly if you have something to say. If you're persuading me to return to the Duan clan, then please keep your mouth shut. Duan Lingtian, won't easily change the things Duan Lingtian, have decided on." When he saw Duan Ruhong earlier, he guessed Duan Ruhong's objective this time. It was surely because he revealed a strength that caused others to mistakenly think he was at the origin core stage yesterday morning, so the Duan clan wanted him to return and acknowledge his ancestors. After all, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was an existence that was rarely seen. "Wait for me to finish speaking before making a decision." Duan Ruhong laughed bitterly. "Speak." Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. "It's like this. The Grand Elder, who is our Duan clan's previous generation's patriarch, said that so long as you're willing to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and admit that you're a Duan clan disciple, our Duan clan will satisfy any condition of yours, so long as it's something our Duan clan is capable of doing." Duan Ruhong took a deep breath as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned. "So good? Can agree to any condition of mine?" However, Duan Lingtian understood that there was no free lunch in this world. "The Duan clan is willing to pay so much. I presume they have some sort of scheme? I wonder what the Duan clan wants from me?" Duan Ruhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and suddenly felt that this youth before him was much more astute than his third brother, Duan Rufeng, from all those years ago. "The Duan clan does indeed have a request, and the objective is the Void Advancement Pill." "Void Advancement Pill?" Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He who had merged with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu naturally knew what the Void Advancement Pill was. The Void Advancement Pill was a grade 5 medicinal pill that was capable of assisting a half-step void stage martial artist to draw down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation within a short period of time, and after overcoming the tribulation, the martial artist would step into the void prying stage. Normally speaking, only martial artists with natural talent that was difficult to break through to the void prying stage would consume the void prying pill. Because once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill and forcefully drew down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would leave behind extremely obvious aftereffects. A martial artist that used the Void Advancement Pill to forcefully break through to the void prying stage would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the void prying stage in their entire lifetime, and would be unable to break through any further. It could be said that once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, it was equivalent to destroying one's future. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wouldn't consume the Void Advancement Pill even if he was beaten to death. However, to the group of half-step void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, if they didn't possess the Void Advancement Pill, then more than 90% of them would be unable to break through to the void prying stage in their entire lifetime. So, the Void Advancement Pill was their only choice. They would utterly not care about the aftereffects caused by the Void Advancement Pill. Chapter 192. How about it? Have you considered it? Duan Ruhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with an expression of anticipation. If it was in the past, he would never have imagined that there would be a day when he would speak humbly before this nephew of his. However, Duan Lingtian had the qualifications now. After all, not everyone was able to possess a cultivation at the origin core stage at the age of 18. Although he felt that the clan using Duan Lingtian like this wasn't appropriate. But with a quick thought, if a void prying stage expert was able to appear in the Duan clan because of this, then he would undoubtedly be able to witness the moment the Duan clan walked towards glory. As a Duan clan disciple, he looked forward to the appearance of that moment. You can really agree to any condition of mine? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at Duan Ruhong as he asked to confirm once again. So long as it's within the Duan clan's ability, we can agree to anything. Duan Ruhong's expression turned serious as he spoke. Even if I want you to die? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he suddenly asked. Duan Ruhong was stunned, but he still nodded in all seriousness. If I die, then I can exchange it for your return to the Duan clan. The clan doesn't have to make a move. I'll end myself. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Duan Ruhong. As the saying goes, a person's eyes are the window to their heart. A person's mouth can deceive others, but their eyes can't deceive others. Now, Duan Lingtian couldn't see a trace of hypocrisy in Duan Ruhong's eyes. This also showed that what he said was from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people of this world have really been thoroughly brainwashed. I'm just joking. Although I don't really approve of you, it hasn't reached the point of wanting your life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Ruhong. Duan Ruhong heaved a sigh of relief. He really thought that Duan Lingtian wanted his life. However, if Duan Lingtian really wanted his life, then for the sake of the Duan clan's future, he would absolutely not live for a moment longer. Then do you agree now? Duan Ruhong asked again. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he suddenly felt that there was hope. As long as the Duan clan can keep their promise, so what if I return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors? In this way, one of my mother's wishes has been fulfilled. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he mumbled to himself. The Duan clan was undoubtedly a clan that placed benefits above everything else. Because he had value, they would give up everything for him. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, since it was like this, why not make good use of the Duan clan? Presently, no matter which aspect he was in, he was still in the initial stage. If he really had the assistance of the Duan clan, then many problems would be easily solved. Moreover, this way he could curry favor with his mother. Why wouldn't he do it? As for the void advancement pill that the Duan clan wanted, that was a matter for the future. There was no need to think about it now. Duan Ruhong had a delighted expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then when do you and your mother intend to arrive at the Duan clan? I can ask the patriarch to prepare a large courtyard for you. It will definitely be more comfortable than living outside. There's no need. We're living very well outside. Even if I really return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors and admit that I'm a member of the Duan clan, I still won't return to the Duan clan estate. I'll tell you this first. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and as he finished speaking, his expression became slightly serious. Duan Ruhong lightly smiled. This is naturally not a problem. Not all the direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan lived in the Duan clan estate, and many of them had their own residences outside. Just like him, he had a residence outside as well. As for when my mother and I will return to the Duan clan, the day after tomorrow, it just so happens that I don't have to go to class for the next 2 days. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before giving Duan Ruhong an answer. All right, I'll send someone to pick you up at that time. Duan Ruhong's face revealed a smile. There's no need, we'll go over ourselves. At that time, don't let anyone refuse us outside the door. Duan Lingtian refused Duan Ruhong's good intentions, then stood up and directly got out of the carriage. This impetuous character is no different from third brother all those years ago. Looks like that matter from over 2 years ago has always caused him to take it to heart, and he's still so hostile towards me even now. However, since he agreed to return to acknowledge his ancestors, I can be considered to have smoothly completed my mission this time. Duan Ruhong muttered to himself as he shook his head and smiled. After Duan Lingtian returned home, he told his mother, Li Ro, about returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors. Tian, why did you suddenly change your mind? Although Li Ro was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised, she still had doubts in her heart. She knew her son's character very well, and once he decided on something, he wouldn't easily change his mind. I've thought about it recently and figured it out. The blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in my body after all, and it's impossible for me to not return to the Duan clan for my entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense, so he naturally wouldn't speak of the truth of the matter. Otherwise, his mother would surely think too much again. Mother knows that the matter is surely not so simple. However, since you're willing to return to acknowledge your ancestors, it can be considered to have resolved one of Mother's worries. If you're unwilling to speak of other matters, then Mother won't force you. Li Ro glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she could see through his heart. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and only now did he remember that his mother wasn't so easy to fool. The next day, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have to go to Paladin Academy, obediently stayed at home and accompanied the two little girls at home for an entire day. On the third day, early in the morning, Duan Lingtian asked Xiongquan to prepare a carriage, and he headed towards the Duan clan estate with his mother, Li Ro. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along the two little girls at home. To him, going to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors today was only a formality, and he would return very quickly. The Duan clan estate occupied a vast area, as if it was a city within a city. On the way, Mother, you seem to be slightly nervous. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro and smiled. You child, you actually dare to make fun of Mother. Mother is only slightly moved. You're already so old now, in other words, I've already left the Duan clan for many years. Li Ro's gaze was misty, as if she'd returned to the happy days before her husband went missing. In next to no time, the carriage under Xiongquan's control stopped before the entrance of the Duan clan estate. It's quite a show of extravagance. Duan Lingtian could vaguely see through the carriage window that a red carpet was laid out before the entrance of the Duan clan estate, and both sides of the red carpet were filled with servants and maids. Li Ro was slightly dumbstruck when she saw this scene. She suddenly realized that her son's decision to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors was probably not so simple. Young master, madam, we've arrived. Xiongquan's respectful voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian was the first to get off the carriage. Then he respectfully helped his mother down before supporting his mother to walk up the red carpet outside the Duan clan estate. Greetings, young master Lingtian. Greetings, madam. Meanwhile, the servants and maids on both sides of the red carpet respectfully bowed to the mother and son pair. Duan Lingtian raised his head and was able to see that the group of people that were originally standing at the entrance of the Duan clan had come over to greet them. These people were led by a dignified middle-aged man and a dignified old man, and his fourth uncle, Duan Ruhong, followed behind them. Duan Lingtian supported his mother to greet them. Patriarch, big brother. Li Ro looked at the dignified old man in the lead and bowed respectfully. Then she looked at the dignified middle-aged man and lightly smiled as she greeted. Ru Feng's wife. I'm no longer the Duan clan's patriarch. Ru Hua is the patriarch. As for me, I'm now the Duan clan's grand elder. The dignified old man lightly smiled, and his tone was extremely courteous to Li Ro as well. He's the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Jun? Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified old man and thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. Li Ro shook her head and smiled. I've left for almost 20 years. I never imagined that the patriarch had already retired to the second line, and big brother has already become the patriarch. Tian, why aren't you greeting them? Li Ro's beautiful brows frowned as she spoke to Duan Lingtian, who was by her side. Greetings, patriarch, grand elder. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Duan Ruhua and Duan Jin. As expected of Ru Feng's son, he looks extremely similar to Ru Feng from all those years ago. Good, very good. Duan Jun looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure, and his eyes emitted light. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, The baby from all those years ago has already grown so big. Duan Ruhua nodded as well and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the group of Duan clan elders came up to greet Duan Lingtian and his mother. These Duan clan elders now faced Duan Lingtian and his mother with smiling faces, and they didn't dare slight them in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart when he saw this scene. Truly snobbish. That year, his mother, a woman, took him, who was in his infancy, and left the Duan clan. No one stopped them, and they allowed the widow and her to wander outside. Now that they knew that he might be able to obtain a void advancement pill for the Duan clan, all of them were like flies that stuck to him. Duan Lingtian only felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Before long, under the direction of Patriarch Duan Ruhua, Duan Lingtian completed the acknowledgement of his ancestors within the Duan clan's ancestral hall and returned to the Duan clan once again. Little Tian, feel free to tell Uncle if you need anything in the future. After everything was completed, Duan Ruhua said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. Also, you don't have to worry about the matter of the Su clan. The clan will help you deal with it. Duan Ruhua then said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. This patriarch was a smart person. He knew that his mother was present, so he didn't mention the conflict between him and the Su clan in detail. However, even so, Li Ro was still suspicious. Tian, what happened between you and the Su clan? On the carriage, Li Ro curiously asked. Mom, it's nothing. A Su clan direct descendant provoked me in the academy and was injured by me. Duan Lingtian casually said. Li Ro nodded, as this wasn't a big deal. Chapter 193. Hey, brother, have you heard? That Duan Lingtian that gave rise to much discussion a while ago has already broken through to the origin core stage. I've heard of this news a few days ago. I have a distant cousin, and he's in Paladin Academy. Sorry for my disrespect. Brother, you're actually the cousin of a Paladin Academy student. You're welcome. Then brother, do you know that Duan Lingtian has already returned to the Duan clan early this morning? There's such a thing? Hee hee. I have a distant cousin who's a servant girl in the Duan clan. Supposedly, it's a grand occasion. Didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan in the past? That's old history. Let's not mention it. In a restaurant in the inner city of the Imperial City, two young men chatted and became familiar with each other. And now, similar conversations were playing out in the inner city of the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian stepped into the origin core stage at the age of 18 and was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in Paladin Academy. Now, he had the title of a direct descendant of the Duan clan. In the eyes of the people in the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian was enough to be called a favored child of heaven, and his limelight even surpassed that of Duan Rufeng from all those years ago. Su clan estate. In the spacious courtyard, the old man raised his hand, and the stone table in the courtyard shattered with a bang and fell to the ground. Grandfather, what happened? A young man with a slightly sickly pale face walked out of the room and looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Tong, why did you come out? Your injuries haven't healed, so you need to rest more. A trace of guilt flashed within the old man's eyes when he saw the young man. Grandpa, did something happen? Su Tong's face sank. Flowing light spun within the old man's eyes as he forced a smile. Nothing happened. Don't think too much. Grand Elder. Right at this moment, the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, paid a visit. He walked into the courtyard and looked at the old man, the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Patriarch. Su Nan and Su Tong hurriedly bowed to Su Boya. Grand Elder, I presume you've heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, right? Su Boya looked at Su Nan and said slowly. Su Nan's face sank as he nodded. What? Su Tong's face went pale. That Duan Lingtian actually returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors? At this moment, he felt as if the sun and moon had lost their light, and all he could see was darkness 2 days ago. He'd heard the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the origin core stage, and at the same time that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's peerless natural talent in the martial Tao, his heart was filled with resentment. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. However, in his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian's martial arts talent was strong, he did not have a strong background. If his grandfather wanted to avenge him, it would not be difficult. But now, the news of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue, striking Su Tong to the point he was unable to catch his breath. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was nothing. If he couldn't grow up, then everything was useless. But once this 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was branded with the Duan clan's brand, it would undoubtedly be an additional layer of life-saving talisman. The Duan clan would absolutely not allow anything to happen to a genius martial artist like Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, has already personally discussed the matter of Su Tong with me. He's willing to give up a restaurant under the Duan clan's control in the outer city to our Su clan. Su Nan took a deep breath, and his tone contained an intention to keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He understood that what was done couldn't be undone, and this matter was already not something that he could change. Su Boya's brows raised as he shook his head. Then he left with the group of Su clan elders. No, I can't accept this. Grandfather, I can't accept this. Su Tong's face was pale, and his hands held onto his head, clutching his hair until it was a mess. He ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Pooh! Meanwhile, Su Nan's face flushed red, and he forcefully spat out a mouthful of congested blood. This was from being angered by the Su clan higher-ups. Tong, don't worry. Even if I have to give up our bloodline, Grandfather will take revenge for you. You're the only descendant of our bloodline, and now that you've been destroyed, our bloodline no longer has any future to speak of. Su Nan's eyes flickered with cold lights, and his face was filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Within the audience hall of the fifth prince's estate, after hearing the report of the white-browed old man, the fifth prince's face gradually became gloomy. Didn't that Duan Lingtian have a backbone? To a clan that abandoned him so many years ago, he's going back so easily? The fifth prince's eyes focused, as the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was slightly out of his expectations. Your Highness, I'm guessing that the Duan clan saw that Duan Lingtian broke through to the origin core stage at the age of 18 and thought highly of Duan Lingtian's future, so they made such a heavy promise to move Duan Lingtian's heart. The white-browed old man slowly spoke. Humph, to think that I thought he was a tough nut to crack at the beginning. The fifth prince's voice was filled with disdain. Cousin. Right at this moment, a red figure flashed into the audience hall. The icy coldness on the fifth prince's face instantly melted, and he lightly smiled. Girl, you're in such a hurry. Is something the matter? The person that entered was precisely Tong Li. Tong Li's face sank. Cousin, I heard that Duan Lingtian has returned to the Duan clan. Is this true? Yes, I only found out about it from old Bai. The fifth prince nodded. Then, does this mean that I can't take revenge? Tong Li's eyes emitted traces of unwillingness, and she had a face full of unwillingness. Li, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian has the support of the Duan clan, I won't let him off. But I need to consider this matter at length. The fifth prince continued. Didn't you say that there was a female student bullying you at Paladin Academy the day before yesterday? I'll ask old Bai to send a few people to you to deal with her. Tong Li's eyes lit up. Thank you, cousin. In the spacious backyard of the house, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on a recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sun. Li Fei, who had an angelic face and a devilish figure, was sitting at the side and helping him massage his legs. Little Fei, a little higher. Right there. Oh, comfortable. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Young master, open your mouth. Kerr, who was gentle like water, sat on the other side of Duan Lingtian as she sent peeled grapes into Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian ate the grapes as he enjoyed the massage, and his entire body felt comfortable. His days were simply more comfortable than those of a celestial being. Young master, was it fun when you went to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors this morning? Kerr asked with a tone that had a trace of curiosity mixed within. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes when he heard this, and when he noticed that Li Fei had looked over as well, he lightly smiled. What's so fun about it? It's only a formality. I think Aunt Ro is rather happy. Li Fei smiled. Of course, Mother has been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. This time, it can be considered to have fulfilled Mother's wishes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Besides paving the way for himself, there was another reason for this matter this time, and that was for his mother. Otherwise, even if the Duan clan's patriarch personally came to ask, Duan Lingtian might not be willing to return to the Duan clan. Chapter 194. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his house and headed towards Paladin Academy. 2 days of vacation have passed so quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he slowly walked into Paladin Academy. At this time, he could still sense many gazes focused on him, but he was already used to it and directly ignored it. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that the gazes of the crowd of students in the classroom had uniformly descended onto him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations for what? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to react. What else could it be? Naturally, it's congratulations on returning to the Duan clan and once again becoming a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. Xiao Yu added. He was happy for Duan Lingtian as well. After all, the situation that Duan Lingtian faced before this caused even their hearts to tremble. The fifth prince and the Su clan weren't easy to deal with, and now, Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan. With Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely receive double the attention of the Duan clan. As far as he was concerned, even the fifth prince and the Su clan wouldn't dare act rashly now. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't feel that this could be considered a happy occasion. However, he was able to see through Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's thoughts, and a trace of warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. These are the friends of Duan Lingtian. The time of the morning quickly passed. At noon, after class, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 headed to the cafeteria as usual. Just as they arrived outside the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stopped in their tracks. It wasn't because of anything else, but because there was a person blocking their path. It was a female student. Her appearance was ordinary, and her figure was round. But at this moment, what caused Duan Lingtian's group of 3 to be stunned was that this female student's face had an expression of resentment. It was as if someone had wronged her. Student, what are you doing? Xiao Sun's face was full of doubt as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu with a strange gaze. His heart moved. It can't be that these 2 fellows secretly owed a romantic debt, right? No, their taste shouldn't be so unique. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu's expressions were the same as Xiao Sun's, and even their thoughts were the same. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, the female student spoke, and her tone carried a trace of grief and indignation. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu dubiously swept a glance at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said, "You really do have a heavy taste. I don't know her." Duan Lingtian glared at the 2 of them. He naturally knew what these 2 filthy guys were thinking. That's right. You don't know me. The female student took a deep breath and said with a look of grief and indignation, "Then you should know Tangua, right?" Tangua? Duan Lingtian frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. Hee. The female student had a mocking expression. "It's only been 2 days, and you've already forgotten her? To think that she endured the pressure and persevered to complete the task you entrusted to her. I really feel bad for Tangua. Just to help you, she actually threw away her life." Duan Lingtian recalled something when the female student was halfway through her sentence. Tangua was the female student with a delicate face from last time. At that time, Tangua was being bullied by Tongli, and he helped Tangua. Later, he even gave Tongli a show of strength, making the female student beside Tongli kneel on the ground and shout, "Tongli is a slut." In the end, he felt bored and left first. "I don't know about others, but Duan Lingtian, don't take you seriously." Being provoked by Duan Lingtian in public caused Xuelang's face to go pale. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Tongli, who stood behind Xuelang, spoke out with a voice that contained a trace of icy coldness. "Big brother Xuelang is the only son of the Imperial City's City Guard Army commander, Lord Xuelu. Not to mention you, even your Duan clan's patriarch has to treat Big brother Xuelang's father with respect. Is that so?" Chapter 195. Although Duan Lingtian was laughing now, the people present were able to feel the boundless rage contained within Duan Lingtian's laughter. "Exactly. Big brother Xuelang is my backer. How about it? Scared?" Tongli replied coldly. At this moment, she wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Xuelang was introduced to her by her cousin, the 5th prince, yesterday. His purpose was to allow her to have a backer in Paladin Academy and be able to be fearless of this Duan Lingtian. And Xuelang indeed didn't disappoint her. Every time she mentioned Duan Lingtian, Xuelang had a face full of disdain and didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. This caused her to feel that her backer was very strong and was absolutely not someone that Duan Lingtian could shake. "Looks like, Miss Tong, you're going to learn your lesson this time." Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes abruptly went cold. "Duan Lingtian, I know you've broken through to the Origin Core stage now, but so what if you've broken through to the Origin Core stage? Big brother Xuelang is a 2nd-level Origin Core stage expert." Tongli grunted, and her words were filled with extreme disdain towards Duan Lingtian. When Xuelang heard what Tongli said, his originally arrogant expression became even more arrogant, and his eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner. "Duan Lingtian, I heard from little Li that you've beaten her before?" "Exactly." Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold, and the gaze he looked at Xuelang didn't carry any emotion. When Xuelang heard Duan Lingtian's casual reply, he couldn't maintain his composure and berated. "Kneel down now and kowtow to little Li in apology. Perhaps I'll give face to the Duan clan and not pursue the matter. Otherwise, even if you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'll still properly teach you how to conduct yourself today." "Kowtow and apologize? Are you sure?" Duan Lingtian's voice sank, and instantly, the air seemed to be affected by him and became slightly colder. "Kneel down." Xuelang glared at him and shouted coldly. At the same time, Origin energy slowly effused out from Xuelang's right hand, coiling and flashing. It was as if he could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. "So what if I don't?" Duan Lingtian revealed a mocking expression as he glanced at Xuelang with disdain. "Making people kneel at every turn. Does this Xuelang really think that he's the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Not to mention a mere Xuelang, even if the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom personally came, it would still be impossible for him to make Duan Lingtian kneel." "Not kneeling? Then I can only help the Duan clan teach you how to conduct yourself properly. Xue Lang sneered and took a step forward. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, even if you're the son of the city guard commander, I won't show you any mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold light as he stared at Xue Lang. If this Xue Lang doesn't know how to retreat in the face of difficulties, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Tang Guo's death caused the flames of rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to burn and accumulate to the limit. Now, it was already showing signs of being unable to be suppressed. He was ready to erupt at any moment. If this Xue Lang really wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Let me see how you'll show no mercy. The sneer on Xue Lang's face grew even deeper, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with disdain. Big brother Xue Lang, I want him dead. Tong Li's voice sounded out in a timely manner, as if transforming into a fuse. Instantly, Xue Lang's spirits rose, and his gaze went cold. His figure flashed out as if transforming into a rock as he swooped down, flashing directly towards Duan Lingtian. He had the intention to show off in front of Tong Li, so he used his full strength the moment he attacked. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and along with his figure, they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Idiot! When faced with the menacing Xue Lang, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his hand moved past his waist as the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out. Blood Crescent Inscription. Instantly, a bloody light flashed out from the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword. The bloody light condensed into form, and in the end, transformed into a blood moon that moved to greet Xue Lang. The speed of the blood moon was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Xue Lang. No! Xue Lang's face that was originally covered in a sneer instantly turned ghastly pale, and his pupils constricted as he shouted out in shock. At this moment, he'd noticed that the energy contained within this blood moon was absolutely not something he could go against. This was the energy of an inscription, and it caused his heart to palpitate and feel terrified. It's an offensive inscription. Some students with sharp gazes couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Pooh! A blood moon rose into the sky and flashed out, and like cutting through tofu, it pierced into Xue Lang's dantian and directly twisted into it. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill and miserable cry that caused one's heart to palpitate. Xue Lang's body that was charging forward trembled in the sky before falling straight down. Bang! Dust suffused the air. Xue Lang, who was still overbearing a moment ago, instantly seemed to have become a dead dog, lying there as he gasped for breath. He struggled to withdraw a gold injury pill and consumed it, and his expression eased up slightly. However, when he tried to sense the origin energy within his dantian, he instead noticed that his dantian was completely empty. My dantian is destroyed? Xue Lang's pupils constricted, and he had an agitated expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, you actually crippled my dantian, you actually crippled my dantian. You're dead. You're dead. Then I'll wait and see. When faced with Xue Lang's threat, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if what happened earlier wasn't worth mentioning in the slightest. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of students were deathly silent. After a short moment, they started to clamor. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian actually directly crippled Xue Lang's dantian. With his dantian crippled, Xue Lang's life can be considered to be completely ruined. Forcefully standing up for a woman like this and ruining his life, was it worth it? I never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually possessed such a terrifying inscription. Before that inscription, an origin core martial artist would be like paper. All the students were dumbstruck. Xue Lang, a Year 6 student and existence at the second level of the origin core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian, a Year 1 student, just like that. As expected, compared to the shock of these students, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who seemed to have long since guessed this scene, They remembered that the third-level Origin Core stage martial artist, Su Tong, who was once the #1 person in the Su clan's younger generation, had his Dantian crippled by Duan Ling Tian like this. At that time, Duan Ling Tian used the same type of inscription. The scene before them was extremely similar to the scene from that day. They believed that if Su Tong's incident wasn't suppressed by Paladin Academy, and instead spread throughout Paladin Academy, today, Xuelang absolutely wouldn't dare be so arrogant before Duan Ling Tian. As far as they were concerned, Xuelang's actions were simply courting death. No, impossible. How could this be possible? Tong Li looked at Xuelang, who was ceaselessly rolling on the ground in pain, and was dumbstruck for a moment, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Xuelang was a second-level Origin Core stage martial artist. It was her cousin who found a backer for her. She didn't care about Xuelang's life or death. What she cared about was that after Xuelang fell, there would be no one to stand in front of her and block Duan Ling Tian for her. Tong Li's face was ghastly pale as she started to retreat. Now, she only hoped to be able to leave this place of trouble before Duan Ling Tian reacted. What, Miss Tong, this Xuelang fell to such an end because he stood up for you, and you intend to run away by yourself. Tong Li's small actions were naturally noticed by Duan Ling Tian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he spoke with a mocking tone. As expected, what Duan Ling Tian said caused a stir amongst the crowd of spectating students. Xuelang is too pitiful. His Dantian was crippled because of Tong Li, yet not only does Tong Li not care, she even wants to abandon Xuelang and flee. Actually, it's not strange. This Tong Li being able to be so ruthless towards Tang Gua is sufficient to show that her heart is venomous. How could she possibly care about the life or death of another? Even I feel it wasn't worth it for Xuelang. A woman like this should be taught a lesson by Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Tong Li's body froze, and she knew that she couldn't avoid it today. Now, the surrounding discussions caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Xuelang heard the surrounding discussions and struggled to raise his head to glance at Tong Li. When he noticed that Tong Li really intended to flee, he suddenly started laughing loudly as if he'd gone mad, and he spat out blood as he laughed. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fainted. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Duan Ling Tian, if you dare touch me, my cousin brother will surely tear you into pieces. If you're sensible, then let me leave. Perhaps I'll plead with my cousin to leave your corpse intact. Tong Li looked at Duan Ling Tian, and at the same time that her eyes revealed terror, she didn't forget to threaten Duan Ling Tian. Is that so? Duan Ling Tian walked out in large strides towards Tong Li, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. You! Don't come over. Tong Li took 2 steps back and was slightly panicked. At the same time, a middle-aged man and an old man stood in the pavilion of the cafeteria, and they were looking at the scene outside the cafeteria from afar. Dean, if we still don't stop her, then this Tong Li will probably not have a good end. The person that spoke now was precisely the gray-clothed old man, and also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong was extremely respectful and reverent to the middle-aged man beside him. In Paladin Academy, only the elusive dean of Paladin Academy was able to make Zhang Xiong treat him so respectfully and even address him as the dean. Do you think it's useful for us to stop her? With the hatred Duan Ling Tian displayed now, even if we were able to stop her in the previous moment, he'd probably make a move in the next moment. Could it be that we can still follow by Tong Li's side and protect her at all times? The middle-aged man shook his head with a carefree expression. Moreover, you've heard of Tong Li's actions earlier as well. No matter what, that Tang Gua was a student of my Paladin Academy, yet she actually cruelly killed her. It's simply infuriating. At the same time, the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling the dantians of Xuelang and Tong Li swept through the entire Paladin Academy like a gale, of course. After everyone knew the ins and outs of the matter, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity towards Xuelang and Tong Li, and all felt that they deserved it. Imperial City, City Guard Army Campsite. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out from the campsite at the center of the campsite, and it was a robust, middle-aged man in light armor who smashed the table before him into pieces under his rage. Whoosh! In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the person that reported the news, the robust, middle-aged man transformed into an afterimage and instantly flashed out of the campsite, then spurred his horse and left the campsite. In next to no time, he entered a spacious courtyard house. Lang! He hadn't arrived when the robust, middle-aged man's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded out within the courtyard house. Master, you have to uphold justice for Lang. Lang's life has been completely destroyed by that little bastard Duan Lingtian. The robust, middle-aged man had just walked into a spacious room when the middle-aged woman within the room spoke with a voice that contained sorrow and rage mixed within. Father! Xuelang, who laid on the bed, had a ferocious and savage expression when he saw the robust, middle-aged man. I want that Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead. Lang, don't worry. Father guarantees you that so long as Father still has a breath left, that Duan Lingtian won't be able to live past tomorrow. The robust, middle-aged man, the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu, had an extremely gloomy expression. Lang, rest well. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Xuelu came swiftly and left swiftly as well, as if transforming into a gust of wind. At practically the exact same moment, the Duan clan had found out about the news sent back by Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, who just returned to the clan, crippled the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu. He crippled the cousin of the 5th Prince. The Duan clan higher-ups felt their scalps go numb when they heard this news. The audience hall was deathly silent. Grand Elder, this matter. Patriarch Duan Ruhua had a bitter smile on his face. That nephew of his was really a troublemaker, and was a completely different extreme from his father all those years ago. Although Duan Ruffing was naturally unrestrained and unrestrained, he wasn't so unbridled. This Duan Lingtian was simply a lawless lord. For the sake of the clan's future, we have to protect him no matter what. Grand Elder Duanjin's muddy eyes flashed with a bright light as he spoke directly. Exactly. That Xuelu is only a City Guard Army commander at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? A Duan clan elder agreed. Duan Lingtian has an extraordinary significance to our Duan clan. We must protect him. The other elders came to a consensus as well. That Xuelu is a small problem, but the person behind him is slightly difficult to deal with. Duan Ruhua frowned and was slightly worried. No matter how difficult it is to deal with, he's only a half-step void stage martial artist. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? Duan Zhen's eyes emitted a fierce light, and his voice was filled with coldness. 5th Prince's estate. In a spacious room, the 5th Prince's face sank as he gazed at the girl on the bed who had already fallen asleep and whose tear stains still hadn't dried. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Your Highness, that Duan Lingtian is too audacious. He actually crippled young Miss Li's Dantian. This is destroying young Miss Li's entire life. The white-browed old man's eyes squinted, and killing intent vaguely flickered within. Looks like this Duan Lingtian really doesn't take me seriously. A trace of frightening coldness flashed within the 5th Prince's eyes. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, the 5th Prince had his own pride. Normally, even if it was the patriarchs of the 3 great clans of the Imperial City, they would still have to be respectful to him. Now that he was bullied by a youth, his rage had almost reached the limit. Your Highness, do you need me to deal with him? The white-browed old man asked respectfully. It's useless even if you go now. If I'm not wrong, that Xuelu ought to have already gone. The members of the Duan clan have surely gone as well. With the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed today, the Duan clan wouldn't easily allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. A trace of a sheen of wisdom flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. The white-browed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. If the members of the Duan clan were present, it would indeed be impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Let's see if that Duan Lingtian is able to escape today. If he escapes, then I don't believe that old boy can't kill him when you personally make a move in a few days. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the fifth prince's mouth. Subsequently, he sighed. Get someone to go to the Fair Sun County's county city and notify my uncle of this matter. Yes, the white-browed old man replied and left. The originally calm inner city of the imperial city was completely stirred when a majestic troop of soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. The orderly troop was majestic and had a total of over 1,000 people. And in front of these people was a robust middle-aged general who spurred his horse forward, and the space between his brows was filled with killing intent. It's the City Guard Army. What's happened? The City Guard Army's commander, Lord Xuelu, has actually personally made a move. I don't know. Let's follow them and take a look. Behind the group of City Guard Army soldiers, many people followed them out of curiosity. In the end, they noticed that this troop had actually stopped at the entrance of Paladin Academy, completely blocking off the entire entrance of Paladin Academy, leaving only a single passage that was heavily guarded. I heard that Commander Xuelu's only son is a student of Paladin Academy as well. Could it be that something has happened to him? To be able to make Commander Xuelu bring over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers, looks like this matter is not small. Some of the spectators couldn't help but guess. Paladin Academy, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. He glanced at the direction of the entrance of Paladin Academy and vaguely felt that it seemed to have become clamorous. Shaking his head, he paid no attention to it and continued to close his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian, a voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Only now did he notice Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun standing under the tree with gloomy expressions. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. Duan Lingtian, that City Guard Army Commander Xuelu, has brought over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers to guard the entrance of Paladin Academy. They're probably waiting for you to leave. Otherwise, don't go back today. Xiao Sun's expression was incomparably unsightly. Xuelu. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched. After lunch, he found out about Xuelang's background from Tian Hu. He knew that Xuelang was the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu. Moreover, Xuelu was a 9th-level nascent soul-stage martial artist. However, he didn't mind. If Xuelu really infuriated him, he'd directly throw a bone corrosion inscription over and make the City Guard Army change commander. He really thinks highly of me, bringing so many people. Chapter 197. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were helpless. No matter how they persuaded him, Duan Lingtian stubbornly insisted on leaving. At dusk, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun accompanied Duan Lingtian as they walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Duan Lingtian had only just walked out when he noticed a fierce gaze descending onto him and locking onto him. You're Duan Lingtian? In the distance, the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would disappear from his line of sight. Even if it was a grade 1 student, the students of Paladin Academy were generally around the age of 20, and an 18-year-old youth was extremely rare. Most importantly, this youth wore violet clothes, exactly the same as the rumored Duan Lingtian. So, Xuelu easily recognized Duan Lingtian. You two go back first. Duan Lingtian smiled to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't leave. As friends, how could they leave at this time? They would endure hardships together. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't continue persuading the two of them. In any case, as far as he was concerned, everything before his eyes was only a farce and was nothing to worry about. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked towards Xue Lu in large strides with a carefree expression, as if the person before him wasn't a ferocious tiger, but a docile kitten. Xue Lu squinted his eyes, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. You actually dared to use inscriptions to cripple my son's Dantian and destroy his future, his entire life. Did you think of the consequences before you did this? Duan Lingtian shrugged, his gaze calm, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile from beginning to end. He turned the spatial ring on his right hand as he said, Commander Xue, before today, I didn't know your son. Why didn't you ask me why I crippled his Dantian? Humph. Xue Lu's face sank as he coldly shouted, I don't want to know why you crippled my son's Dantian, nor do I have any interest in knowing. All I know is that today you, Duan Lingtian, will die without a doubt. Are you so sure? Duan Lingtian spun the spatial ring at a slightly faster speed, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. You will soon know why I am so sure. Xue Lu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a step forward with an imposing aura. Xue Lu. Right at this moment, a figure that was like a ghost instantly flashed out from within Paladin Academy and descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him as he confronted Xue Lu. When he saw Xue Lu intending to make a move against him, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to activate the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate Xue Lu. The figure in front of him appeared out of nowhere, and Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. Vice Principal. When he saw the old man, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, but he still greeted the old man. Duan Lingtian, you really know how to cause trouble. The gray-clothed old man, the vice principal of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong, shook his head and laughed. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Zhan Xiong. Xue Lu's movements slowed down as well, and his face sank as he looked at Zhan Xiong. I respect Paladin Academy, so I didn't forcefully barge in to kill this Duan Lingtian. Now, outside Paladin Academy, do you still want to obstruct me? Zhan Xiong lightly smiled. Commander Xue is exaggerating. I naturally won't pay attention to matters outside Paladin Academy. Then why aren't you moving aside? Xue Lu's eyes went cold as he interrupted Zhan Xiong with a deep voice. Right at this moment, a large luxurious carriage came from afar, and it attracted the attention of everyone. Even Xue Lu couldn't help but frown. The carriage directly charged towards the entrance of Paladin Academy, but it was stopped by the soldiers of the city guard army. K off. The face of the old man acting as the coachman sank as he pushed out with his palm. Vast amounts of origin energy condensed into a palm print that whistled out and blasted all the city guard army soldiers that were blocking the carriage flying. Giddy up! The old man swung the horsewhip in his hand, and the carriage pulled by 3 large horses directly charged in. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the old man. If he didn't remember wrongly, this old man was precisely the Duan clan's 3rd elder. To be able to make the Duan clan's 3rd elder drive the carriage, then the person within the carriage surely had an extremely distinguished status. Duan Lingtian was curious. Who would it be? Xue Lu, you're really awe-inspiring. An aged voice filled with rage sounded out from within the carriage. Subsequently, Duan Qiu stood at the side and welcomed the old man from within the carriage. Grand Elder! Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted when he saw the old man who came out, and he was slightly surprised. The Duan clan's Grand Elder was completely different from the Su clan and Shao clan's Grand Elders. The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhan, was the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, and his status was extraordinary. His status in the Duan clan surpassed the patriarch and was equal to the other supreme elders. Xue Lu's face sank when he saw the old man appear. Although he'd heard that this Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, he never imagined that this old man would personally come for Duan Lingtian. Senior Duan Zhan. Xue Lu took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Zhan and slightly bowed. Xue Lu, You made such a big show just for the sake of dealing with an 18-year-old youth of my Duan clan? Duanjun's calm gaze descended onto Xuelu. Instantly, Xuelu felt a wave of pressure, and he took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, Senior Duanjun, Xuelu came here this time for the sake of taking revenge for my son. I know that this Duan Lingtian is a genius disciple of your Duan clan, but he crippled my son's Dantian and destroyed my son's life. I swore before my son that so long as I, Xuelu, still have a breath left, this Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow. So, Senior Duanjun, I'll ask for your forgiveness after I've taken revenge for my son. Xuelu's words weren't courteous in the slightest. Humph, Xueyun really has a good son. Good. Duanjun's eyes constricted, and a trace of a fierce light flashed within. Then let me see how you make our Duan clan's Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow with me. Duanjun, here today. Senior Duanjun, I respect you as a senior, but don't go too far. Xuelu's face sank, and he completely turned hostile. Too far? Ha ha ha. Duanjun started laughing, and within his wanton laughter was traces of a terrifying aura. Under Zhan Xiong's dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before leaving as well. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heaved a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the Duan clan's Grand Elder would personally come. Could it be that Duan Lingtian knew beforehand? No wonder he was so calm. Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he guessed. To think that we were worried about him. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Meanwhile, the group of students at the entrance of Paladin Academy had dispersed as well. However, their hearts were still filled with shock. The Duan clan actually thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 198. After leaving Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian walked into a remote alley. Without any warning, he abruptly turned around and looked towards the end of the alley. Then his gaze focused as he spoke with a calm tone. Come out. Instantly, two old men slowly walked out. Their faces were filled with shock, as it was difficult for them to imagine that Duan Lingtian was actually able to notice their tracks. Sixth Elder, Eighth Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to the two old men. These two old men were precisely the Duan clan's Sixth Elder and Eighth Elder. Obviously, they were sent by the Duan clan to protect him. Elders, both of you can return. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the two old men. Then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a nimble spirit serpent as he concealed himself at the corner of the alley ahead. The two old men followed, but noticed that Duan Lingtian had vanished without a trace. They searched for a long time, but were unable to find Duan Lingtian. For a time, their faces were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian is truly extraordinary. Not only was he able to notice us following him, he was even able to easily shake us off. Even the Duan roughing from all those years ago was far from being so abnormal. Never mind, since he's able to notice us and shake us off, he's naturally able to notice others and shake them off as well. It's meaningless for us to follow him. Let's return. The two old men glanced at each other and were able to see the bitter smiles on each other's faces. Then they shook their heads and directly left to return to the Duan clan estate to report to the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. And now, Duan Lingtian was walking on the way home when two sounds of wind swept over and descended beside him. Young master. It was precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Where did you two fellows run off to earlier? Could it be that you weren't afraid that Xuelu would kill me? Duan Lingtian said angrily. Young master, we were with the Marquis earlier. We wanted to make a move but were stopped by the Marquis. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and an innocent expression. Uncle Nye? Even he knows? Duan Lingtian suddenly understood, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. Looks like even if the bone corrosion inscription didn't exist today, the vice dean, Zhan Xiong, and the Duan clan's grand elder, Duan Zhen, he would still be fine. Although an entire afternoon had passed, Duan Lingtian's mood had not completely calmed down. Even the two girls at home noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. "I'm fine." Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the two girls' concern. He went back to his room, lay on the soft bed, and looked at the ceiling. His eyes shone with a cold light. If I had crippled Tong Li's cultivation the first time I met her, then perhaps the incident with Tang Guo wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He would never see that female student who worshipped him so much in the future. Although Tang Guo was just a passerby in his life, she was now deeply engraved in his heart. During this night, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. In the end, his mentality was also undergoing a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian's current change in mentality would cause those who went against him in the future to not have a good ending. The next day, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. "Kid, what did you come here for this time?" Nie Yuan didn't mention a single word about the matter of the city guard army commander, Xue Lu. Or perhaps, in his eyes, Xue Lu was nothing. "Uncle Nie, I came here this time to ask for 2 quotas from you." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. "Quotas?" Nie Yuan was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department's quota for the reinforcements that will depart in 20+ days. I have 2 friends who want to go with me, and I've already promised them. Duan Lingtian explained. "So it's this, no problem. When your big brother Nie returns, I'll tell him and ask him to add 2 more quotas." "What are the names of those 2 people?" Nie Yuan had a casual expression. As to him, this was only a small matter. "Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. "So they're members of the Xiao clan. However, this Xiao Sun seems to be the younger brother of the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He, right?" As Nie Yuan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought? The genius in the martial Tao Duan Lingtian, whose name had spread like wildfire within the imperial city, was precisely the young genius alchemist who had once defeated Xiao He in the Alchemist Guild's main guild. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Nie Yuan meant, and he lightly smiled. Even if Xiao He saw me now, he might not be able to recognize me. Moreover, even if he recognized me, it wouldn't affect my relationship with Xiao Sun. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in. He still remembered that when he met Xiao Sun for the first time, Xiao Sun's words were filled with admiration towards the genius alchemist who defeated Xiao He without the slightest bit of resentment. "That's true. That day, your ability to disguise your appearance is truly unfathomable." Nie Yuan shook his head and smiled, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. "Sometimes, I really want to break open your head and see what other secrets are hidden within." Since the appearance of this nephew of his, he had brought him wave after wave of shock. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough. Otherwise, he might really have a heart attack from this nephew of his. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. "Right, didn't you say that you could refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for your grandpa Nie once you stepped into the origin core stage?" Suddenly, Nie Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze shone. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He was currently still a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, let alone the origin core stage. Of course, he understood that this Uncle Nie was surely the same as the others and thought that he had broken through to the origin core stage. He didn't explain and casually found an excuse. "Uncle Nie, you have to give me some time to transform my grade 9 pill fire into a grade 8 pill fire, right?" Nie Yuan laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. Only now did he remember that even if one's cultivation had reached a certain level, it wasn't so easy to increase the grade of an alchemist. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many people with a cultivation at the nascent soul stage but were only grade 9 alchemists. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heard what Sima Chongfeng said, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun also have a spot? Instantly, the remaining students all looked at Sima Chongfeng, hoping that Sima Chongfeng would call out their names. But unfortunately, Sima Chongfeng's following words completely dispelled their thoughts. Chapter 199. Finally unable to restrain yourself? At dusk, Duan Lingtian walked out of Paladin Academy and directly walked into the secluded alley, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he flew out. Instantly, his figure vanished around the corner at the other end of the alley. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure that was like a ghost followed after him. In next to no time, another two figures appeared. Not good. That person's target is the young master. The last two people to appear were precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and their expressions couldn't help but go pale. But no matter how they searched, they were unable to find a trace of Duan Lingtian. Why did the young master avoid even us? Zhao Gang was slightly worried. Perhaps the young master noticed that person's strength wasn't simple, so he chose to avoid. With the speed that person revealed earlier, he's at least in existence at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Qian had a serious expression. We can't do anything now, and can only return and wait for news from the young master. Zhao Gang deeply agreed. If Duan Lingtian wanted to hide, it would be utterly impossible for them to find Duan Lingtian. At the same time, outside an empty courtyard house nearby, a violet-colored figure stopped moving. There was practically no one in the surroundings, and it was a secluded area of the inner city. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept over, and an aged figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This was an old man with a pair of eyes that flickered with cold lights as he stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian frowned. He originally thought that the old man was sent by the city guard army commander Xue Lu or the Fifth Prince, but now it would seem that it wasn't so. If the old man was only following orders, he ought to not be so hostile towards him. She could clearly feel the old man's hatred towards him, and it was hatred that reached the bone. Who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a low voice. Who am I? The old man couldn't help but sneer when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended too many people, so you utterly don't know who came to take revenge on you. However, I truly never imagined that the Duan clan would send a half-step void stage expert to personally make a move for you and obstruct that city guard army commander Xue Lu. However, you will still die here today. As the old man spoke, his eyes glowed with killing intent. At the same time, the origin energy on the old man's body flashed irregularly, and 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Although he wasn't at the half-step void stage, being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage was enough to shock others. This old man was absolutely the strongest expert below the half-step void stage that he'd seen. You're the Su clan's Grand Elder, Sunan? An existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage that hated him to the bone. Before long, Duan Lingtian guessed the old man's identity. However, didn't the Duan clan help him solve the problem of the Su clan? He believed that the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, wouldn't lie to him. It looked like this Sunan was very likely to be obstinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally made a move. You're very smart, actually being able to guess that it was me. Sunan's eyes emitted a vicious sheen, and his voice was icy cold and piercing to the bone. Duan Lingtian, only Tong was left in my line of succession. You've destroyed him, destroyed his hope, and destroyed the expectations I had for him. As he finished speaking, Sunan was slightly deranged. Humph! Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he ridiculed. Su Nan, why don't you think about it? If he didn't take the initiative to provoke me and even threaten to cripple my cultivation, how could I give him a taste of his own medicine? As far as I'm concerned, everything he did was his own doing. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not properly teaching him how to conduct himself. Arrogant, conceited, and condescending. Even if I didn't cripple him, there would come a day when he would die at the hands of another. Duan Lingtian's words struck at Su Nan's heart. Su Nan's expression became more and more unsightly, and the killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. It's useless no matter what you say. Today you're dead for sure. Then let's see if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian sneered as he used his hand to turn the spatial ring on his hand, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Su Nan. So long as it wasn't an existence at the half-step void stage, he wasn't afraid. You're about to die, yet you can still laugh. After I kill you, I'll cut off your head and bring it back to the Su clan for my grandson to admire. As soon as Su Nan finished speaking, his body trembled and he moved. 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with Su Nan. Everywhere Su Nan passed, sand and dust shot up into the sky, and his entire body pulled out numerous shocking afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Su Nan had approached Duan Lingtian. So fast. At the instant Su Nan's figure moved, Duan Lingtian's legs that were filled with origin energy since long ago abruptly shook, and he dodged to the side. At the instant Su Nan reacted and intended to pounce towards him, Duan Lingtian activated the inscription on his spatial ring. Bone corrosion inscription. A strand of gray flowing light flew out from the spatial ring and locked onto Su Nan. Its speed was so swift that it even surpassed Su Nan's current speed. At the instant Su Nan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, he saw the strand of gray flowing light that flashed over, and his heart instantly started trembling. He could clearly sense it. This was an extremely terrifying inscription. It brought him extreme pressure. Just as this thought of panic arose within his mind, the strand of gray flowing light blasted onto his body. Instantly, Su Nan felt a wave of extreme pain come from every bone in his body, causing him to be unable to refrain from emitting a shrill cry, and his voice was almost hoarse. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he felt his body collapse with a bang. Even if it wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian had seen the unsightly corpse before him, he still felt a wave of disgust as he looked at it. Hiss! Duan Lingtian ignited a strand of pill fire and burned Su Nan's corpse. Then he took Su Nan's spatial ring. The Su clan's Grand Elder. From today onwards, there's going to be a change of people. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past the dust that had transformed into ashes in the blink of an eye. Then he turned around and left. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Su Nan's spatial ring. Not bad. Although it's far inferior to the wealth that Duan Rulei left behind for me, this wealth can still be considered to be a profitable transaction. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents of the spatial ring, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. There was roughly around 30 million silver. Adding on the wealth he obtained in the past, including Duan Rulei's, Duan Lingtian already had close to 300 million silver in his possession. The silver that circulated in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the unified silver that circulated in the Darkhan dynasty. As long as the Darkhan dynasty still existed, these silver would never lose their effectiveness and could be exchanged for gold, silver, and other valuables at any time. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a vassal kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, whereas the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the 100-plus imperial kingdoms that were under the rule of the Darkhan dynasty. I don't lack money for a short period of time, but when it comes to money, the more the better. In the future, along with the advancement of my cultivation, the grade of the medicinal pills and spirit weapons I need to refine would be higher, and the materials I require would become more and more precious. As for inscriptions, they're even more of a money-burning thing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, wishing for nothing more than a few more people like Su Nan would throw themselves at him and give him money. When he returned to the vicinity of his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian noticed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing at the entrance of his courtyard house, gazing at him. Obviously, they were waiting for him. Young master. When they saw Duan Lingtian return, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang went up to greet him. Have the two of you been slacking off recently? You were actually shaken off by me again. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be serious. Young master, how would we dare slack off? But your anti-tracking technique is something that we're still unable to catch up to, and it's difficult for us to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he still nodded in all seriousness. All right, stop flattering me. Let's go home. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked into the courtyard house. Young master, where's the person that chased after you? Zhang Qian asked curiously. I've already shaken off all of you. Could it be that I still can't shake him off? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Qian with disdain, but didn't explain the truth of the matter. Su Nan was the grand elder of the Fang clan after all, and if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause more trouble. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. They would leave in another half a month. During this period of time, besides cultivating and inscribing the bone corrosion inscription, Duan Lingtian tried his best to find time to accompany the two little girls at home. The passage of time always flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the reinforcement troops' departure approached. In the past half a month, Duan Lingtian had inscribed the bone corrosion inscription on the pile of spatial rings that he had obtained. At the same time, he asked Xiongquan to gather a large amount of materials for inscribing the bone corrosion inscription and pile them up within his spatial ring, in case of an emergency. Besides preparing these things sufficiently, his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage 10 days ago, and he'd consumed the dragon blood pill and completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 7th level of the core formation stage. Because of this, his strength had increased by the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, the current him was still capable of drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 19 ancient mammoth silhouettes when he fully exerted his strength. He was only 1 ancient mammoth away from the 1st level of the origin core stage. The day after tomorrow is the day of the reinforcement troops' departure. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate for a while before preparing to sleep. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. Kerr, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force sensed who was outside the door at the first possible moment. Only after opening the door did he notice that Kerr was standing outside the door in her pajamas. Kerr, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Duan Lingtian smiled. Young master, you're going to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. I want to accompany you, Kerr said in a light voice, her delicate body lightly trembling, and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Lingtian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his eyes, the shy Kerr was no different than a celestial maiden that had fallen to the mortal world. In the end, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up, and he couldn't endure it any longer. He carried Kerr by the waist and threw her onto the bed. He kicked the door shut and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 200. The next day, noon. Paladin Academy's cafeteria. Tian Hu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tian Hu, then glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun beside him. You two speak. What's so mysterious? Tian Hu had an astonished expression as he glanced at Duan Lingtian, then looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Let me speak. Xiao Sun looked at Tian Hu and lightly smiled. Tian Hu, starting tomorrow, you'll probably have to eat lunch alone in this cafeteria. What do you mean? Tian Hu frowned. You 3 fellows, why are you being so mysterious today? Are you guys planning on taking a leave of absence and going on a long trip? Xiao Sun shook his head. Can be considered going on a long trip, but it's not taking a leave of absence. Tomorrow, we'll join the reinforcements heading to the northwest border and become one of them, heading to the northwest border battlefield. Tian, who was stunned, and extended his hand to touch Xiao Sun's forehead. Xiao Sun, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Tian, who naturally didn't believe Xiao Sun's words. If a student of Paladin Academy wanted to enter the battlefield, even if it was the Star General Department, the minimum requirement was to be a second-year student. The Star Mastermind Department was even harsher. Usually, only a few 5th and 6th-year students could participate. Tian, who, Xiao Sun isn't talking nonsense. We're really leaving tomorrow. Xiao Yu noticed that Tian, who didn't believe him, and said. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tian, who was somewhat doubtful, and looked at Duan Ling Tian, wanting to make a final confirmation. Duan Ling Tian nodded. F***K. Tian, who glared. How did you guys get a spot? You guys aren't brothers enough. You guys can slip away and leave me alone. Tian, who, didn't you say it yourself? As a student of the Star General Department, you'll have the chance to enter the battlefield sooner or later. As for us, it's very likely that this will be the only time. Xiao Sun patted Tian, whose shoulder, and smiled. Hearing this, Tian, whose face instantly fell, and he bitterly smiled helplessly. In the afternoon, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice field and cultivated. Unknowingly, a wave of noise sounded out by his ear. Duan Ling Tian. A pleasant voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and looked not far away. Only then did he discover a beautiful figure standing there like a fairy. The woman had a beauty that could overshadow the moon and shame the flowers, a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts. Princess Bai Yao? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He did not expect Princess Bai Yao to appear here. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the group of Star Mastermind Department students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, were all looking at him, and most of them had faces full of envy and jealousy. On the other hand, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had ambiguous expressions. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly and jumped down from the tree. Very quickly, Duan Ling Tian saw that Princess Bai Yao seemed to say something to the old woman behind her. The old woman nodded, and shortly after, Princess Bai Yao walked towards him alone. Princess. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled to Princess Bai Yao, which could be considered as a greeting. Princess Bai Yao's pretty cheeks were slightly red, and she had a lovely and moving appearance. Duan Ling Tian, I heard that you're leaving the Imperial City with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading towards the northwest border. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Princess, why are you at Paladin Academy? Princess Bai Yao lightly smiled. I came to look for my 7th brother, and then I thought of coming to see you while I was at it. As she finished speaking, Princess Bai Yao's face became even redder. 7th brother? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. The blue-clothed young man looked at the young man that ran up to him, and he frowned and was slightly displeased. Big brother Gu Xian, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But this matter is related to Princess Bai Yao. The young man that rushed over hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the blue-clothed young man. What did you say? Bai Yao? Bai Yao has come? The blue-clothed young man's eyes revealed traces of fanaticism, and his tone became anxious as well. That elegant and graceful temperament just now was instantly shattered by his own hand. Yes, she seems to have come to find the 7th prince. The young man hurriedly nodded. Is she still at the 7th prince's place? The blue-clothed young man hurriedly asked, and he had the intention of directly rushing over to see Princess Bai Yao. No, Princess Bai Yao has already left. The young man shook his head. Then why are you so surprised? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and a trace of disappointment flashed past his eyes. Big brother Gu Xian, besides the 7th prince, Princess Bai Yao also went to see another person. The young man carefully glanced at the blue-clothed young man, and he was slightly hesitant. When the blue-clothed young man heard this, it was as if a fuse had been ignited, and his expression slightly changed. Who else did Bai Yao go to see? Duan Lingtian, the young man directly said. Duan Lingtian. The blue-clothed young man frowned, and he was slightly puzzled. How did Bai Yao know that first-year student? That person seemed to have only arrived at the Imperial City a few months ago, right? At this moment. You didn't see it earlier, but not only did Princess Bai Yao take the initiative to look for Duan Lingtian, she even let the people beside her stay where they were, while she went over to whisper with Duan Lingtian. It can't be. Could it be that there's something between them? I also don't know, but I saw that she was chatting happily with Duan Lingtian, and when Princess Bai Yao left, I saw that her face was flushed red. Looks like Princess Bai Yao is interested in Duan Lingtian. The voices of two students who walked side by side entered the blue-clothed young man's ears, causing his expression to darken. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongues. The blue-clothed young man's gaze was grave and stern as he looked at the two students who passed by and coldly shouted. The two students' expressions changed, and they wanted to refute. But when they saw the blue-clothed young man, they were like mice that saw a cat, and hurriedly fled. Big Brother Gu Xian, what's the matter? Didn't you say that the Prime Minister and His Majesty had already privately reached an agreement that in 2 years, Princess Bai Yao would be betrothed to you? The person at the side had a puzzled expression. Humph! Gu Xian's face sank, and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The others also realized Gu Xian's anger, and they all shut their mouths. However, they quickly noticed that rumors of the ambiguous relationship between Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao were ceaselessly spreading throughout the martial arts practice grounds. On a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian yawned and looked at the sky. It was already close to dusk, and it was time to leave. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiao Yu, and the two of them walked out of Paladin Academy together. We're leaving tomorrow. Are you all prepared? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare, just some clothes to change into. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. When he thought of leaving with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading to the northwest border battlefield, he couldn't help but feel slightly excited. Xiao Yu was obviously the same. Paladin Academy's entrance was right before their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 stopped and turned around. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance. Presently, there was a handsome blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing walking towards him with a few young men in tow. Gu Xian. Xiao Sun frowned when he saw the blue-clothed young man. Xiao Sun, you know him? Xiao Yu noticed the enmity between the blue-clothed young man's brows, and this enmity was precisely aimed at Duan Lingtian. This Gu Xian is the only son of Prime Minister Gu, and is also a grade 6 student of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department. His cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Most importantly, he inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom, and has his own views on the Tao of Prime Minister. He has the demeanor of forming his own school of thought. Xiao Sun slowly said, Prime Minister Gu. Chapter 201. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nie Yuan, was undoubtedly the representative of the generals. Whereas in the aspect of ministers, the Prime Minister, Gu Yuting, was the most respected. Gu Yuting's status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was extraordinary, and to a certain extent, he could be considered to be the spokesperson of the Emperor. Normally, all the large and small affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to go through his hands. Moreover, he himself was a half-step void stage expert. He's the son of Prime Minister Gu Yuting? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Gu Xian, who was walking towards him with a menacing aura, and he was slightly bewildered. He was sure that today was absolutely the first time he'd seen this Gu Xian. However, this Gu Xian seemed to have extremely great enmity towards him, and this caused him to be rather puzzled. Presently, it had already been 4 months since Duan Lingtian had first arrived at the imperial city. So, he was rather knowledgeable about some of the matters in the imperial city. He'd also heard of the prime minister, Gu Yuting. Although Gu Yuting wasn't from a large clan, but because of the trust of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, his prime minister estate was extremely famous in the imperial city. Even the members of the 3 great clans of the imperial city didn't dare rashly offend the prime minister estate, because everyone knew that behind Prime Minister Gu stood the supreme emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Gu Xian arrive before him. "Is there something you need?" Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched as he looked at Gu Xian and asked indifferently. "Duan Lingtian, I'm warning you, stay away from Bai Yao." Gu Xian's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a gloomy sheen as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Gu Xian. Now he finally knew the reason why Gu Xian was so hostile towards him. So it was because of Princess Bai Yao. All along the way, he'd heard many discussions about him and Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian didn't take those ridiculous guesses seriously and directly disregarded them. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to explain anything. "Biao? You should be talking about Princess Biao, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian calmly and asked. "Not bad." Gu Xian's eyes flashed, and his tone was somewhat condescending. "Did you hear what I said to you just now?" Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Not to mention that there was nothing going on between him and Princess Bai Yao. Even if there was something going on, it wouldn't have anything to do with this Gu Xian, right? Duan Lingtian scoffed at Gu Xian's haughty attitude, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. "So what if I heard it? So what if I didn't?" Duan Lingtian's tone was very calm. "Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Tao is strong, and you're even a direct descendant of the Duan clan that is extremely sheltered, but in my eyes you're nothing, understand?" Gu Xian's voice instantly became incomparably gloomy. In Gu Xian's eyes, in the imperial city, and even the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, only the members of the imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate were worthy of his attention. As for those 3 great clans, they weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. His father was the prime minister, the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. He was only below the emperor and above all. "Oh!" Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. "I'm really sorry, but you're also nothing in my eyes." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't care about Gu Xian, who had a gloomy expression. He called out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before walking out of Paladin Academy. "This son of Prime Minister Gu is too arrogant." Xiao Yu frowned. Obviously, he couldn't stand Gu Xian's attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It's not strange. After all, he has a powerful father. Moreover, this Gu Xian's natural talent isn't bad, and he might even inherit the position of prime minister in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, Gu Xian was only a profligate son of rich parents. He was no different than Su Tong and Shui Lang, who he crippled. So long as Gu Xian didn't go too far and didn't offend him. If Gu Xian went too far, he didn't mind teaching Gu Xian a lesson. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, nor did he inscribe inscriptions. He'd finally realized the dream he'd always had, to sleep with the 2 little girls in his room and enjoy the pleasures of intimacy. The 2 girls seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian would be leaving tomorrow and would be gone for at least a few months, so they allowed Duan Lingtian to do whatever he wanted. During the entire night, Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he'd asked for it, and only when he was extremely tired did he fall into a deep sleep with the 2 little girls in his arms. The next day, after the 2 little girls got off the bed, their walking posture became slightly strange. A wisp of apology appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Last night was too crazy. During breakfast, when facing their mother Li Ro's burning and ambiguous gaze, besides Duan Lingtian, who was thick-skinned and didn't pay attention to it, The two little girls lowered their heads and had embarrassed expressions. Little black, little white, stay at home and protect Kerr, little Fei, and my mother. Understand? Duan Lingtian grabbed the two little pythons from his sleeve and tapped their little heads as he spoke in all seriousness. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons were more or less able to roughly understand Duan Lingtian's words, and they flicked their tongues as they nodded. Duan Lingtian saw a trace of reluctance in the intelligent eyes of the two little pythons. The two little pythons had obviously already begun to possess human nature. Mother, I'm leaving. At the entrance of the house, Duan Lingtian looked at his mother who was tidying up his clothes and had a smile on his face. Be careful, Li Ro said softly, with a bit of worry mixed in between her eyebrows. As the saying goes, a mother worries when a son travels 1,000 miles. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the two little girls beside Li Ro. Help me take good care of my mother when I'm not here. I'll be back soon. Kerr and Li Fei both nodded. Two pairs of autumn eyes, glistening and teary. Xiong Quan, Jingru, when I'm not here, the family will depend on you too. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and Jingru who were standing at the side. Young master, don't worry. The two of them hurriedly nodded. In Jingru's eyes, there was also a trace of reluctance mixed in. In these few months, she had always been grateful to this young master who had unconditionally trusted her. It was because of this young master's care that her family could live a well-fed life. All right, you can go back. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and turned to leave. He was really worried that if he took another glance, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Zhang Qian Zhao Gang. After Duan Lingtian left the house, he suddenly spoke out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instantly appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. Are the two of you following me, or returning to the Divine Might Marquis estate? Duan Lingtian asked. Young master, we'll go with you. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang spoke out in unison. Then continue to conceal yourselves. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll further teach you techniques like tracking, concealment, and assassination. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, As long as I don't instruct you to, you're not allowed to reveal yourselves. Understand? Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied, and their eyes emitted burning gazes. They were filled with boundless yearning towards the various techniques Duan Lingtian planned to teach them. Before long, Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy. Many people had already gathered in the martial arts practice grounds. Of course, most of them were from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian had only taken 2 steps when he saw Xiao Sun waving his hand at him from afar, and he lightly smiled as he walked over. You two didn't bring a change of clothes? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression when he saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun both empty-handed. He'd also noticed that the other group of students were practically carrying bags of various sizes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun instead seemed to stand out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Look, Xiao Sun raised his hand and displayed the simple and unadorned ring on his hand. I asked for a spatial ring from my grandfather yesterday. My things are all in Xiao Sun's spatial ring. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian, the one on your hand is a spatial ring as well, right? Xiao Sun glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, looks like the Duan clan really thinks highly of you, to even give you such a precious thing as a spatial ring. Xiao Yu naturally thought that Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was given to him by the Duan clan, and he had a face full of envy. Even he, the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao clan's supreme elder, didn't have a spatial ring, even to the extent that in the entire Aurora City's Xiao clan, only the patriarch and the supreme elder had spatial rings. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and didn't explain. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from afar. A slightly robust young man around the age of 25 slowly walked towards Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. You are? Duan Lingtian looked at the person with a puzzled expression, and he could feel that the person didn't have any hostility. I'm Duan Zhu, a branch family disciple of the Duan clan, and a grade 6 student of the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian, the patriarch, asked me to pass this to you. The robust young man with a luggage bag on his arm extended his hand to pass a simple and unadorned ring to Duan Lingtian. It was a spatial ring. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian extended his hand to receive it. Then he nodded and smiled to Duan Zhu. Thank you. You're welcome. After passing the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, Duan Zhu laughed slyly before turning around and leaving. Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and he noticed that besides a few million silver, there was nothing else within the spatial ring. It ought to have been given to him by the patriarch, Duan Rufeng, to store his luggage. This spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it belonged to the lowest grade of spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, could it be that the spatial ring in your hand wasn't given to you by the Duan clan? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. That was given to me by the Grand Elder, but I never imagined that the patriarch would send another one over. I'll take the money inside, and you can use this spatial ring. Chapter 202. However, Xiao Yu didn't accept the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian passed over, and he shook his head. Duan Lingtian, this is too precious, I can't accept it. You should keep it yourself or leave it for Li Fei to use. Just take it since I'm giving it to you. When did you become so wishy-washy? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stretched out his hand and directly stuffed the spatial ring into Xiao Yu's hand as he spoke angrily. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as a trace of gratitude flashed within, but he didn't refuse again. If he were to refuse again at this time, then it would seem slightly pretentious. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Only a grade 7 weapons craftsman was able to refine a spatial ring. Although it wasn't a spirit weapon, it was still a rare item, and the value of just one was no less than a few million. Moreover, it was a priceless item. The Vice Dean has arrived. Suddenly, someone spoke, and instantly, the entire martial arts practice grounds became silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto the gray figure that slowly walked over from afar. It was a gray-clothed old man who revealed a trace of dignity between his brows as he walked over with large strides with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was precisely the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong. After Zhan Xiong arrived, he spoke loudly. Students of the Star General Department, stand to the right. Students of the Star Mastermind Department, stand to the left. As soon as Zhan Xiong finished speaking, the stream of people in the martial arts practice grounds split into two. There were exactly 300 people of the Star General Department gathered together, forming a dense mass. On the other hand, there were 12 people standing sparsely in the Star Mastermind Department. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun, these 3-year 1 students, occupied a quarter of the people there. Duan Lingtian noticed that the Prime Minister's son, Gu Xian, was also within the group of people of the Star Mastermind Department, and beside him were 2 other people. Duan Lingtian had some impression of these 2 people, as they were by Gu Xian's side yesterday. Meanwhile, Gu Xian noticed Duan Lingtian's group of 3, and his face sank as he frowned. Vice Principal. Gu Xian suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was loud and suppressed most of the sparse voices in the martial arts practice field. Zhan Xiong looked at Gu Xian when he heard this. He naturally knew Gu Xian, the son of the Prime Minister. Gu Xian, do you have anything to say? Vice Dean, according to what I know, according to the rules of our Paladin Academy, when it comes to the battlefield, the lowest requirement for Star General students is the 2nd year, and the lowest requirement for Star Mastermind students is the 4th year. These 3 people are only 1st-year Star Mastermind students. I suspect that they want to fish in troubled waters and blend in with us to head to the battlefield at the northwest border. Gu Xian pointed at the Duan Lingtian trio. His voice was loud, and his eyes were filled with disdain. For a moment, the gazes of all the students present fell upon Duan Lingtian and the other two. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Also, the two people beside him seemed to be first-year students of the Star Mastermind department. Could it be that they really want to fish in troubled waters and mix in with us to head to the Northwest battlefield? Humph! As long as it isn't someone on the list, wanting to fish in troubled waters is practically impossible. Many students pointed and discussed animatedly. Gu Xian had a complacent expression as he glanced at the Duan Lingtian trio, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, as if he'd already seen the scene of the Vice Dean Zhang Xiong driving the three of them away. This Gu Xian is really as disgusting as a fly. Xiao Sun's face sank, and a trace of fierceness flashed within his eyes. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward and looked at Gu Xian. Before Zhang Xiong could speak, Duan Lingtian spoke first with a loud voice that shot into the sky. Gu Xian, you keep talking about rules, but why have I never heard of the rule that first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department can't enter the battlefield? Humph! Gu Xian met Duan Lingtian's gaze when he heard this, and he said with a mocking expression, although there isn't a written rule, but according to the past practice of Paladin Academy, it has always been like this. I can be sure that the three of you surely want to fish in troubled waters and slip through. Practice? Traces of coldness appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he sneered. You said it was a practice. Could it be that a practice can't be broken? You keep saying that we're fishing in troubled waters. Then I'm curious, on what basis did you make this decision? Just because we're first-year students, you think we're inferior to you? You think we don't have the qualifications to appear here? Of course. How much do first-year students, especially students of the Star Mastermind department, know about the Tao of Mastermind? Even if people like the three of you enter the battlefield, you'll only be a burden. Gu Xian sneered, and his words were filled with disdain towards Duan Lingtian's group of three. Enough! Right at this moment, Zhang Xiong interrupted. Gu Xian, Duan Lingtian's group of three are indeed people on the list, you don't have to doubt this. Duan Lingtian was strongly recommended by Teacher Sima. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, they're the junior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, and they were personally added to the list by the commander of the reinforcements this time, General Niefen. Humph! So it's three fellows that got in through the back door. Hearing Zhang Xiong's explanation, Gu Xian looked at Duan Lingtian's group of three with a face full of ridicule and disdain. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces sank as they glared angrily at Gu Xian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of coldness as he slowly spat out two words. What did you say? Gu Xian's face went grim. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to call him an idiot? As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's prime minister, it was the first time in his life that he'd been humiliated like this. Instantly, his chest was completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian turned his head and no longer paid any attention to the exasperated Gu Xian, allowing him to rage there. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian's face sank, and his eyes flickered with traces of a vicious sheen as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he swore in his heart. Just you wait. There will be a day when I'll kill you. Within the pergola, a young man with an extraordinary bearing was sitting across from a middle-aged general in light armor. At this time, that Duan Lingtian should have already set out. The young man's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Humph! This time we'll make sure he doesn't return. The middle-aged general's eyes focused as they flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Commander Xue, don't speak so early. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian has an offensive inscription that can deal with Origin Core martial artists. According to my knowledge, even the Su clan's Grand Elder's grandson, Su Tong, had his Dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian using an offensive inscription. Slight fear appeared on the young man's face. Don't worry, Fifth Prince. With a nascent soul martial artist making a move this time, will surely succeed. The middle-aged general was precisely the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.